Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Hello semua, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Kita boleh nampak Flame Boys dah sangat-sangat ready. So, sebelum kita borak pasal jadual hari ini, I nak tanya sikit. Flame Boys dah ready ke belum? Tak cukup. Tak cukup. Tengok, players pun tak nak jalan. Sekali lagi. Flame Boys dah ready ke belum? Alright, side ni pula. Okay, side ni pula. Lunatix, are you guys ready? Semangat guys, come on. Sekali lagi tau. Lunatix, are you ready? Mantap. Alright, mari kita tengok schedule hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan kita akan saksikan perlawanan Homebois dan juga Team Lunatix. Pada pukul 3 petang nanti, kita akan saksikan Red Esports menentang Selangor Red Giants. Dan untuk last match kita hari ini, kita akan saksikan pula Team Secret yang akan lawan Todak. Game hari ni saya rasa semua panas, tapi tak macam seseru semalam. Sebab semalam was seru Saturday. Alright, so guys, korang rasa untuk perlawanan ini, skor dia akan jadi 2-0 ke 2-1? Alright. Okay, diorang dah cakap 2-0. So I think, mari kita ajak ke atas pentas Team Homebois. Keputusan positif telah diperoleh pasukan Homebois semalam. Rizal yang baru sahaja masuk telah berjaya menunjukkan chemistry apabila memperoleh MVP di perlawanan pertama bersama pasukan. Analyst antagonist dan Coach Pops berjaya membaca strategi dan mengalahkan RSG dengan kemenangan 2-1. Hari ini, berjayakah Homebois menundukkan serigala? We shall see! And for their opponents, the Wolves, please welcome Team Lunatix! Masih mencari kesisian line-up baru, pasukan ini masih laparkan kemenangan. Musim lalu mereka tewas di tangan Homebois di regular season. Adakah hari ini mereka bakal mendapatkan kemenangan pertama dan membalas dendam? Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Memperkenalkan di Head of League Ops, Johnson, Head Marshal Lukman dan Marshals Irfan dan Raditz. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Kita boleh nampak Homebois tengah get ready. Lunatix is also tengah get ready. So guys, kita nak bagi semangat dekat pasukan kita. Okay? Alright? So when I say, are you ready? I want you guys full energy bagi kat dorang. Okay? Alright. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Okay, alright. So I guess kita dah boleh throw it to the casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The curtain draws upon a new day of heated competition here at the MPL MY stage. And we on the English desk welcome you back to the English broadcast of MPL MY Season 12, Week 1, Day 3. We've got 3 epic series lined up for all of you watching at home. So thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Staffa, alongside with Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12, bringing you all the action.
It's great to be back again here, and of course we have seen amazing games thus far, and yesterday's performance in particular coming in from Homebois, defeating 2-1 against RSG. That was something that a lot of us were kind of shaking as well, because no one expected Homebois to make a very, very nice reverse sweep during Game 1 and then somehow tie the series from RSG and then take the full series in total. So it was a nice rivalry between both Zorn as well as Repo. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner in the regular season, and we will not be seeing that matchup until possibly playoffs if both sides kind of make it towards the playoffs. However, the journey continues here. Homebois' second match for this week. It is going to be going up against Lunatix here. What are your thoughts on Lunatix?
Ooh, Lunatix honestly has been performing, I think, better than a lot of us may have anticipated so far. Obviously, this is a brand new lineup. It's different from the Lunatix team that we saw in the regular season of Season 11. So, but despite that, they actually did put up a pretty solid fight against Selangor Red Giants, even if they weren't able to take a victory there. So hopefully we get to see more epic gameplay from them, just like the epic MLBB skin that you can get for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. The easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your heroes. Do you want to win your game with lightning fast internet speed? Well, all you gotta do is get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now. Make sure you guys show our sponsors a little bit of love.
Exactly, and of course for you guys who are interested in getting yourself the real experience here, you can always come down to the venue and then, you know, check out your favorite players, your favorite casters, or maybe our amazing sponsors as well, because they are giving some really, really interesting prizes as well. And did you know that you don't only get 1 ringgit for a special skin, you can actually get free skins and diamonds as well if you are at that event, at the Hotlink booth. I was there because yesterday that was there. I was like, what?
Yeah,
they're just giving it away for free. Oh my god.
It seemed like there were some interesting festivities happening yesterday. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop by for very long because, you know, I was on the desk, but it did seem very fun. And so if you guys have the time, make sure you come by the stadium. I think there'll be a lot to check out. But of course, the main story here, the main event is going to be our first series of the day, Homebois versus Team Lunatix.
Yep, at the same time here, you know, we did catch a glimpse on the face of Pops just now, the coach coming in from Homebois here, recently from Team Hawk. Did you know that Pops actually helped Team Hawk win a title before 2 seasons ago? At this time, he's doing it not from Hawk, but for Homebois, and with the help of Antagonists, a brand new fresh face on analyst here. Hopefully with all this analysis that he's going to be providing, especially when he's been advertising it on TikTok, I feel like Homebois is going to take it further, whereas Lunatix recently had a little bit of a issue, you know. I don't want to get into the details about it here. They've had a very, very big bump before the season actually began, and what really surprised me was that even that happened, Lunatix was kind of able to put up a very good fight yesterday.
Yeah, this is a brand new lineup. These are players, some of which we know their faces. They've been around the MPL, but a lot of them are new from Lunatix Academy as well. But of course, let's talk about these faces. Starting things off, we have the Homebois, consisting of Chibi, Zorn, Ryzel, Warlord, and Sepai.
Okay, we know this, boys. We've seen them over the previous seasons as well. Warlord really stood out in his debut here, coming in from Indonesia's debut as an import. But Ryzel was something that really shocked us all, because yesterday he was the reason why Homebois was able to turn things around, made a comeback, and then won the first series. Because technically, if Ryzel wasn't able to clutch it for the team, things would have went south for Homebois, and most likely RSG would have taken a 2-0 against Homebois yesterday. So I like this adaptation coming from Homebois, and to be honest, it really surprised me.
It really does, but I think Team Lunatix brought some surprises to the Land of Dawn as well, with Kian, Zakus, Yuna, Deto, as well as Esha. This is a lineup that is definitely not as experienced playing together as compared to many of the other MPL teams on the stage right now. And although they weren't able to take a game off of their match against Selangor Red Giants yesterday, they still showed some very promising potential, especially from some of the newer players here. I think Kian as well as Yuna were just starting to get a feel of things. They're starting to improve. I think Zakas especially has a lot to prove in this season and in this matchup specifically, because he was previously part of the Homebois roster.
Agreed. He is also part of, well, he has a lot of experiences testing out, trying every other team's here, so he knows the ins and outs of each team's strengths and weaknesses here, and which also brings me to the point as well, because from Lunatix, because now they don't really have a proper coach here, the majority of the drafts coming in from Lunatix is centered around Dato as well as Asia and Zakas, kind of three heads compiling all the information to kind of draft according to our playstyle. And even though they didn't have good success yesterday, it wasn't that bad if you think about it.
Yeah, Team Lunatix definitely in a bit of a situation that they would not have wanted, only having the analyst without having the voice of a coach on the stage. It does result in many things, not having that leadership, not having that voice to command the players and tell them what it is they need to achieve. Of course, these are all still very experienced players, and I'm pretty sure that Stingy is pretty accomplished as an analyst as well. So the mindset is there. They understand what needs to be done. It will just lack the depth that a draft may have compared to when a coach is drafting. For example, the players may be more focused on picking up stuff that will work well for them rather than maybe thinking about the big picture of things. So I'm very interested to see whether they'll be able to match up against a champion level coach like Paz.
Agreed, and at the same time as well, you can see the players, they are feeling very, very pumped up. And now from Lunatix here, this is going to be very, very important here. For me, the player that I really want to highlight here is going to be Dato, because he's played for Team Secret in the previous season. His debut wasn't exactly the strongest. Pretty much haven't won a single game coming from Team Secret back then. And now coming in, he hasn't even won a single game thus far. But he has proved himself to be a very capable marksman despite not being able to win a single game. Hopefully this time, you know, they will figure something out, especially coming from Team Lunatix. But for now, the drafts will begin and Homebois will be on the blue side and Team Lunatix on the red side.
Yep, I am hoping for some very interesting stuff on the Land of Dawn here. As we know, a big meta change did just happen with the emblem revamps, as well as one or two patches since. So the heroes that are more popular nowadays are all up in the air. We see other MPL regions trying out very interesting picks, already seeing heroes like the Aulus and the Alucard from MPL ID. And we've seen some pretty weird stuff here as well, with the Sun coming from Sonic. We saw the Gourd actually getting a victory here as well. So all cards are on the table, and I just want to see stuff that's more clean, more new. And hopefully, we'll get to witness that.
Agreed. But at the same time here, Homeboy start things off with Angela as well as Baxia. Bans here, these are comfort heroes here. I think the Baxia is going to be comfort for Yuna, but Angela is something that Zakas is very, very comfortable at playing. Back in the days when he was playing both Homeboys as well as RSG when he was previously playing with the roster. But now, the question here is, are they going to prioritize on their clock? Because we've seen Dato kind of do it really, really well when he was playing COD back when he was playing in Team Secret. But so far, will Homeboys deny it away or not? Because Rizal is also a very, very good Claude player.
Homeboys will know firsthand exactly how powerful the Claude is, since it was the factor in the hands of Rizal that brought them the incredible reverse victory in Game 1. However, it still hasn't been a pick that a lot of people will prioritize here. So we will see a bit of a full attendance fact here, as Fanny, Valentina, and Claude are the only three heroes so far with 100% appearance in terms of bans and picks in the games here in Season 12.
Yep, Valentina once again the most successful hero right now with 78% win rate in 9 games. Definitely going to be a priority here. However, it is going to be taken out in the equation, pretty much banned thus far. 100% of appearance here is going to be Fanny, Valentina, Claude. Fanny, however, is still in the pool. Question here is, are they going to play it, yo? Because is it worth first picking the Fanny from the side of Homeboys, or maybe even the Claude? But thus far, Lunatix, they choose to ban the Mortis instead. So Fredrin is also going to be up for contention in this regards, but Let's see what Homeboys takes their first pick.
Yep, Fanny hasn't been banned. Edith hasn't been banned as well. Two very popular heroes. The Claude that we mentioned, not usually banned out. So it's going to be all available for both these teams here. And it's interesting that the Fanny is let through because from what we've seen, neither Chibi nor Yuna have prioritized this hero just yet. We know that it is a hero that Chibi is capable of playing, but he has more recently been focused on utility jungles, tank jungles, playing more of a supportive role with the exception of that Martis, which secured them the Game 3 win. Homeboys gonna go for the Edith pick. This hero has really been rising up the ranks in popularity.
I think based on the choices that they have as well, like instead of going for priority picks here, going for flexibility is going to be key, right?
That's
like
true.
Edith is great for XP, great for roam as well. We've seen several teams kind of mix it up in that regard. So I guess going for those angles is going to be a little bit safer, and then decide on what your opponents are going to be matching up. So Lunatix, they have options now to take away the Claude and also pick a Fredrin for themselves. But the question here is, you know, are they going to focus on playing a healing composition? Because so far, considering that Baxia as well as Angela has been banned off, is there a potential that we are going to see a potential Florin coming from Lunatix?
That is true. Florin is a hero that's been getting a lot of popularity in pub and rank games, but we haven't seen it here in MPL MY yet at all. I wouldn't be surprised. But Lunatix gonna start off pretty interestingly as well. We get the Cho, we get the X-Borg out instantly. Probably one of the few positive matchups into the Edith in the EXP lane, so they're already setting up on that. And I want to know, a very obvious difference in the draft here coming from Homeboys versus when Lunatix was playing against Red Giants is that Red Giants put a lot of emphasis on banning out supports and tanks because they know Esha. They're very familiar with him. He was their former teammate. It seemed like they put a lot of focus towards making sure that his hero pool would be affected heavily, and that forced him to play very weird heroes like the Franco mid, like the Diggy mid. Homeboys doesn't seem to be doing the same thing, so we might get to see a little bit different from the Esha Zakas mid combo today.
Well, I want to see how that goes, but Homeboys, they secured a Fredrin for themselves as well as Beatrix, so no Fanny thus far from the side of Homeboys, and Team Lunatix still has the option here to flex both the Cho as well as the X-Borg. X-Borg potential XP, maybe jungle. Cho, maybe XP, maybe roam, but most likely it's going to be leaning on the roam here if we were to follow the trend of day number 1. 100% win rate on Cho on day 1 here in MPL MY. Day 2, we didn't see too much Cho. We saw a couple games here and there, but even then, day 1 was just a complete Cho show. Cho
is correct, honestly. We've seen so many good shows, and I wouldn't put it past Zakas as well. I do feel like Cho is much more of a Zakas hero than an Esha hero. It's something that sets up, it's something that's flashy, it's something that's aggressive, something that Lunatix wants to play around, especially if they are still going for a double support composition. And that seems to be the case here. We're seeing the Kaja, so that's going to be the Divine Judgment and the Way of Dragon available for Team Lunatix. Two very powerful single target CC options, but they are definitely lacking in some damage as of right now.
You know, 75% win rate on the Kaja, pretty good as well, because when I talk about Cho Show was day number 1. Kaja Show was literally day 2. That's crazy. And it's a dynamic shift here coming from Lunatix. They are, you know, learning from the other team's mistakes and drafts based on game 1 and game 2. Day 1 and day 2. Now, with this composition, they've got a very clear objective on what they want to do, right? Which is pretty much isolate the target, pick them off, and then just one-shot them and get a kill. In this case, they are going to neglect a lot of frontline pressure in terms of soaking the front lines, and that's going to be a problem from side Team Lunatix, because if they don't get the right targets, everyone from side Homeboys, if they get on top of you, you're dead. Edith, extremely tanky. Fredrin, extremely tanky. If you don't one-shot him, he is going to turn the tides in their favor very, very quickly.
Absolutely. Team Lunatix right now, my main worry for this is that we saw from yesterday, the double support mid-roam combo is very effective in the early game because it gives so much utility. But the problem came when it went to the mid and late game because they did not have enough damage. And what I'm seeing here, especially with the X-Borg in the EXP lane, there's still not enough damage here. They need some burst, and we know they're not going to be playing a mage most likely now that both Kaja and Cho have been shown. So they need like an assassin, they need an early game marksman or something. Homeboys already banned out the Harif to deny that possibility. Lunatix ban out Farsa and Kaditha. Kaditha makes sense. I don't feel like they needed to ban the Farsa. I feel like they should have maybe gone for like even even the Novaria, the Faramis,
It is in
because those are
despair that I
really
see
comfortable
the
heroes for
fondest
Warlord.
Huh. Interesting coming from Homebois. They're actually banning off the Natan. That's something I did not expect.
They're
at
getting
all.
rid of early game burst.
But considering the amount of mages that has been banned here, Lunatics are getting very, very little option in terms of magical damage here. Because Homeboys, they can still opt to not go for mage because Edith still deals a decent amount of magical damage. But the question here for me is that how would they fare well against a Terisla if Homeboys decide to go pick it up? Because considering that now we have seen a popularity rise for roaming Terisla, if Homeboys decides to go for it, they have a composition that is so tanky that Team Lunatics has not really a lot of options now to deal with a tanky composition.
I don't
Except for the Xbox, I
think
guess.
it's going to be a roam to I do like that.
Nice,
though.
nice.
Yeah, oh, you can see Homeboys, they recognize that Lunatics doesn't have a lot of magic damage options left. So we're going to see the Lunox come out. This seems very likely to be a goal lane Lunox because we've seen that from Detto in the past, though very rarely. I don't think it's a jungle Lunox because that's very much Todak tech. Homeboys, ooh, it's going to be the Warlords of Celion, secured them victory in game 3, and they're going to go for the Franco. I think they were definitely considering the Kufra before the Lunox came out, but now that that's here, they need more CC. So I do like this comp from the Homeboys.
Yeah, Homeboys has a very, very scary composition as well. A lot of CCs, a lot of hook potential as well, kill potential. Alongside that as well, they're 3 very, very tanky. So the Lunox coming from Lunatics can somewhat deal with the tankiness, but at the same time, the Franco pickup forces Team Lunatics to be put in a situation where if they go for the Melissa, oh no, wait a minute, you know, Franco is a great way to deal with Melissa. Beatrix, yeah, sure, I don't really care. I'm just gonna go in, bite you, there's absolutely nothing you can do. And I feel like Homeboys, they're still sticking to their core roots, which is be very, very tanky, you know, try and poke things out, and then go for the pick fight, hoping that Lunatics make some sort of mistake. But this is a surprise factor because right now, Team Lunatics doesn't have the strongest frontline potential except for maybe the Cho or the Kaja to kind of do its own thing, but a Hanzo jungle to cut the backlines.
I love it. I think that's a great idea here. So this is a gold lane Lunox. Jungle Hanzo makes a lot of sense because right now Homeboys has a super balanced lineup. There is no way you are front to front fighting that without some solid team fighting options, and with only the Kaja and Cho, that's not going to be enough. So they avoid fighting entirely. They just go for the back line, they just go for pickoffs, don't interact with the Homeboys, and I think that's going to be a great game plan for Lunatics.
Well, from what I'm seeing here, based on this draft here, Homeboys, they have a very solid frontline draft here. They have a very well balanced draft between split push, between the front lines, pick lines, as well as poking. Overall, nothing can go wrong for them, but Team Lunatics, they are playing a split push composition, and I'm extremely excited to see how it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of dawn for the first time here in week 1, day 3. It's gonna be the Homeboys on the blue side coming off a stellar victory against RSG MY versus Team Lunatics on the red side, currently searching for their first victory of the season.
Now, I'm really worried about this here because, like, Team Lunatics, they're playing on very, very thin waters. Or like on thin ice, sorry, not waters. Thin ice, dangerous waters.
Same thing.
And it feels like their win condition is solely on just snowballing the early stage. Again, we know how strong Cho is now pre-4 because of the XP deprivation changes into the patch. But besides that, if you're not owning really, really hard, I feel like Lunatics is always going to be running away from Homeboys every single time unless they get an isolated pickoff.
But that is kind of how the lineup works in the first place, right? They want to run. They just don't want to fight the Homeboys until it's on their turf. This is why you have the Cho. This is why you have the Kaja. They just catch someone out, set up for Yuna to start getting kills, and it's going to be great. We already see Zakus being able to harass Chibi, force him to use the retry kind of early, though I don't think it's going to matter too much since the turtle is going to be up very soon. This matchup in the EXP lane, not too ideal for Sabat as a X-Borg when you're dealing with these tankier, slower heroes. It's always going to be fun for you, so this will be a better testing ground for Kian as a new player.
This is interesting considering that they are
Hold on, though.
right now.
Kian in a lot of danger, gonna get flipped over the shoulder of Sabat, already drops his Spiraga armor. Chibi still in front of him, level 4, he's got it, that's the Appraiser's Wrath. Smackdown, first blood for Chibi.
Well, that was a very, very nice pick off here coming from Homeboys. They understood that the turtle time is going to be coming here. We saw how Qian was trying to clear the creep waves here. Homeboys was able to understand that, hey, his next move is going to be running down, caught him by surprise, and then just pick him apart. But now with turtle control in their favor, Lunatix, the only option here is they either force a fight or have Yuna trying to steal it away, but it looks like the steal is about to happen.
Yep, the flicker. Zakas can't get the kick. Warlord going to secure the turtle somehow with 2 junglers in front of him. And that's going to be one objective going into the hands of the homeboy Zakas. Not able to find his pickoff.
My goodness, that was a very interesting attempt, but still Warlord very, very hot on his head, on his feet here. His Sicilian has been really, really on point here, but now we are going to be taking a little bit of a short pause here to figure out what's going to be happening. But what I do know is that Team Lunatix has very, very clear game plans. They made a little mistake. They tried to salvage the situation. They understood that this is the composition that we can play around with. Very, very clear objectives. But is it quick? Is it on point? Is it a little bit clean? I would say needs a little bit of improvement. So that is something that I think throughout the game, they will need to start to adapt and learn. And you can see that Homeboys is also trying to adjust and try to pick a tell on what Lunatix is trying to do throughout this game.
But based on historical data, though, we know that Homeboys, the more mature team, the more experienced team, will usually adapt to these weird situations a lot more quickly compared to Team Lunatix. So understanding that, do you think it was a good idea for Lunatix to go in with a draft like this?
Ooh, that's the thing, right? It's so risky. We've seen Lunatix kind of do it before. In the previous season when Jom and Uni was playing together, right? We have Fanny, we have a Beatrix composition. When they were playing that, they love playing this. They're very used to playing a 4-1 strategy. One on the other side, one on the other side. But in this case, this composition that they have right now is not 1-4 strategy. It's going to be like a 1-1-3 fight where you have either the Xbox kind of doing their own thing. But without further ado, looks like the game's about to go. We are going to be heading straight into the game once again. Problems has been resolved and we are jumping right in right now to see the action.
Yep, thank you very much to our marshals for resolving the problem as quickly as possible. Probably one of the fastest pauses we've had yet. So we can jump straight back into the action. Like we saw, Homeboys are currently 1 kill up. Not a very big net worth lead, but Lunatix do have a composition that would ideally want to find more pickoffs earlier into the game.
Now that I mention it as well, because Homeboys, I'm surprised that Homeboys is playing this defensively, but now it makes a little bit more sense because based on the XP tally just now, Chibi just hit his level 6, whereas Yuna has been 6 a little bit quicker because of his innate first skill, where he's able to just gobble up neutral creeps along the way. And the reason why Homeboys is playing this defensively is they're afraid that Yuna might be stealing away XP from farm from Chibi.
Yeah, they gotta make sure that the Hanzo isn't just coming in and gobbling stuff up from their side of jungle. TV though trying to make an engagement, sets up the stun into the hook, into the bloody hunt. Esha gonna be removed from the Land of Dawn before he has a chance to do anything.
Yeah, that's the problem about Team Lunatix's composition. They're playing a 1-1-3 right from the get-go, means that early pressure is pretty hard to actually get some sort of pickoff, especially when Dato is going to be playing on the goal lane here. They need Dato to be a little bit more aggressive, and Aisha and Zakas hasn't been able to set up for this kind of plays, considering how difficult it is that based on Homeboys' composition.
Yeah, you expect that Lunatix would have more catching power with Divine Judgment and Way of Dragon, and we can see the Divine Judgment onto Warlord. Not gonna be enough though. Here comes Yuna flicking forward. Zakas, he's trying to catch him. Appraiser's Wrath, not gonna do too much. Warlord finally gonna get kicked back to the jungle and taken out by the members of Team Lunatix. Zorn gets one final hook into the onward. Zakas going to be stun locked forever and removed as a vengeance kill for the Homeboys mid lane.
This is good. This is actually good for Lunatix right now here. They have a pretty good solid plan here on how they want to do it, but the mistake was Zakas got caught out. However, Zorn again with his hook.
Hunt, they catch out Esha again. Killing spree for Chibi on the Fredrin. Yuna looking for something. Sepat dropping real low. Kian losing his Raga armor. Sepat going to be able to get immortality actually just in time, so he will survive that as Zeto drops to half HP. Lunatix may have to back this off. Zakas gonna get hooked forward. Sepat into the onward. Zakas cannot find his kick. Rizal secures the kill on the Lunatix roam.
My goodness, the amount of chain CCs that Homeboys has once you get in is nearly impossible to get out. And Zakas, despite having the innate Shunpo and immune here, he wasn't able to do anything. It's just so unfortunate. But at the same time, you can see once again, Lunatix, they have a very clear game plan. Cutting the backlines is easy as long as you have this Hanzo. They just need somewhat of a distraction to allow Yuna to do his own thing. But over time, it feels like Homebois needs a little bit more tanky items in order to deal with it here, because Yuna is starting to hurt now, but eventually they will find a way. But the hook!
Zorn finding Zakas. Bloody Hunt sets up an easy kill. Rizal now 2-0.
Oh boy, Zorn is just playing out of his mind. Like, this is the signature Franco that we saw yesterday. And again, not missing a single beat here. Homeboy is now still playing a little bit safe here, playing very good controls along the objective so far. But let's take a look at the first item priority. Interesting enough, it is going to be a Sky Guardian helmet coming from Chibi. Looks like from the side of Homebois, they want to play a little bit more kiting in the early stage rather than just hard engage and taking objectives.
I'm pretty sure this is a very confident item from Chibi as well. We saw yesterday, whenever he's on Fredrin, first item is 100% anti-QRS. He goes for Guardian Helmet this game because he knows he's ahead. 3-0, this is a score we've not seen from the Fredrin since the start of the tournament. Yuna looking for Warlord, but he cannot continue this. And now Zakas is left in the lurch. Forced the flicker out to safety from 4 members of the Homebois.
Yeah, the amount of poke that Team Lunatix can do only so much unless Qian starts to build up his items here. And Ice Queen's one coming in here and there. They still need somewhat of a damage to actually deal with all these chunky bursts. But in this case, Qian is going to get caught out.
Yeah, gonna be knocked up by the Earth Shatter. Vigarga armor already gone. 3 members of the Homebois wailing down on the new EXP laner for Lunatix. And he stands no chance. Zorn currently with a 45% hook rate accuracy.
Yep, at the middle lane as well, we can see Yuna also using his ultimate here to actually break the to go in for a little bit of rat here, but the hook once again from Zorn. My goodness.
Gross into the Bennett's Rage. Esha, there is no chance. Rizal killing spree. Homebois are in full control, and Zorn raises his hook rate by another 5%.
Is that 50% hit rate? It felt like 100% to be honest. Every single time it zooms in, boom, he got a hook.
Every single time, Yuna not even gonna get a chance to jump onto Warlord before he CC'd, and Chibi secures the turtle just to add insult to injury.
Yuna again trying to make this kind of attack, and that's the downside of having a Hanzo, right? You can only steal, but you can't be the ones in front, and this is gonna be difficult considering that your ultimate has a time limit. So once you use it, you have to make a play eventually, and Homebois, they understand this, and now they're about to make action.
Zorn finally misses a hook. Earth Shatter from the backline. Suppa disrupting the back. The kick onto Zorn. Esha is gone. Mega kill. Double kill for Rizal as the backline continues to be dived under. Suppa going a bit too far. Chibi with the Praises Ref. Not gonna hit anything except for the demon from Yuna. But here goes Rizal flickering forward. Monster kill. Double kill once more for the Beatrix.
My goodness, so much damage. There is a reason why he was the MVP for Homebois yesterday. But at the same time, Yuna is going to try to salvage the situation.
Oh, bloody Han Yuna. Not even going to be able to get a cheeky kill onto Zorn, who's able to recall back with the tiniest sliver of HP. Let's have a look at that instant replay.
Oh, this replay here was just absolutely chaotic because the moment Lunatix clumped up together, Homebois knew for a fact that they have so much damage and tanky ability to actually dive the backlines. And to top it off guard, Chibi was able to hit a big fat appraisal wrap and the entire 3-man roster that's doing damage from the side of Lunatix, and there was just nothing they could have done about it.
Yeah, this is really bad for Lunatix right now. They have a lineup that needs them to be somewhat even towards the mid game, but Homebois have already run away with the momentum here. Already a 6,000 net worth lead, not even 10 minutes in. There's only the tier 2 towers left for Lunatix, and they just don't have enough damage. Detto as well as Yuna are not being able to find the kills that could potentially snowball them off of this.
Yeah, they need those DHSs, and it's so hard, especially if Yuna goes for it. Who else can go besides Yuna? Because Dato eventually won't be able to do too much. Divine Glaive is not going to hit as hard as we expect, especially against 3 very beefy tank compositions here. And the Brilliance obviously is great, but if you go for the Darkness Pounds, means that you are going to forego your invincibility, and that's going to be a big problem here for Lunatix.
Yeah, they gotta sacrifice something. It's not ideal though. Subbat already disrupting Yuna in the backline. This Edith has been making so much happen across the map. At the very least, Lunatix are able to trade the top tier 1 for that Lord. It's the first Lord of the game, shouldn't be too difficult to take out. But Homebois are very strong right now. They could even use this to potentially threaten an inhibitor.
Now the question here is, Team Lunatix, they've got so much pick-off potential, but who do they pick off? Because if you think about it here, if they try for Warlock once again, they have so much stopping capabilities from Homebois to stop that from happening. You've got the stuns from Edith, you've got the taunt from Chibi, you've got the Sanguine Claw, you've got the hook. There's just so much CC coming from Homebois.
Yuna got very close actually, dropping to Rizal to 40%. Goes to show that Hanzo has damage as long as he's given enough time to do it. It's just that the rest of Lunatix are no longer tanky or durable enough to walk in front and buy time for this Hanzo. And that's proving to be a massive issue for Lunatix.
Oh boy, look at how they dealt with the ult coming from the Yuna here. Every single time showing himself, he's doing damage, but what damage are you going to do if you're not able to move at all? And that's going to be the CC game that Homebois is going to try to do. And it's smart because they're just choking it out. They're just baiting out major important spells from Lunatix. And because of this, they're just losing so much map pressure because of this.
Yeah, textbook gameplay from the Homebois. They understand Lunatix's weakness, doesn't allow them to take any control in the early game, and after that their comp falls off hard. Homebois make sure not to disrespect their opponents, plays it slow, plays it meticulous, but also with the signature Homebois aggression.
Now, let's take a look at items as well. Raijo, he just got his Haas Claw, doesn't even need his Winds of Nature. That's pretty ballsy, but at the same time, considering that he's like a 3k net worth lead compared to Dato, why not, right? Why not? Why do I even need the Winds of Nature? Because the only physical damage here is gonna be Cho, Hanzo, and Export, but none of this tree can actually threaten him.
Rizal does not feel the need to go for defensive itemization right now. Why would he? 7-0. Zorn, conceal play, going to whiff that iron hook there. Not sure if Lunatix didn't even see them or they were just slow to respawn. But the Homebois are completely out-tempoing their opponents.
But that's the thing, right? Team Lunatix just needs one big good fight in order to turn the tide in their favor, and that's going to be picking off high-value targets. And that high-value target is going to be Raijo as well as Chibi. If they can get a single kill on 2 of those heroes, immediately it gives a little bit of hope towards Team Lunatix, but still, one fight is not going to be enough for them to actually even out the scores.
Yeah, this is a really tall order for them right now. You can see just how much advantage Homebois were able to get with that last Lord push. These are crazy numbers. You expect this from an 18-minute Lord, not from the first Lord of the game. That's not even enhanced. Homebois have full control. Like you said, Terrence, I don't feel like even a single fight victory is going to be enough for Lunatix to claw this back.
Yeah, they need to find a way here unless unless Yuna is able to do something about this Lord. Like, he needs to find a way to steal it here, because right now he does have the charge. He's all the way back in the base. He's sending up his clones out now to check the information, but maybe it's a little bit too preemptive here, considering that the Lord is not even half HP, but it does get resetted, so that means it's going to be the dance around the Lord once again.
I would probably want to pay attention to Subbat's movements. He will be going into the back line, gets us the onwards onto Kien, but the X-Borg is very tanky. He'll be fine for now. Zorn gonna walk into the brush, get pulled back by the Divine Judgment, but Lunatix will be forced into a fully defensive retreat. They know that they cannot fight Homebois head on.
This is smart. This is good. Like, don't take a improper fight here. Lunatix, they're just weighing their options right now, and if they're able to find a proper fight, that's going to be the way to go, but it seems like they are going to begin the fight.
Yeah, Chibi in the front line. Zaka's not able to get the kick angle. He still has Way of the Dragon. Chibi going to be jumping into the back. Zaka's going to be pulled back, dropping a lot of HP, somehow escaping with a tiny sliver of HP. But Team Lunatix will just be forced to retreat once again. No chance of contesting this as Chibi secures it with the Appraiser's Wrath.
Now, Chen, oh my goodness, Chibi didn't even need to use the Retribution for the Lord. Steals the purple buff away from Team Lunatix. Well, all potential chance of Lunatix making a comeback is slowly crumbling to pieces because Homebois is not giving them any kind of room to try and make a comeback out of this, because Homebois just got everything checked here. Like, based on the checklist, step 1, 2, 10, every checklist in the book in order to secure the victory has been checked out. It's all about closing the game this time.
I agree with you there. It feels like Homebois has just done this to perfection. This is a team that's very experienced, very confident. And now they're going to be even more confident as the Luminous Lord going to be crashing into the mid inhibitor, doing a good amount of damage. Yuna's Spirit not even going to last very long. Their inhibitor has fallen. Homeboys are going to be looking for more. Esha flickering from the back line. Gets the pull on the Rizel, but he flickers out to safety himself. Abrasive Draft going to miss entirely. His last Insanity zones out the rest of the Homeboys. But 5 members alive on both teams still. Not a bad result for Team Lunatix as long as they're able to continue clearing out the minion wave. The Demon going to tank the damage from Renner's Apathy, but no more Divine Judgment for Esha. Zaka's not able to get the angle for the kick either.
Oh boy, this is tough. This is rough. Like, if Esha was able to catch Rizel like 5 minutes ago, probably that would have been a kill for Team Lunatix to kind of scale back in the game. But considering that now he's level 15, he's 6 slotted with Haskell, getting himself full HP is just like 2 auto attacks away from any minions or targets right there. And this is going to be tough, but they are going to try again.
Zakas looking for the kick. Earth Shatter onto 2 members onwards. Zakas gets pulled back, taunted forever. Immortality popped on the Toe. Toe gonna flicker away. Zakas just somehow getting out, but the Abrasive Draft finishes him off with the Renner's Apathy. Legendary streak for Rizel. Here comes Yuna, and there goes Yuna. Esapa jumps in the back line, loses his immortality under the crystal. He's gonna dash out to safety. All 5 members of the Homeboys are still alive and kicking.
Wow, a lot of damage, but at the same time, no more inhibitors from the side of Team Lunatix. And Homeboy says, you know what, we are going to try and force the issue right now.
Esha gonna be zoned out, last Insanity on top of Rizel. Beatrix gonna lose immortality here and dropping real low, but he dashes over the wall as the Iron Hook catches Axborg. Kian loses immortality, uses Flicker, somehow escapes the grasp of the Homeboys.
Oh boy, a little bit too close here. Quick fingers coming from Rizel here to swap between his Winter Trinket as well as immortality, because if that did not happen, he would have just died then and there, and that would have given the gold that Team Lunatix they need, as well as XP, to kind of scale back to this game. So fortunately for Homeboys, they almost threw the fight, but still, it is still within Homeboys' control right now, because again, Lunatix, you can see the desperations are starting to kick in, but they are a little bit more refined in how they're picking their fights now because it's gotten to this stage.
As long as that desperation is able to keep them in the game, they'll go for it every single time. I gotta give props to both teams for that attack there. Homeboys are making sure not to over-invest despite a 10k net worth lead, and Lunatix somehow being able to keep their base alive, trading only Zakas' life against a full 5-man siege.
This is interesting, the movement coming from Homeboys. They're setting up an ambush with both Zorn as well as Rizel, hoping to actually catch off Yuna if Yuna decides to push out on the lane himself. But is that the wisest choice? Because as of yet, Lunatix, that's a good game plan, but I think they're just too afraid to even push out at this stage.
Yeah, they have to be. They have to be so wary, but I do like that there's still some aggression here. We can see how Esha and Zakas are positioned, potentially catch out any stragglers. Gonna be trying to scout out, provide vision. They know this next Lord will be a win condition for the Homeboys. Oh, they're gonna be bloody hunt onto Zakas, make sure that he cannot dash forward, already taking a lot of damage, dropped to 60%. The Lord will fall, and Homeboys will instantly walk away, saying that their job is done.
Oh my goodness, they got the good read on Esha as well. They knew for a fact that he is going to be flanking from the sidelines, going for the Divine Judgment, because that's happened just now against Rizel. But this time, Zorn got the good read, went for the concealed play, but unfortunately was able to stop the track. But now, let's take a look at the items real quick here. Almost everyone is almost 6 slotted as well. Data was pretty strong. A couple more items coming in from Xbox as well as Kaja is needed in order to kind of even the score, but it might be a little bit too late considering that the Lord is going to be coming in. I feel like this is going to be a do-or-die situation for Team Lunatix, and with not having immortalities here, it's going to be tough, especially dealing against Chibi.
Yep, the Lord going to be crashing in. Yuna doing a good amount of damage to Warlord in the backline. As going to pop Primal Wrath, drop down. Warlord is actually dead here, but so is Zakas. Legendary streak for Rizel. His last Insanity onto 4 members of the Homeboys does not do enough damage. Esha going to lose immortality. Death will force the flicker backwards, but they got the killing spree on today. Edith as well. Rizel going to be inside the Brilliance. Death gets the shutdown onto Rizel, and now Homeboys are forced in a full retreat as the final hit gonna find Zorn, pop immortality. Conceal does not save him from the mega kill that Yuna earns in defense of their crystal.
This is so smart coming in from Yuna. He's just taking advantage of his fury by regenerating it from this base, and then just keep on resetting all the way through because of the fact that when he uses his skill onto his multiple minions, he's able to get those charges so quickly, and because of that, everyone from Sun Homeboys just did not expect the amount of damage that Yuna is doing, and Yuna is just making it work. And this is the team fight that Lunatix needs in order to make a comeback, because slowly but surely, if Homeboys doesn't have an answer to deal with Yuna, things are gonna go south.
that base defense has changed the entire dynamic of the game. That was a Luminous Lord push with 5 members. The fact that Yuna was able to get Warlord instantly, and then the rest of Homeboys were just diving a little bit too deep. Understandably, they have a lot of damage, but Rizal flickering forward here is not the play just to go for Esha. The Kaja matters nothing at this stage, and he's just buying so much space. This is where Hanzo becomes a big pain in the butt. He is full build.
You know, it's funny considering the fact that, you know, he didn't have this much damage and mobility prior to this fight, because every single time Homeboys, they see the Yuna coming in, they will try and chain CC and clear the clones as quickly as they can. But this was the only time that Homeboys kind of ignored it, and there's a reason why you need to kind of dodge the Hanzo, right? It just brings so much damage, and for Warlord to kind of just get killed right from the ghetto, it's crazy, and it's no surprise. Look at the damage dealt coming from Yuna, 88,000.
Divine Judgment and Way of the Dragon, and Zorn is bursted into oblivion. Yuna not going to be able to jump on Rizal, but he forced the Wind of Nature out. That's going to be on cooldown for the next Lord fight.
My goodness, this is huge. This is a little bit unexpected as well. Team Lunatix pulling in a very, very big surprise here, but they're hanging on for sure. But with that economy kind of shifting back here, they kind of equalizing the score against Homeboys. And with now Chen having those Ice Queen wands, everyone from the side of Homeboys is slowly losing that mobility to actually try and threaten the backlines as much as we saw in the earlier stages of the game.
Homeboys may be getting a taste of their own medicine here.
Zakus.
Could this be the reversal? Kian and Zakus zoning out Homeboys into their own jungle. Chibi keeping vision on the Lord. Kian gonna get flipped back over the shoulder. Last insanity comes out. Warlord is dead in the backline. Rizal gonna be chased down by Zakus as he kicks him in the wrong direction. But maybe his job is done. Sabat still trying to buy time. Try to jump on top of Yuna, who is actually TP'd into the fight. But he's not gonna be able to jump on top of him. He'll get Zakus as a bit of consolation prize. Kian dropping very low, but he still has his immortality somehow. And Yuna refreshes, comes back in with the ultimate. Not going to be able to do too much with the Winter Trunkian coming out of TB. The Iron
Oh my God!
From Zorn! Pulling Esha across the world into the hands of Sabat, gaining another kill for the Homeboys.
Oh my goodness, the minions working on the crystal as well. They need to back off. Data was able to defend this. They hold on for now, but the fight is still going on here.
With the hook onto Kian once again. Last Insanity comes out of Kingdom Alive. Lord knocked up, actually saving the X4's life. But for what? This objective will finally fall into Homeboys' hands, and Lunatix will now have to prepare for another defense of their lives.
Warlord not having the time of his life at all. But let's take a look at the replay here on how things happen here. Obviously, this hook, my goodness, Zorn
That's
able
crazy.
to hook the Kaja mid-animation and then catching that. That is not an easy thing to do. That is not an easy thing to do at all.
Not simple, but so is this push. Homeboys have tried this once before, and Lunatix have foiled their plans. Esha as well will be back for this Lord dance, but the waves are synced, and Homeboys are going to be pushing this in with their Fuel Fury. Lord going to be taking a good amount of damage here from Yuna. Kian going to be taunted. Zorn looking for the hook, not going to find it. Sabai gets knocked up. Kian as well. Lord still pushing in. Very healthy, 50% HP. They're going to pop the immortality on the GB as Last Insanity applies slow to the entire team of Homeboys, and Kian gets the shutdown. Zakus with the Way of the Dragon kicking Rizal into the Divine Judgment. Immortality pops. Rizal is dead. Yuna with the unstoppable streak in defense of their crystal. Homeboys fails again.
Again, Yuna is just so damn annoying. This defense coming in from Lunatix is just crazy. The turtle defense coming in is just insane because of the fact that they've got so much dodge capabilities here. Brilliance from Dato to buy time, Firaga armor to buy time, and as long as all this time is being bought here, it allows Yuna to keep on resetting his ultimate here, and eventually Homeboys needs to find a way to deal with it, and because of that, they're just getting completely demolished. And I did not expect this at all, but Homeboys, they're fumbling because of this.
Zakus gets the kick once again onto Sabat. Way of the Dragon into the team. They get the hook onto him, but it's not going to be enough. As Last Insanity from Kian, Esha flickers forward and instantly dies. He was not expecting that. Immortality pop has to dash back to safety. Lunatix has lost their minion wave. They get TV and Rizal, but it's still not going to be enough.
I did not expect this at all, but Lunatix is pulling some really, really crazy pocket strategies. should not have went this way to go, but you know, they played it to their strengths. Yuna was able to find that one mistake from Homebois, and one is all they need, because with this Lord push advantage, it actually equalized the score for Lunatix, and Lunatix is able to keep up in terms of economy this time compared to what, 5, almost 10 minutes ago in this fight. And I don't know what to say, because Team Lunatix, they looked like they were about to lose this game, but Homebois, you know, that's the beauty about MPL, right? Expect the unexpected. But now, based on these items here, everybody's all maxed out. It's all about those immortalities and Winter Trunken swaps now.
Yeah, everyone is full build now. We can see even the switch. Yuna going for Sea Halberd, switching out that Blade of Despair just to take down the tankier members of the Homebois. This situation here, ladies and gentlemen, is unbelievable. The Homebois are fumbling in a game where they had a 10,000 net worth lead. We are in a crazy meta right now where anything can happen, and the Hanzo base defense has been incredible.
I did not expect this year. Like, this is pretty early for the day number 3 here, first week. I did not expect this kind of game. None of us, I'm pretty sure in the audience, in the viewers here, were expecting Lunatix to put Homebois in this situation. And what a way to start the play day 3 here in the regular season. It's crazy. But now, when it comes to this Lord dance here, it seems like Homebois, they are going to try to think of a different approach now. They're no longer thinking about going for a front-to-front matchup now. They're setting up with Zorn as well as Ryzel, going for an ambush, and if they are able to steal the crystal away while Team Lunatix is not home, that's going to be a win for Homebois. I guess that's going to be the idea that Homebois is going to be thinking, or if even better still, get a kill onto Yuna.
Yeah, I think that's the goal. They're gonna bait the Lord, wait until Yuna sends out his ultimate to try and catch it, and then maybe send Franco as well as Beatrix. Looks like they're making their move down in the bottom lane here. There's only going to be 2 members defending. They're actually gonna rotate over to the Lord, try and go for a pincer movement as Yuna sends in his ultimate. Onwards onto the export. Lord dropping quite low, knock up onto 3 members. Here comes Zorn, here comes Ryzel.
Oh!
Yuna gets the Lord! Now they have to get out. Bloody Hunt onto Esha. He has been slain by Ryzel. Iron Hook onto Zakas, forcing the flicker to safety. Kian losing immortality. Zakas drops his immortality. Jetto flickers forward with the brilliance. Is that a wise idea here? He is now trapped between 5 members of the Homebois. Immortality pops. Yuna coming in to try and save him. Jetto is gone. Submat pops immortality. But Lunatix may have made a mistake over investing here, as we have 5 members of the Homebois alive, trying to threaten the crystal.
It's not over yet. It's 3v5. Yuna is still alive. He's got the power potion as well. He still has the damage, but here he comes again. The Lord still hanging on.
Yep, Yuna jumps in, looking for Ryzel. Last insanity to get Kian to safety. Yuna not going to be able to get the kill. He's been stunned for quite a while. The Lord is broken. Zakas is dead. Homebois are pushing in.
They're
no
trying.
Ultimate from Kian.
The minions.
Ryzel is on the crystal. Homebois defies the odds, denies the dreams and hopes of Lunatix, and ends game 1 with a victory.
You can see the sigh of relief coming from Daddy as well. And they did not expect this, but neither did us, because this is a pretty close match. And we talked about how Lunatix was, even though they've not won a game yet, they are giving their opponents a big fight. And Homebois, fortunately for them, they were able to secure the victory for now, courtesy of that play coming in from Ryzel as well as Zorn to take the crystal, but it's still too close to be called comfort. But nevertheless, a win is still a win.
It was a very solid performance from Team Lunatix. Homebois are the ones who earned the victory here, but I think it's Lunatix who won the hearts of fans with a desperate performance that resulted in some incredible plays, and I cannot wait to see some of the clips from this game 1. I feel like they had chances at victory here, Terrence. I feel like if they just took that, they got the Lord. Yuna got that last Lord. Yes, Esha is dead. Zakas may die as well. There was no reason for Detto to flicker forward. There was no reason to risk more of their members. They're not going to get kills. Survive. Wait for the Lord. You can delay this game. But what an incredible game it was.
Well, a good defense is a good offense, but in this case, unfortunately for Lunatix, it wasn't enough. It was close, but it wasn't enough. But what I do agree with you is that even though Homebois was the favorites, Lunatix has earned our respect for their game. They have not given up despite the amount of stuff that has been happening here. But of course, we're going to be taking a look into the backstage on what things are going to be looking like here. And the MVP for that match is going to be none other than Rizal himself on that Beatrix.
Things got pretty dicey there. We have to recall Rizal went 8-0 on this Beatrix. But then all of a sudden, his life became very difficult when Yuna started chasing him down. And despite all of that, he was still able to keep his distance, dish the damage that his team needed. And that's why he continues to be the MVP for the Homebois.
Yep, I agree. And representing from Indonesia, he's definitely showed us what a capable marksman he is as well. And obviously, you know, he was just leading so much in itemizations to a point that he doesn't even need shoes, which is crazy. He just went all in damage. He needed necessary damage to actually burst him down quickly. And for him to get 12, 2, and 3, undeniably perfect early game, mid game. Late game, a little bit sloppy, but still, they still kind of got the job done here. But Rizal was the most consistent one. But I'm curious to see what Homebois has to say about that match in their mic check.
Kau nak dengar cipi jerik kat kau eh? Hai, nak pick hero apa pick aja. Bagi je lah demi Atlas. Tak kena main Atlas zombie tu.
Baik ke?
Nice!
Bawah. Ada
Ayo. Kasih tahu you.
Do you like that mic check? Do you like it? I love it. The amount of sound quality between them here, the communication of them screaming. That's the perfect mic check of how Homebois win. Feel good, win games. Lose, it's okay. As long as you feel good, that's most important. You got to keep those vibes up, baby.
That was a perfect description, a culmination of their efforts and everything. But of course, we're just kidding here. Let's just have you guys have a look at the actual mic check.
Kau tak nak dengar cipi jerik kat kau eh? Hai, nak pick hero apa pick aja. Bagi je lah demi Atlas. Tak kena main Atlas zombie tu.
Baik ke?
Nice!
Bawah. Ada
Ayo. Kasih tahu you.
Masuk. Kating.
Dapat. Tu kaca. Susah juga. Nice one guys. Nice one.
You guys gotta have more faith in us. We're not gonna leave you guys out in the lurch like that. Of course, you're gonna get to see the mic check for such an incredible game. But now, let's talk about the items. A 28-minute match. I think this was the longest yet, right?
I agree, but at the same time, please don't cancel us because I know we love trolling you guys, but it was a little bit unexpected, but we hope you guys had a little bit of fun with our little bit troll. But now, let's talk a little bit shop here and the itemizations that happened between these games here. Obviously, when it came down to Chibi, first item priority was the Sky Guardian helmet because of the fact that they were snowballing really, really hard in the game, which is very unique considering that usually, you know, the itemizations are changed because of the fact that how you are progressing in the stage of the game. Them going for a little bit greedy allowed them to go for a snowball, which was great because eventually it allowed them to take all the triple key inhibitors in the outer stage. But what really made them struggle was Warlord actually was the reason why Homebois was winning the games, because every single time they decide to fight, Sanguine Claw is the follow-up to actually chain CC a particular hero. And when they started punishing Warlock, especially coming from Hanzo, knowing that he doesn't have those defensive items to keep him alive, this is where Warlock was struggling to actually contribute the most of the defense and enable Lunatix to make a comeback.
The heroes that are more stationary and just pelt from with artillery from the back are always going to be super vulnerable to the Hanzo. And you could see that Warlord was struggling once Yuna got his items, once he became more confident to really start ambushing the back lines. Despite that though, it was still a stellar performance. And Lunatix here as well, considering how long the game went, they were also maxed out on items. You can see Depto not going for boots anymore. He wants to be the main DPS for the team. That is his role in this situation. Yuna being able to dish out a lot of damage here as well, going for that Trinity build that you usually see on marksmen. I actually kind of wonder, maybe he could have gone for a bit more burst, maybe go Heptases in that direction, you know?
It's difficult considering that he's the only physical damage here coming from Lunatix. It makes a lot of sense why he had to do that, right? Like you need the DHS to deal with the tanky ones here as well. But there's only so much he can do. But nevertheless, it was still a very, very good attempt here. I like how Yuna played it. He's not died a single time. Makes sense. you're a Hanzo. If you're dying as a Hanzo, something is wrong with you. But nevertheless, now let's take a damage output as well. Obviously, damage taker is going to be on towards Lunatix side. I'm really surprised they're able to hold on this long, considering technically how squishy their composition is with the Kaja, with the Cho. Not exactly the tankiest heroes, but fortunate for them, they were able to utilize two very, very important factors, and that is Qian's Virga armor, as well as Dato's Brilliance timings.
Yeah, those were clean. Honestly, I have to give so many props to Qian. His performance yesterday, not bad, but it felt like it could be better. Today, he really was the bulwark for Team Lunatix. And this game would have ended so much earlier if this expert wasn't there, tanking and soaking so much DPS from the side of the Homebois. The fact that the match dragged on this long is a testament to the efforts, to the skill that this new lineup has, and the potential that they can bring to this season. I'm just excited to see their growth.
Agreed. Warlord as well as Ryzo, definitely one of the strongest players here when it comes to damage output here. But now, let's talk about, because we are on this subject about the Hanzo, we obviously have to talk about the rotations of how the junglers have been playing here, especially in the 20 to 25 mark. Obviously, Chibi, two different junglers, right? One is a tank, one is an assassin. Obviously, Assassin is looking for the flank, but based on how the mechanics designed by Hanzo, you can't exactly do that. So you can see every single time Chibi moves forward, Yuna is always all the way back, trying to find the opportunities to actually show his clones and then cut the backlines. Whereas Chibi is always going to be in front, trying to open up the map.
I do feel like Chibi was very comfortable this game, though. In the past, when he's been put on Fredrin, he hasn't had very good performances, but now he really gets to show his stuff. This is an aggressive star player for the Homebois, a personality that many of their fans have loved from the very beginning, and we'll get to watch his antics here in the highlights as he was able to get first blood and really good rotations as well from Zorn. His iron hooks on point the entire game, being able to set up repeated CC chains with the Edith, with the Fredrin taunt, and you can see just why Lunatix weren't able to move around the map at all in the first few minutes.
To be honest, everyone from Homebois actually played really, really well on early game, right? Like, no mistakes, nothing was done. Everything was done to the textbook. Cross the I's, cross the T's, everything was done perfectly as well. I even mentioned it as well. Step 1 to step 10, everything was checked. It's all about closing the game. Everything has been perfect in terms of Homebois. Of course, what they did not expect was actually Hanzo doing so much damage. So that was something that none of us kind of expected as well. And I think this was the turning point from the side of Lunatix, because Homebois, they were able to do a little bit more, but at the same time, they just couldn't close out the game because of the fact that, Asia was a threat that they did not foresaw, because throughout the entire, 10 to 18-minute mark, yeah, Asia is kind of there, but every single time he shows his clones, we kill him off, they didn't exactly have this damage check to feel, and because of that, they underestimated him, forced to play a longer game.
I do think that there's a lot of teams where when they have this kind of lead, will tend to underestimate some very important CC skills on the enemy side. But I actually don't think Homebois did that this game. I feel like they still gave Esha and Zakas more than enough respect towards that late game. I think the only thing that caught them off guard was just how much damage Yuna was actually doing. A lot of teams don't really practice for heroes like this, and when they're pushed into the base, the Hanzo can just sit there, constantly regenerate his energy and keep sending his ultimate out, and that is so much DPS in such a short period of time that I don't think they were quite ready for that, because there was still a lot of attention being put onto the rest of Team Lunatix.
It's crazy. It's really crazy to see how things have kind of developed in this angle, right? Like, expected, unexpected. But what I really do love about a brand new season on MPL is that every single season, expect the unexpected. There's no such thing as the weakest thing on the first week of MPL. Everyone is giving their all. But I'm sorry to say, statistically wise, Lunatix, they're on a losing streak for now.
They are on a losing streak.
Not won a single game.
But there's growth.
There is growth.
There's evolution here.
Agreed.
We are seeing potential.
But here's a fun fact. Dato has not won a single game in MPL yet. And I feel bad for him. Since his debut from Team Secret, he has not won a single game yet. And
he was with SMG before Team Secret.
Okay, fair enough.
So I can't remember. Like, I think he played like 1 or 2 games, but it's been so long I
that you
can't
don't even
remember
remember.
if those were victories. Technically, you can count him as having won because SNG won games, but you may not be too far off the mark. Deto is a capable player, but he hasn't really had a lot of luck on the stage yet.
You know, to be honest, sometimes in life, not everything goes according to plan. Okay? Sometimes in life, not everything goes according to plan. You gotta pray a lot. You gotta be very, very hopeful. And sometimes hope can be a very, very powerful thing. Alongside with love, of course. And with love and hope, you can actually achieve a lot of things in life. And most importantly, just don't give up.
Motivational words. Icy Baby 1-2, 2023.
Thank you very much. But of course, we are about 1 more minute into the second game of drafts here. As of yet, I feel like Lunatix draft, I like the idea. Execution, a little bit of a problem. But Homebois, they need to start adapting in terms of drafts. I feel like the Hanzo is something that they definitely need to respect a little bit more. Definitely caught them by a surprise. Personally as well, I felt like that should not have been a winnable draft based on how they draft from game number 1. Oh no, they've got 4 heroes, super squishy, don't have a lot of room to work with. Hanzo was what they needed to kind of even out the score. And even then, it was still very, very risky.
It was risky, but it did end up working out for them. I think, because we always discuss about teams, they play throughout the game, they expect things to go a certain way. Like they're in the lead, they can play aggressive, they're very confident, and then something happens. They get the momentum shifted from under them, and then they just trip and fall, and they lose the game, get reversed on. In this case, it did not happen to Homebois, but I think a smaller scale of it happened to Lunatix, where when they were suddenly able to get a comeback, they became more confident, they became more aggressive, they became more in control of the game, and were expecting to be able to get kills. But they actually needed to take a step back and look at the bigger picture, because at the very end, they got the Lord Steal. There was no need to continue the fight. Sacrifice your members, wait for the Lord, and go for your base defense, because it's already worked for you twice.
That's the thing, right? Lunox is great, you know, like having the Darkening is great against tanks, but Brilliance doesn't really do as much against tanks, and that's going to be a problem, especially in later stage game. So in this cards here, hopefully adaptations need to be done here, but we are going to be heading into the drafts here for game number 2, and this time Team Homebois is going to be on the blue side again. No, sorry, Lunatix is going to be on a blue side once again, and Homebois is going to be on the red side. And again, of course, the championship coach Pops here led Team Hawks to victory for Season 10. Will he be able to lead Homebois this time? Because think about it, Homebois dominated most of the regular seasons in the previous seasons, but they have never made it to day 2 of the playoffs until the previous season.
And they're still looking for that grand final finish as well. Now that they've brought in Zorn, now that they've brought in Ryzel, now that they've brought in Pops, you can really feel the energy that this team is exuding in chasing for that trophy. So Team Lunatix definitely have an uphill climb ahead of them, but they've already shown impressive promise, and I'm interested to see how the draft will change with them shifting onto first pick, since surprise picks like the Hanzo will no longer be on the table in this position.
Yep, identical bans coming in from both sides here, even though they have flip sides. It is still going to be the Joy Valentina as well as the Martis. Homebois, however, doesn't want to deal with the Angela as well as Baxia again. So final ban here, are they going to respect the Kaja? That's going to be something that they may actually need to figure out as well. But what surprises me is that Claude was kind of ignored from both sides.
That is true.
That's weird, considering they both play really, really good Claude. Claude was just completely ignored in that game.
Because I think both these teams are inherently aware of the weaknesses that Claude has. Homebois tried playing it twice yesterday, and it cost them their entire early to mid game. So they're not going to do that here, because they know that a full frontal assault can gain momentum right from the very start.
What?
And Lunatix should be aware of that as well. But
Okay.
a Charisma ban very early on.
To be honest, I hate it, but considering it's just a first phase ban, right? Like, I know it's really strong in side lanes and as a roam. If Homebois decide to play a very similar composition again, the penalty zone can just completely lock Homebois in place and then just allow Team Lunatix to do whatever they want to do again. And I feel like it feels like it's something, you know? It's like they're afraid of something. Like, I'm trying to figure out what is it they're going to do, but Here's a fun fact. Yuna, there's a total of 9 A's in the Filipino Imports IGN, and no, it has nothing to do with academy results. Really?
Man, why are they calling him out like that? You could have totally said he has 9 A's. You know, we gotta make our players look good sometimes. You know, maybe they're actually just like hiding it. Maybe Yuna has 10 A's. You know?
Is that a hint for Yuna, like a Super Saiyan mode, like Yuna?
He's gonna add one more A to the end of his name, and then he powers up. The more A's he has, the stronger he becomes.
Maybe. But of course, Lunatix, they're going to be opening things up with Paquito as a first pick. Frederick Edith again from Homebois. Similar composition. Not changing too much from game number 1.
I think what Homebois is doing here is that they're kind of testing Kian. When they banned the turret slot, they were effectively removing one of the most consistent EXP laners in the pool. And instantly you can tell, Sapat probably wants to contest Paquito. It was not banned, and this forced Lunatix to have to pick it up themselves. When we know that Kian seems to be more... he seems to prefer the slower, tankier heroes that act as the bulk of the front line. But ooh, interesting. So it doesn't seem like it's gonna be Kian playing on the Paquito as they gonna be picking up the export. Pretty good. Actually, that's solid. I think that's okay.
It might be a jungle export as well. We've seen it kind of happen, but Lunatix, they're denying the Franco away from Zorn this time. So I hope Zacchus does not repeat himself again. We've seen it kind of happen before.
Yeah, we don't need to bring back terrible memories of hooks in the wrong direction. So we're just gonna purge that from memory as of right now, as the Homebois will pick up the Kadita, the hero that has only been picked up once for the entirety of the tournament thus far, and was not able to claim a victory.
Oh yeah, Kadita was actually banned in the previous game. This time they actually picked it up themselves. So this is gonna be the roamer Kadita coming from Homebois. So element of surprise, yeah, a lot of burst potential. Maybe not. Yeah, roamer Kadita.
Not mid?
Why would they play mid? Oh,
it's Warlord. I don't remember Zorn playing Kadita. Right?
Okay. You poised a very, very good inquiry, but my mind tells me this is a roam Kadita.
I think it's a mid Kadita. We'll see which of us is correct.
Technically, I know why you're going that angle, because if it's a solo mage, they don't really have a lot of magical damage. Yeah, fine. But because there's an Edith, there is a lot of possibilities to actually play this as mid Kadita. So there's no deficit in terms of magical damage. So I guess from that angle, I can see where you're coming from. But I feel this is a roam Kadita.
I'm still sticking to my guns here. We'll see which of us is right once we get into the game. But the bans have already proceeded quite quickly. Homebois getting rid of Faramis and Harif. Quite interesting. And Lunatix will be banning out the Kaja.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the Kaja as well, obviously Zorn, if he picks it up, well, technically it's a pretty good one, so Lunatix technically can do that.
In the world.
But the problem here is that it feels like Lunatix, they're not afraid of Zorn playing the Kufra at all. Yes, his Kufra yesterday was a little bit disappointing. Knowing him, he has been a legendary Kufra player. The pioneer of Kufra in Malaysia, the reason how they got his first championship title ever since Kufra was introduced in this game. Yesterday was a little bit of a mess. So I guess Lunatix is just saying that, you know what, pick the Kufra. We don't really mind.
They seem to be banning out heroes Zorn is more consistent on. The Kaja, which he's been playing a lot of, and of course his legendary Cho, which surprisingly we haven't seen a lot of in recent times. But we'll see how the Homebois do respond to this. From what we can tell, they are still going to be looking for that gold lane, looking for that potential mid or roam, depending on where the Kadita goes. The Beatrix going to be locked in, which I think is fine. Very flexible hero, one of the stronger marksmen universally in the meta.
To be honest, double mage coming from Homebois isn't too bad. Fredrin is a pretty good frontliner. Edith is a pretty good frontliner as well. They don't need 3, considering that Team Lunatix doesn't have an answer to cut the back lines. But here, Grinders. Lunatix is involved in 2 longest games in MPL MY Season 12 right now versus Homebois 28 minutes and 15 seconds and versus RSG 27 minutes 46 seconds. Is it RSG or
that's
SMG?
SRG.
I know.
SRG.
It's Selangor Red Giants. Oh, my bad. Oops.
You got very confused there, my friend.
I thought it was a typo.
It's understandable. We don't usually see it abbreviated as SRG, but it is the Red Giants. Lunatix gonna be bringing in the carry. Only picked once, but 100% win rate as well as the Novaria, just to make sure that that's not going to be picked up by Warlord if this is going to be a roam Kadita. How are your thoughts about Lunatix's lineup here?
I think Lunatix's lineup is pretty solid right now. Like, it's a little bit more stable compared to game number 1, for sure. They have a lot of solutions here. And with this carry pickup, it forces Homebois to think about going for a triple tank composition again. And like I said, double mage here is going to be coming from Homebois. And if that happens, I feel that this Novaria coming from Warlord is not going to have a good time, because eventually the biggest threat from the side of Lunatix is going to be both the Novaria as well as carry. Export, yeah, man, he's a little bit annoying. He's poking here, he's a little bit hard to kill, but that should be all. But no, they bring in the huge Yujong, so...
Ooh, Edith Roam.
You are right. It is going to be Edith Roam, Warlord mid. Ah, man, come on, man. I wanted to see Zorn play Kadita.
Wait, did they just switch? Zorn is playing Kadita. So it is Roam? Now this is weird.
Okay,
this is very weird.
It's funny because you're saying this is Kadita mid. I'm saying Roam. I'm right, but I was hoping it was a double mage right. So technically we're kind of both wrong, but we're both kind of right.
I'll take it, you know. A tie, everyone wins, everyone loses, everything's fine. But I do
You really like handhelds, huh?
Yeah. You know, free stuff. Free stuff is good, but either way, this is gonna be an interesting match here, I feel. Herons, break it down for us.
Yep, when it comes to these drafts as well, Lunatix definitely has a little bit more solid drafts here, but what's really interesting is that we're not seeing a Paquito jungle, but we are seeing an export jungle.
Ooh.
Regardless of the flexibilities coming in from Team Lunatix, they still have a very, very solid draft, whereas Homebois, they're bringing in the Yujong as well to try and interrupt the phase, and I want to see how they're gonna do this right now.
Oh my god, it's Zakus mid. He's playing no. I thought it was gonna be Esha Novaria, but no, it's Zakus. Okay, that's very interesting. I'm very excited to find out how this will go as we entered in the Land of Dawn. Game 2 between Team Lunatix and the Homebois. Currently 1 game up on the red side. Will they be able to get another clean victory?
Wait, you're right. Zakus mid. Okay, Zakus Novaria.
Zakus
all right.
mid.
Oh, all right. Zakus Novaria, did not expect that at all, but I hope he's going to be able to do something about this, because he is going to be setting up a lot of plays here. But meanwhile, Homebois, they tried to cut the lanes. Qian was able to intercept this. So it seems like Paquito versus Yujong matchup, it feels a little bit better compared to the Xbox versus Yujong. That does actually nothing.
Yeah, that definitely feels a lot better comparatively. The other matchup you mentioned would be a lot less interactive. And this is Zorn Kadita. I can't remember if we've seen this before. I get the feeling we have at some point, and so a lot of people are going to be saying, what am I talking about? Zorn plays Kadita. Apologies to those people. A Warlord on the Edith, I can guarantee, is something we have not seen before.
Agreed. But now, seeing a little bit of aggression here, Chibi, getting a little bit pokes here, but eventually it's just not worth it, because at this phase, Lunatix, all they gotta do is just get up to their normal level 4s, and then they're gonna be okay, but out. At the same time, Qian, ooh, okay, he's got a lot of shields. I think Sapat is just winning his lane right now.
Sapat has a lot more experience in this matchup, and this is a concern we expressed. Qian has so far been playing very tanky EXP laners, like the Edith, like the Export, like the Terizla. We've never seen him on something like a Paquito before, so this is going to be a test of his skills, especially against Sapat.
Yep, now Turtle Dance coming in as well. Lunatix going to be in a situation where they are going to be forced to get information, but they still need to be a little bit careful with how they want to do this.
Esha only hooks the turtle, not going to work for him there, as Sapat jumps onto Yuna, who is going to use the last insanity to get out to safety, allowing TV to get a free turtle. Qian a bit late to the party, and Zorn actually misses his Petrify there. Forced to back off.
Yeah, not even going for the fight as well. He's going to be saving up his rough waves here, trying to threaten Team Lunatix. Saving up to try and go in for the next attempt is going to be a smart way to go. But emblems-wise, a lot of sustainabilities here coming in from Sapat. Festival of Blood as well as the Brave Smite. Brave Smite coming from Warlord. Eventually coming from Lunatix, they need to deal with all of this sustainabilities here. Maybe getting Endurance is great, but on him is not good. But Qian, oh my god.
Yep, that's going to be the Shard Essence right there. As Sapat claims an easy first blood onto Qian. Seems like his Paquito doesn't quite match up here, and if you're in a losing EXP lane matchup, that really does determine a lot of your early pressure in this meta.
Yeah, I agree, but now hook again from Asia. They've got the vision, but the hitbox is increased. They need Yuna to kind of zone things out again. But at the same time, Homebois, they are going to be able to force a fight this.
Yep, Zorn no petrify, so Esha flickers to safety, but here comes Chibi to stop him, and the Neru's passion sets up the kill for Warlord. Detto dropping real low, Chibi!
Oh.
Appraisers, Rav, and Warlord somehow secures the double kill.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here, but it's not over yet. Zakas, ooh!
Scary, scary. Just barely gets out by flying outside the map, but that entire gold shield going the ways of Ryzel and Chibi for an incredible start for the Homebois.
Now, first item priority is going to be Hunter Strike up on Serpat, but Warlord playing Edith mid lane mage. Wow, that's something I did not expect at all, but Zorn, here he comes.
Zorn goes in, Petrify combo, rough waves, not enough damage to burst down Detto, but he will force him in a very dangerous spot.
Yep, Dato now in a little bit of trouble. Snipes comes in, it's not going to be good enough, but at the same time, Zakas replies Zorn, and they are going to be forced to disengage here unless the hook connects. No, it does not. So Homebois again going to be in the dance around the roses, but they are going to start the fight again.
Onwards into the Earth Shatter. Nibiru's passion, Esha bursted down into oblivion in an instant by 3 members of the Homebois. Okian looking for the duel at mid as well, but Serpat has already stated his superiority in this 1v1.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an easy Lord here. At the same time, Team Lunatix, all they got to do is just buy time now, right? Like, they pretty much have lost almost every single front here, every single lane. Obviously, it's all about waiting for Yuna to buy a little bit more time, get a little bit more items, and then try and contest this for the third turtle. But to do so, they need to find a way to protect Dato, because right now, they haven't been able to set up a fight just because of how Homebois is always ahead of them, cutting them mid-rotation. Denying them to regroup, and whenever they regroup, Homebois just backs off.
Yeah, Homebois are completely in control here, and that's probably the highest AI winning prediction we've ever seen. I think that was like 80% in favor of them. Only 5 minutes in, 3k net worth lead. It's understandable why the AI would think this way. Compared to before, Lunatix doesn't quite have the same sort of late game insurance in the form of the Hanzo here, so if they fall too behind at this stage, that's it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Serpat was able to catch up the levels compared to Yuna. There's actually even here in terms of jungle versus XP. So this is going to be a little bit of a big problem here. But eventually, Homebois, if they 50-50 this, they're not afraid of just dealing with whatever damage Lunatix dishes out on the table, because of the amount of sustains that Homebois has. It's just so hard to deal with. Warlock's got Spell Vamp, Chibi's got somewhat of heals, but bottom lane, oh my goodness.
Bottom attempt. Hien already had enough difficulty against Serpat alone. If you add Zorn to that recipe, then it's just bad for the side of Team Lunatix. They're going to lose the bottom tier 1, forced to rotate up to make sure their tier 2 doesn't fall too.
Genius one up on Zorn as a first item priority. That's genius indeed.
Yeah, we see Serpat, he's actually by himself here. Bloody Hunt gonna find him. 4 members of Lunatix finally getting vengeance for Hien as Serpat will fall.
This is huge. This is what they needed. Like, they're finally able to find a pick off like that, considering that Homebois is kind of overextended. That is huge for them. But at the same time, Chen is going to be left isolated here.
Unfortunately, Warlord does not have Onward off cooldown, so he's not able to catch Kido, who is now going to be going on a journey across the world to try and make sure he doesn't meet his grave anytime soon. In the meantime, though, we can see in the mid lane a bit of an altercation. Chibi already trying to set up the wave push for the turtle.
Yep. Great disengage here coming from Chen. He was able to take away a little bit of pressure from the side of Homebois. That gives him a little more space now, considering that Asia, as well as Dato, is slowly scaling. Because eventually, if Dato is not stopped in his tracks, Homebois is going to have a very difficult time dealing with damage, but here comes the catch.
Warlord finds Yuna. He gets Iron Hooked into the Bloody Hunt, but no damage from the backline as Yuna loses immortality instantly. Black Dragon form from Serpat. Just to zone out the rest of Lunatix. They will have no chance at saving their jungler.
Yep, too much AoEs, too much CCs, but
They're
Warlord!
still going for it. The Flicker, Earth Shadow, Serpat jumping in. 3 members toss it into the rough waves. Homebois obliterates the lineup of Team Lunatix and wipes them off the face of the map.
Beautiful layering coming from Homebois here. Like, to start things off, who would have thought that Warlord's Earth Shatter chained into the taunt, chained into the Terrify, chained into the knockup coming from Zorn, and then killing him off. Because if any of that was stacked together for that CC, Dato might have lived right there.
That's just insane. Homeboys are so perfectly harmonized right now. It's a symphony. SGB gonna taunt Yuna again. Ryzel's in the area, but this may be a bad position as Kian jumps into the backline, forces the flicker from the Beatrix. Last Insanity a bit too late. Zach is not going to find the snipe. No casualties here.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult here, but Homeboys, again, they can reset their fight once again. Lunatix, they need to find a way, because Dato hasn't been able to get free hits at all, considering the amount of CCs coming from Homeboys. And Lunatix, they don't really have that much, except for the KO punch as well as the Bloody Hunt coming from Asia. But aside from that, there's nothing really they can do, because everyone from Homeboys has just gotten somewhat of a CC, somewhat of a stun to mitigate them. And on top of it all, they've got so much sustainabilities, which eventually Lunatix need to deal with those healing potential that Homeboys is going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in having Warlord in the mid position as well. And as we can see from his items, he's got those roam boots. That's going to be a dire hit on the Edith along with the conceal on Zorn. So a lot of utility here as well as extra damage. We've never seen Warlord on the Edith before, but his score is saying that this is very comfortable for him.
Well, technically Edith is, even though it's a tank marksman, in my textbook it's kind of a mage as well, because his majority damage comes from his ultimate magic damage. So I guess I agree with the angle, but hook comes in.
They get the hooks up by Bloody Hunter, jumps backwards, petrified. Deto gonna be able to purify, but he's still being locked on by the Black Dragon. Ryzel gets the killing spree onto Yuna as Deto falls to Sabat, chasing him down to the ends of the earth. And Zorn outplays Esha. Don't know if he needed to use the rough waves there, but why not?
Hey, it's classic Zorn, man. Like, you know you won the game, just go for it. And then just flex on it, because there's nothing Lunatix could have done. Like, even with the rough waves in hands, or without it, Lunatix wouldn't be able to push that. It's the confidence. He knows his opponents right now.
Zorn is definitely the epitome of confidence right here. And he's making it known. Homeboys with the 6,000 goal lead. Lord pushing up. In the previous game, Homeboys were able to get massive amounts of structures with just the first Lord. I don't think they'll try to go as aggressively this time, but this is still going to be a very important defense for Lunatix.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's called the king of emotes. And in this case, look at this. He's just taking a selfie picture. He knows that they can see him, but so what? Because right now, Chen is going to be in a bit of trouble here.
Yep, nice flicker from Kian. Will get him out of Zorn's iron sights. Make sure he survives, but all the external towers have fallen. Esha going to miss his iron hook. Not going to catch out Chibi. Lord will collide, but it's the first Lord, so not too much damage onto the inhib. Sabat threatening bot, but the pulse from the tower, make sure to take that out. Black Dragon form. Homeboy's investing. Earth Crafter, flicker forward, patches out Yuna. Iron hook pulls Warlord back, gets the kill onto the Edith, but what will it cost? Yuna will drop his immortality. Chibi going forward for the stun. Appraiser's Wrath into the Renner. Zapate, mega kill on Ryzel. Iron hook pulling Chibi back, but it doesn't matter because all the structures are falling. Homeboys going to take this last one as well. Lunatix, will they be able to defend it with no minions left? Looks like they will. Homeboys doing so much damage.
Yep. Now, considering that Homeboys has got the sustains here, they are going to try and go for it more. They just got the Queen Wings as well, so they are going to be taking a little bit more damage reduction here to try and sustain with their spell vans. But what you say, they will settle down with this inhibitor and they will back out. So this is going to be the reset. This is interesting. This is very smart of Homeboys. Again, playing it safe, playing it good, but Lunatix has been put in this exact same situation from game one.
Yeah, but
how
this
do they
time,
equalize the 10k deficit?
They don't have the Hanzo this time. They don't have enough damage this time. And compared to the previous game, they did not lose all of their inhibitors on the first Lord of the game. This is dire for Lunatix. And the biggest net worth lead we've seen, the earliest we've seen here, 12 minutes in, 10,000 for the Homeboys. Lunatix were able to make up this deficit in game one, but I'm not seeing the chances of that in game two.
It's going to be a little bit difficult, but Zorn, once again, the king of emotes, known for his emotes here. A legacy, legendary player here in MPL MY. The only player in MPL MY history, as well as SG, to be playing in all seasons, all 12 seasons. The only player thus far.
Yep, he's very eager to reclaim that championship title. And he's looking to gain it this season with the Homeboys, who are right now playing this game masterfully. Look at that AI. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Oh, hold on though. Zorn gonna get caught out. Will he fight the bullet for his mistakes? Rough waves gets him out. Lunatix trying to chase, trying to get something.
Oh, no.
Flickers forward.
Zorn.
He's kiting him. He's got no HP. His health bar is as low as the AI winning prediction, but he finally gets taken out.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen Zorn taunt and then got messed up, because now he's calling his members here to kind of bully him, and Chen is gonna be the casualty here. Was it worth it, Chen? Was it worth it?
Considering the mental damage, I would take it in that position, man. You get the kill on Zorn after he's taunting in your face. I would take it. Considering Lunatix, their chances right now are not looking all that bright.
That's the first time I've ever seen Zorn taunting this hard and then got punished for it.
Karma.
First time
finally some
ever.
karma. Unfortunately, not gonna have too much of that, as now Homebois are pushing in onwards. Black Dragon Front comes in. Iron Hook not gonna do too much as the Retrify. Gonna find 2 members. The suppress onto Sabat. Not going to matter as the crystal bursts. And Homebois secures a clean sweep against Team Lunatix.
Very, very convincing game 2 here. Easy game for Homebois. And of course, they will slay the Wolves here as Homebois secures their second series in MPL MY's Week 1 regular seasons. And of course, Homebois, they definitely did not disappoint. However, it's sad to say for Lunatix, they will be taking an L in the first week. Thus far, all the games they've played so far has been amazing, but this game too, a little bit difficult here for Lunatix.
Can't blame him though. Lunatix really has the deck stacked against him, having to start off the season against Red Giants, against Homebois. These are not easy teams to fight, and they put up a really solid game here. But it's the Homebois who get the victory, and from the Slayer of Demons, they become the Slayer of Wolves. They're gonna be sitting very pretty near the top of the charts and are eager to rise to the top as the weeks continue. So let's see what they have to say about the occasion, throwing it over to our host on stage.
Dan itu dia Flame Boys, make some noise for Homebois. Alright. Ini adalah kemenangan kedua untuk pasukan Homebois. Chibi, I nak tanya dulu. First game tu, dia macam Homebois susah sikit nak close game. Tapi, masa korang close game tu, korang rasa lega tak?
Lega lah sebab kita orang rasa sebab talent end sebab ada Xbox orang kuat sangat untuk late game, so kita orang kena disiplin lagi lah insyaAllah.
So pada second game tu korang step up on discipline ke?
Yang kedua tu kita orang betul-betul tutup dorang macam mana tak nak bagi dorang farm apa semua, so kita orang tutup dengan close game awal lah.
Alright, okay, very good. Next. Rizal. MVP kita pada game pertama, MVP kita kedua-dua game semalam. Rizal, apa secret Rizal actually?
Makan ayam gunting.
Makan ayam gunting. Hari ni makan ayam gunting ke tak, Anip?
Belum.
Oh, so nanti Anip belanja. Alright, okay. Thank you very much. Zorn. Okay. The legendary Zorn. Okay. Kita tahu next match Homebois adalah against SMG, which is your ex-team. Apa yang Zorn nak cakap dekat SMG dan juga Sasa?
SMG rasanya saya pun dah keluar dah kat tim SMG. Jadi setakat SMG rasanya sepanjang saya dengan SMG saya rasa diorang tak adalah kot mana. Sebab itulah saya keluar kot. Saya masuk Homebois. Homebois adalah tim yang akan M5 tahun ni.
Alright. I'm not gonna say anything else. We'll let the match do the talking, okay? Alright, guys. Audience, Dewan Sri Putra.
Antagonis, okay?
Sekejap. I nak announce MVP dulu. Alright, boleh?
Boleh.
Okay, Dewan Sri Putra, siapakah MVP anda?
Zod!
Alright, count with me. 3, 2, 1. MVP kita adalah Warlord! Warlord! Hai Warlord!
Hello.
Okay, pada game pertama kita boleh nampak Warlord punya Sicilian memang lain macam. Adakah Sicilian ialah satu kunci kemenangan untuk Homebois?
Semua hero boleh bagi kemenangan.
Apa favourite mid laner atau mage Warlord?
ODT.
Oh, okay. Are we gonna see Odette soon, Coach? Odette, boleh nampak tak? Coach nak jawab.
Zon kata SMG biasa-biasa kan. Mungkin kita orang pakai lawan SMG kot.
Oh! Okay. Alright, sebelum I throw it back to the casters, analis kita ada ayat or two. Silakan.
Season lepas, kita orang kalah dengan Lunatix, so kemenangan hari ini kita persembahkan buat Solos.
Okay.
Okay, kalau untuk player Lunatix actually untuk Zakus rasanya tak payah comeback kot sebab kalah juga kan.
Oh my gosh. Homebois is hot today, but Homebois did win. So guys, once again, congratulations kepada pasukan Homebois. Thank you so much, boys. Congratulations. And mari, let's show it back to the casters to wrap up what happened in this best of 2 series. Caster, silakan.
Ooh, we just had to do some serious dodging there because there are so many shots fired by the Homebois. This is a team that knows how to rile up the crowd. And of course, their MVP of the match, Warlord, being able to secure so many great rotations on that game as Ide.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, his game 2 was really good. His game 1 was very consistent as well. Even though he died in the later stage of the game, he kind of prolonged the fight, but he was very consistent in just following up with his fights thus far. So obviously, he is going to be the MVP of the match, and he's played really well. And obviously, Edith, mid, unheard of, pulled off. He's died 4 times, but the amount of setups he's been doing for the team, phenomenal. Never ever seen it before, but beautifully done.
So let's see what they have to say about it themselves as we throw it over to the mic check.
Senyum sekali.
Senyum.
Ayah kau senyum dengan engkau. Asal.
Kenapa player dia lagi boyfriend aku?
Tak, pan. Pecah pala kau.
Kalau kita dah simpan hero balik.
Kami kat Franco-nya. Sebab ya. Bagi dah, bagi. Pakai tu kanan ya.
Atas sampai atas.
Tak lagi. Bawa. Bawa boleh.
Kasih sok. Nice
one.
Bawa.
Ya, kau dah boleh buat.
Langsung
kasih.
Buat ni ya. Tak ada minion tu. Spot ya.
Kasih. Nice.
Now, that was a very calculated mic check, I'd say.
I'm actually surprised. It speaks to the amount of experience, the maturity that Homebois have been able to achieve. Because we remember this to be a very loud team, a very aggressive team. They love being up on stage. They love getting those kills. But now there's a quality to it. They understand what it is they need to do. And they're able to hold back some of their primal instincts to make sure that at the end of the day, they see that victory screen.
Agreed, but at the same time as well, you know, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. Zakas not going for the Clock of Destiny, try to go for the Enchanted Talisman as well with the Trunken. Didn't see too much damage coming from him here. So before we get into the damage department, I want to take a look on how the Homebois actually won this game. And the amount of sustains they had. Brave Smite, Festival of Blood, Brave Smite from Edith as well, Tenacity, very tanky ones. But to top it off, they've also gotten a Queen Wing for Chibi to kind of sustain through the damage. And it feels like even though Queen Wing is not necessarily the greatest against a composition against a carry, but considering how far ahead they are, carry hasn't been able to reach that power spike. And this Queen Wing is so beneficial when they're tanking against the Paquito, Export, as well as the Novara to a certain degree. And it feels like it's just straight up a flex and just taking advantage of the cooldown cooldown reduction ability on the item itself.
Yeah, Queen's Wings has a lot of inherent synergy with Red Rin, but you don't see it very often because it is a bit greedy. It only takes a factor when you're low on HP, and if you're behind, you're usually dead by then. But it works out here because you can see that Team Lunatix were not able to get a foothold in this game. Like you mentioned earlier, no Clock of Destiny here. Zaka still went for that Enchanted Talisman, and I gotta be honest, I don't feel like he needed to do that. He's already got Impure Rage. Maybe he could have even chosen to go for, say, the Common Emblem to get a bit more regen, pump up the magic damage. I don't really know.
Yeah, but even Dato as well, he's gotten like 5 item power spike. He just doesn't have the capabilities to actually do the damage because considering the amount of stuns and CCs that Homebois bring to the table, he hasn't been able to do free hits. And to top it off, look at the damage output as well. Like Zaka's not doing a lot as well, but Ryzel, consistent GPM, 924 gold per minute on his Beatrix again. He's just farming like a mad machine.
Isn't that like the highest GPM we've seen so far this season?
It could be, you know, it could be.
I don't think we've seen anyone break 900 yet. I actually thought it wouldn't be possible in this meta because things are getting more active, the farming is slowing down, but leave it to Ryzel. He's really making waves here ever since he came from ID.
Yeah, he is definitely someone to be watching out for as well. Look at him, he's the carry as well, doing the most amount of damage throughout this entire team fight. Forgotten one is Chibi. Obviously, damage taker is going to be sent back from Chibi. But need I remind you as well, Serpat has been playing really well on his first laning phase on his Yuzhong. That is something that we kind of missed out a little bit here. But both of the damage dealt, despite all this, I'm surprised that it's pretty 50-50. It's just that Homebois has more CCs to actually finish off their fights. And because of this, very, very nice game coming from Homebois. But of course, in case we missed out on action here, let's take a look at the highlights on how they actually win this game. Because during this fight here, Serpat kind of opened things up to slow out progression down the bottom lane. And ever since that kind of happened, Lunatix hasn't been able to group up with the rest of the team to kind of force a fight. And every single time this happens, Homebois is always pushing the pressure to try and force a fight. And even here as well, look at them. They're always group up in 5. Lunatix just couldn't even find an opportunity to force a fight because of all these little things and housekeeping that Homebois is just so far ahead.
I think just from game 1, Homebois have already understood what it is that makes Team Lunatix tick. And a lot of their compositions tend to end up with a lack of crowd control.
Yep.
You mentioned there's so much crowd control on the Homebois. Look at Lunatix side. They're depending wholly on Esha. They have a little bit on the Paquito, but other than that, they're just sitting ducks a lot of the time, which is why Homebois felt so comfortable of just running them down right from the very beginning, diving towers, going for kills, snowballing, because they understand that now without the Hanzo they have to deal with, even with the X-Borg, which is being put in a jungle position, it's going to be very difficult for them to mount the same kind of comeback we saw.
Agreed. It's very, very difficult indeed here. But nevertheless here, good attempt coming from Lunatix here. However, their journey will end for this week for now, obviously. They are going to be playing in the following weeks to come, but they will definitely need to rethink their strategy. It is the first week, you know. It's all about proving themselves, making a statement, introduction, debut match here in MPL Season 12. And we've seen a very, very strong showing coming from Homebois. We've seen a very, very strong showing coming from Selangor Red Giants as well, which is something that I'm excited to see, considering that Lunatix didn't exactly do too well against them, but they definitely put on a fight against them. So that's something that I'm looking forward to see later on, because if I do recall, Selangor Red Giants is going to be playing up next Edge.
Yeah, actually, just some really intense matches that are going to be coming up very soon for the rest of the day. But before we move on to the second match, we got to see what happens from the results of the first match to the MPL MY Season 12 standings. As we can see, that Homebois gonna be sitting pretty now at the top of the charts. Gonna be tying up with Team Hag, actually keeping it very tight with their 4-1 game win-loss, 80% win percentage, getting 5 points. Unfortunately, with that loss, we can see that Lunatix still not able to get a victory, and their score remains at 0.
Of course, Selangor Red Giants is going to be on the 3rd place here as well, on 3rd place. And that's something that I'm looking forward to as well, because their opponents is going to be against Red Esports, where they are going to be making their first appearance later on. So that's something that I think a lot of us are curious to see how far and how well Red Esports is going to be playing in these upcoming matches.
That's true. They're the only team so far that hasn't shown their faces on the Season 12 stage yet. And I feel like we've heard some very promising things about this team. They improved really heavily in the previous season, growing throughout the regular season to the playoffs. And I feel like we're going to see something even more.
Can I leak something?
Leak something?
Yeah.
Yeah? What you got?
Kim, the child prodigy, might not be playing.
Ooh.
But you know what? I want to leak some more? And that is actually the Kagura Beyond the Cloud skin. And from 8th of August all the way to the 4th of September, Beyond the Clouds Elven Scroll event is actually happening right now. And there are discounts where you can actually do quests and side missions every single day to limit it down until 1,068 diamonds of deduction. So technically, you can almost get it for free. And of course, if you have weekly diamond pass active, you also stand a chance to win the skin for absolutely free. So be sure to join the Clouds Draw event as well on the 12th of August for a chance to get the Edith as well as the Xavier skin.
We see, honestly, the effects of this skin are really clean. They're very pretty, and I'm looking forward to getting it. That's why I'm working real hard to get those points, get those discounts. But these teams are working just as hard as well, and we're going to see all their blood, sweat, and tears on the stage again for a second match of the day. Like you mentioned, it is going to be Red Esports versus the Selangor Red Giants.
Now, this is going to be a very interesting one here because we've seen Selangor Red Giants, before coming to the MPL in the SPS series, right? They were doing really well. They didn't exactly make it that far, but coming into here, they starting things off with a very, very clean 2-0. And of course, here's another hint one again. Red Giants might be bringing something new to the table as well. I heard a rumor that the coach might not be Wacky this time.
Ooh, is that so?
I heard.
That's quite interesting. We got some spicy stuff to discuss. But before then, we're gonna take a short break, make sure that everything is set up and all of the players are ready for what is going to be probably the highlight match of the day, as we did see Selangor Red Giants perform incredibly well. So the only team left in the season that hasn't shown their gameplay. We'll get to see that after this. My name's Staffa, alongside IceBaby12 on the English desk. We'll see you in a few moments as we go on this break. When we come back, it's gonna be Red versus Red.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Homebois. Hai, apa nama?
Hai,
Saya,
okay. Nama saya Nazmi ya.
Nazmi.
Yeah.
Alright, Nazmi. Hari ni Nazmi datang sokong pasukan Homebois. Tapi favorite player awak siapa?
John.
Zon?
Ya.
Kenapa awak suka Zon?
Sebab dia sama role dengan saya, Roma.
Oh, so you suka Roma?
Ya.
Nak jumpa Zon tak?
Nak.
Alright, jom.
Alright.
Jaga Hi. Sorry kacau, Zorn. There's a fan that wants to meet you. Alright. Alright. Sini. Tengok kamera. Alright. So, Zorn, dia cakap awak adalah idola dia. So, you nak bagi ayat atau nak tanya soalan dekat Zorn tak?
Nak bagi ayat ni.
Okey, silakan.
Okey, adakah boleh membatai tim Todak next season?
Next season, tak nak musim ni?
Dia musim ni.
Musim ni.
Ya, musim ni.
Season belum lagi. Okey, untuk bantai Todak kita orang memang hasrat kita orang nak potong dorang punya peluang untuk masuk ke M5. Jadi season ni memang kita orang support
Ya, support.
Okey, baik.
Oh my.
Wait and see
Wait and see. Okey.
Sekali lagi.
Wait and see
ya Todak.
Wait, tak ada chemistry. Okey.
I rasa Homebois hari ni ialah satu pasukan yang sangat panas, sangat pedas. Tapi kita nampak that Zon nak bagi something dekat Nazmir. So, silakan.
Dia hadiah sempena mengidolakan saya.
Wow.
Terima kasih.
Buka sikit, tunjuk sikit. Dapat apa?
Wah, ada merchandise lagi ya. Wah.
Dapat baju lagi.
Sama. Wah, tak apa. Rezeki.
Alright, everybody.
Homebois forever.
Oh, Homebois forever. Alright, guys. Jangan lupa join the Homebois fan club. And with that being said, terima kasih kepada Zon dan juga Nazmir. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
said I was returning it.
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Homebois. Hai, apa nama?
Hai,
Saya,
okay. Nama saya Nazmi ya.
Nazmi.
Yeah.
Alright, Nazmi. Hari ni Nazmi datang sokong pasukan Homebois. Tapi favorite player awak siapa?
John.
Zon?
Yeah.
Kenapa awak suka Zon?
Sebab dia apa sama tu dengan saya, Roma.
Oh, so you suka Roma?
Yeah.
Nak jumpa Zon tak?
Nak.
Alright, jom.
Alright.
Jaga Hai. Sorry Sorry kacau. Zorn, there's a fan that wants to meet you. Alright. Alright. Sini. Tengok kamera. Alright. So, Zorn, dia cakap awak adalah idola dia. So, you nak bagi ayat atau nak tanya soalan dekat Zorn tak?
Nak bagi ayat je.
Okey, silakan.
Okey, adakah boleh membantai tim Todak next season?
Next season, tak nak musim ni?
Ya, musim ni.
Musim ni.
Ya, musim ni.
Season belum lagi. Okey, untuk bantai Todak kita orang memang hasrat kita orang nak potong dorang punya peluang untuk masuk ke M5. Jadi season ni memang kita orang support
Ya, support.
Okey, baik.
Oh my.
Wait and see ya.
Wait and see. Okey.
Sekali lagi.
Wait and
see ya Todak.
Wait, tak ada chemistry. Okey.
I rasa Homebois hari ni ialah satu pasukan yang sangat panas, sangat pedas. Tapi kita nampak that Zon nak bagi something dekat Nazmir. So, silakan.
Ini hadiah sempena mengidolakan saya.
Wow.
Terima kasih.
Buka sikit, tunjuk sikit. Dapat apa?
Wah, ada merchandise sendiri ya. Wah.
Dapat baju lagi.
Sama. Wah, tak apa. Rezeki.
Alright, everybody.
Homebois forever.
Oh, Homebois forever. Alright, guys. Jangan lupa join the Homebois fan club. And with that being said, terima kasih kepada Zorn dan juga Nazmir. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Homebois. Hai, apa nama?
Hai,
Saya,
okay. Nama saya Nazmi
Nazmi.
Yeah.
Alright, Nazmi. Hari ni Nazmi datang sokong pasukan Homebois. Tapi favorite player awak siapa?
John.
Zon?
Yeah.
Kenapa awak suka Zon?
Sebab dia sama role dengan saya, Roma.
Oh, so you suka Roma?
Yeah.
Nak jumpa Zon tak?
Nak.
Alright, jom.
Alright.
Jaga Hi. Sorry kacau, Zorn. There's a fan that wants to meet you. Alright. Alright. Sini.
Ini.
Tengok kamera. Alright. So, Zorn, dia cakap awak adalah idola dia. So, you nak bagi ayat atau nak tanya soalan dekat Zon tak?
Nak bagi ayat ni.
Okey, silakan.
Okey, adakah boleh membantai tim Todak next season?
Next season, tak nak musim ni?
Ya, musim ni.
Musim ni.
Ya, musim ni, musim ni.
Season belum lagi. Okey, untuk bantai Todak kita orang memang hasrat kita orang nak potong dorang punya peluang untuk masuk ke M5. Jadi season ni memang kita orang support
Ya, support.
Okey, baik.
Oh my!
Wait and see ya.
Wait and see. Okey.
Sekali lagi?
Wait and see.
Wait and see ya Todak.
Wait, tak ada chemistry.
Okey.
I rasa Homebois hari ni ialah satu pasukan yang sangat panas, sangat pedas. Tapi kita nampak that Zon nak bagi something dekat Nazmir. So, silakan.
Dia hadiah sempena mengidolakan saya.
Wow!
Terima kasih.
Buka sikit, tunjuk sikit. Dapat apa?
Wah, ada merchandise sendiri ya. Wah.
Dapat baju lagi.
Sama. Wah, tak apa. Rezeki.
Alright, everybody.
Homebois forever.
Oh, Homebois forever. Alright, guys. Jangan lupa join the Homebois fan club. And with that being said, terima kasih kepada Zon dan juga Nazmir. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legend. An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Killing spree. Mega kill. Victory.
Hai semua, selamat kembali kepada The Hot League. Di negeri anda bersama dengan saya, Rose. Dan of course, a fan daripada pasukan Homebois. Hai, apa nama?
Hai,
Saya,
okay. Nama saya Nazmi
Nazmi.
Yeah.
Alright, Nazmi. Hari ni Nazmi datang sokong pasukan Homebois. Tapi favorite player awak siapa?
John.
Zon.
Yeah.
Kenapa awak suka Zon?
Sebab dia apa sama role dengan saya, Roma.
Oh, so you suka Roma?
Yeah.
Dah jumpa Zon tak?
Nak.
Alright, jom.
Alright.
Jaga Hi. Sorry kacau, Zorn. There's a fan that wants to meet you. Alright.
Dia dekat.
Alright. Sini.
Ini.
Tengok kamera. Alright. So, Zorn, dia cakap awak adalah idola dia. So, you nak bagi ayat atau nak tanya soalan dekat Zon tak?
Nak bagi ayat ni.
Okey, silakan.
Okey, adakah boleh membatai Team Todak next season?
Next season, tak nak musim ni?
Dia musim ni.
Musim ni.
Ya, musim ni.
Season belum lagi. Okey, untuk bantai Todak kita orang memang hasrat kita orang nak potong dorang punya peluang untuk masuk ke M5. Jadi season ni memang kita orang support
Ya, support.
Okey, baik.
Oh my.
Wait and see ya.
Wait and see. Okey, Okay.
Sekali lagi.
Wait and see.
Wait and see ya Todak.
Wait, tak ada chemistry.
Okay.
I rasa Homebois hari ni ialah satu pasukan yang sangat panas, sangat pedas. Tapi kita nampak that Zon nak bagi something dekat Nazmi. So, silakan.
Dia hadiah sempena mengidolakan saya.
Wow.
Cik.
Buka sikit, tunjuk sikit. Dapat apa?
Wah, ada merchandise sendiri ya. Wah.
Dapat baju lagi.
Sama. Wah, tak apa. Rezeki.
Alright, everybody.
Homebois forever.
Oh, Homebois forever. Alright, guys. Jangan lupa join the Homebois fan club. And with that being said, terima kasih kepada Zon dan juga Nazmi. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Homebois. Hai, apa nama?
Hai,
Saya,
okay. Nama saya Nazmi
Nazmi.
Yeah.
Alright, Nazmi. Hari ni Nazmi datang sokong pasukan Homebois. Tapi favorite player awak siapa?
John.
Zon?
Yeah.
Kenapa awak suka Zon?
Sebab dia sama role dengan saya, Roma.
Oh, so you suka Roma?
Yeah.
Nak jumpa Zon tak?
Nak.
Alright, jom.
Alright.
Jaga Hi. Sorry kacau, Zorn. There's a fan that wants to meet you. Alright. Alright. Sini. Tengok kamera. Alright. So, Zorn, dia cakap awak adalah idola dia. So, you nak bagi ayat atau nak tanya soalan dekat Zorn tak?
Nak bagi ayat ni.
Okey, silakan.
Okey, adakah boleh membatai Team Todak next season?
Next season, tak nak musim ni?
Ya, musim ni.
Musim ni.
Ya, musim ni.
Next season belum lagi. Okey, untuk bantai Todak kita orang memang hasrat kita orang nak potong orang punya peluang untuk masuk ke M5. Jadi season ni memang kita orang support
Ya, support.
Okey, baik.
Oh my.
Wait and see
Wait and see. Okey.
Sekali lagi?
Wait and see
ya Todak.
Wait, tak ada chemistry. Okey.
I rasa Homebois hari ni ialah satu pasukan yang sangat panas, sangat pedas. Tapi kita nampak that Zon nak bagi something dekat Nazmi. So, silakan.
Dia hadiah sempena mengidolakan saya.
Wow.
Terima kasih.
Bukan Buka sikit, tunjuk sikit. Dapat apa?
Wah, ada merchandise lagi ya. Wah.
Dapat baju lagi.
Sama. Wah, tak apa. Rezeki.
Alright, everybody.
Homebois forever.
Oh, Homebois forever. Alright, guys. Jangan lupa join the Homebois fan club. And with that being said, terima kasih kepada Zon dan juga Nazmir. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Hai semua, selamat kembali kepada The Hot League Meet and Greet anda bersama dengan saya Rose dan of course a fan daripada pasukan Homebois. Hai, apa nama?
Hai,
Saya.
okay. Nama saya Nazmi
Nazmi.
Yeah.
Alright, Nazmi. Hari ni Nazmi datang sokong pasukan Homebois tapi favorite player awak siapa?
John.
Zon.
Yeah.
Kenapa awak suka Zon?
Sebab dia sama role dengan saya, normal.
Oh, so you suka Roma?
Yeah.
Dah jumpa Zon tak?
Nak?
Alright, jom.
Alright.
Jaga Hi. Sorry kacau, Zorn. There's a fan that wants to meet you. Alright. Alright. Sini.
Ini
Tengok kamera. Alright. So, Zorn, dia cakap awak adalah idola dia. So, you nak bagi ayat atau nak tanya soalan dekat Zon tak?
Nak bagi ayat ni.
Okey, silakan.
Okay, adakah boleh membatai Team Todak next season?
Next season, tak nak musim ni?
Ya, musim ni.
musim ni.
Ya, musim ni.
Season belum lagi. Okey, untuk bantai Todak kita orang memang hasrat kita orang nak potong orang punya peluang untuk masuk ke M5. Jadi season ni memang kita orang support
Ya, support.
Okey, baik.
Oh my.
Wait and see
Wait and see. Okey.
Sekali lagi.
Wait and
see Todak.
Wait, tak ada chemistry.
Okay.
I rasa Homebois hari ni ialah satu pasukan yang sangat panas, sangat pedas. Tapi kita nampak that Zon nak bagi something dekat Nazmi. So, silakan.
Dia hadiah sempena mengidolakan saya.
Wow.
Terima
Buka sikit, tunjuk sikit. Dapat apa?
Wah, ada merchandise sendiri Wah.
Dapat baju lagi.
Sama. Wah, tak apa. Rezeki.
Alright, everybody.
Homebois forever.
Oh, Homebois forever. Alright, guys. Jangan lupa join the Homebois fan club. And with that being said, terima kasih kepada Zon dan juga Nazmi. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu pertama hari ketiga. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada dekat match kedua untuk hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang Red Esports. So, I nak tanya, Dewan Sri Putra, merah mana yang lagi cerah? Alright. Dari sini kita ada drums, dari sini kita ada screams. Tapi, the players are now ready. So, mari kita jemput ke atas pentas Red Esports. Kembali dengan penuh yakin dan bersemangat, membawa masuk bakat baru ke dalam pasukan, Exhort bersedia membantu Red Esports untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Dikuatkan lagi dengan analis baru iaitu Shamilo bersama jurulatih Sora Payung. Bolehkah Red Esports membuktikan mereka pasukan merah yang lebih kuat? Mari kita nantikan. And now, let us welcome up on stage Selangor Red Giants. Pasukan yang berjaya memberi kejutan di peringkat antarabangsa. Mereka bersedia untuk memberi cabaran dan melayakkan diri ke M5. Setelah mendominasi perlawanan semalam dengan kemenangan 2-0, bolehkah Selangor Red Giants mengekalkan momentum hari ini? Masanya untuk kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Memperkenalkan di Head of League Ops Johnson, Head Marshal Lukman dan Marshals Anis dan Irfan. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelaga, lawan di Land of God. Alright guys, kita ada dua-dua merah atas pentas sekali lagi. Last season kita dah nampak merah mana yang lebih cerah. Tapi musim kali ini confirm it might be a different red. So, one last time. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Players are seated, casters are seated, and with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we haven't left you on red for too long because we are now ready to paint the stage red with the flames of battle and the blood of our enemies. Here for our second series of Week 1, Day 3, you are watching the English cast with me, Staffa, alongside Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2. It's gonna be Red Esports versus the Selangor Red Giants.
Glad to be at service here. Hope you guys are enjoying a beautiful Sunday here because now in MPL Malaysia, this is going to be a very, very important match coming from both of these teams here. We have Red Esports debuting their first ever match here in the regular seasons, where Selangor Red Giants is trying to rack up some of their points considering that they've gotten their first 2-0 of this week. Now, who is going to be the better red? That is something that I think a lot of us kind of expected Red Esports to be the better team coming prior to the previous season here, but after Selangor Red Giants' performance during SPS, it feels like there is a lot of potential coming from their side as well.
I think Selangor Red Giants are coming into Season 12 not just as a team that everyone has their eyes on, but as one of the favorites, in fact, to win the entire tournament thanks to their performance at SPS, as you mentioned. And there were definitely more stonks towards Red Esports previously because they are the original Red after all, the much older team, and yet these rookies have something to show. So it's going to be interesting. We do have a veteran coach on the side of Red Esports, Sora Payung, joined by a familiar face of ours, Shamilo, as the analyst.
Who's that? I don't think I know him. He looks kind of familiar though.
Very familiar.
Yeah, I've never seen him on the English broadcast though.
That's true.
Huh.
Maybe he should come over sometime.
Maybe
yeah?
I think he's on the other side, the not so famous
Not so
broadcast.
yeah, absolutely. We have way more popularity over here than they do.
And of course their opponents, let's not take credit where it's due. Their opponents, we have Arcadia as the coach coming in for Selangor Red Giants. And now this is going to be an interesting one here because we have two very, very intelligent minds coming from Selangor Red Giants. One being Arcadia, and of course Ozora Becky no longer in his suit. This time he's going to be taking a backseat here and supporting Arcadia as the analyst. And of course, when we talk about Selangor Red Giants here, before SPS and before that, the previous season here, we've seen a lot of growth coming from Selangor Red Giants. And this time they're coming in no longer as rookies, but as a veteran now.
Yep, they're coming in hot. When they debuted in Season 11 under the helm of Azora Vecchi as the head coach, they did really well. They surprised a lot of us considering this is a Tier 2 team making their debut at the MPL. And then after picking up Super Red and Pancake, their presence on the international stage has been felt. So the veterans on the side of Red Esports are not eager to fall behind. They brought in some new faces as well. This is going to be the Red Esports lineup consisting of Amal, Exort, Melboy, Mal, and Ren Cutie.
This is interesting because of the fact that, we've seen how Kim kind of solidified how strong Red Esports, and that was pretty much the end of the last regular season. During the end of the regular season and during the playoffs as well was where we saw the brightness of how strong Red Esports is with Kim. But now, seeing Exort kind of replace Kim here and Kim being forced to play in the sub role here, I don't know if it's a good thing. But I've heard a lot of rumors here coming from Milo. They're saying that, hey, Exort has brought so much value for the team, and there's a reason why they started with this roster. However, from the side of Selangor Red Giants here, we have Super Zack, Super Red, Super Gojes, Pancake, as well as Super Sekis. Now, here's an interesting fact for you.
Okay.
Did you know that between these two teams here, both Melboy as well as Gojes were in contention for the rookie MVP for the previous season?
The best rookie of Season 11, yes. Mel QT, back then he was known as well as Gojes, were both contenders and very strong ones at that for Rookie of the Season. Previously, Gojes ended up winning, but I did hear that Melboy had the highest MVP points just collected across the week. So we can imagine that the point values were actually very close. And I think both of them are eager to show who truly is the better player now that they're no longer under the rookie title.
Exactly. Hopefully, we are going to be able to take a look at that here. However, I'm curious to see what they have to be bringing it out to the table here, because for now, both Super Red as well as Red Esports here have shown themselves that they are very, very serious in trying to compete for the best spot. But instead of us talking about them here, what about you guys? Why do you guys predict and let us know who you think the MVP for the match is? Because with your votes, we will be able to select a winner for you guys. And what I mean by that is that if you guys successfully, correctly guess who the MVP of every single match is, you might be one of the winners by the end of today to be walking away with potentially skins on diamonds coming from MLBB.
Yeah, there's gonna be a limited MPL skin up for grabs. Hopefully you caught the QR code, blink and you'll miss it. Make sure you guys tell us who your predicted MVP of this intense match is going to be, as well as why you think they're going to be MVP. But without further ado, I think it's about time for us to jump into the land of Dawn as we enter the draft phase, brought to you by Mr. Potato between Red Esports and the Selangor Red Giants.
Yep, Selangor Red Giants will be starting things off with first pick here. Kadita, Kaja, as well as Fredrin will be taken out. Red Esports going to be taking away the Valentina as well as the Claude. But this is interesting, considering that Red Esports, they do lean on Melboy now, no longer MelQT, Melboy on playing that Claude role, and it was one of the signatures coming from Red Esports. And here's the fun fact, there is no substitution for experience. Exor is actually a true veteran, active in the MPL Philippines since Season 2.
Ooh, that's pretty notable right there. I think a lot of people will agree that MPL Philippines is one of the most competitive MPLs across all of the regions. So a player that has been there since the very beginning is going to contribute heavily to Red Esports. And based on what we've talked about with Shamilo as well, he's got insider information, he's an analyst for the team. He has told us that despite the fact that Exort was a new player in the lineup, when they first played together in some scrims, he fit in like glue. It was as if he had been playing with this team for ages. So perhaps the mark of a veteran, of an experienced player. We'll see how it does on stage though against a team that has been together for a little bit longer, the Red Giants.
Now we've seen a lot of familiar fans here supporting on towards Pancake, and of course when it comes to Pancake, we are going to be taking a look at his matchup against Mao, because from Red Esports' perspective, they do tend to have to play around Mao, setting it up for Melboy to kind of close out the games. That is pretty much the identity of how Red Esports played throughout the entire Season 11. But from the side of Selangor Red Giants, it's a little bit different, because from SPS days, no one kind of expected them to made it that far. Because technically, you know, when it comes to, I'm sorry to say, when we compete to other regions, Philippines and Indonesia, they have had very, very big successes in terms of play styles as well as the results as well. But Selangor Red Giants was able to prove them wrong to a certain degree.
Yep, they've already surprised us on the international stage, and they made a massive splash with a 2-0 victory against Lunatix, I believe, on the first match that we saw from them. So I imagine they want to continue that winning streak. They're now in a position where they could potentially vie for first place if they can get a 2-0 victory to surpass Team Hag as well as Homebois. They're going to continue on their draft. They already started with the Joy, which we really have not been able to see for a while. And they're going to follow up with the Turisla with the Farsa as well.
Now, this is nice, considering that Selangor Red Giants has shown themselves that they do like prioritizing this Turisla. We've seen a huge uprise in this hero from the other regions, but not so much from the other teams here in MPL Malaysia so far. We've seen a couple games here and there, but Selangor Red Giants, they definitely love this pickup. But the question here is that will Red Esports respond by banning off Assassins? Because this is something that Sekis is very comfortable with. Like, both Sekis as well as Amao, they are very comfortable in playing assassin-style junglers. And this is going to be a very important one. Is assassin playstyle the meta? Considering that right now, Angela is not bad. So there is a possibility that we might see an Angela Ling pickup from both sides.
Ooh, Angela Ling, combo that has been very classic and has recently made more of a resurgence with changes in the meta. As for whether or not the meta is an assassin thing, I actually do feel like it's a damage meta. You gotta have consistent sources of DPS, but there is still places for fighter jungles, for tank jungles, though I do feel like tank jungles nowadays are very limited to Fredrin specifically. And in terms of other heroes as well, we've already seen how wide Super Red's hero pool is. He's played the Clint, and that was the game with the highest DPM in the season so far.
Yep, and of course, you know, there has been rechanges on towards the Hearthclaw build as well, innate crit builds on towards the Hearthclaw, which allows critical marksmen to kind of shine a little bit more. However, the Dragon Spear is something that has outshined the Hearthclaw a little bit more here in the current patch, so Irritel is going to be something that we are potentially going to be see here. Melboy obviously has played it before. Has it been a good success? Not exactly sure yet, considering that this is Red Esports' first debut match. So, looking to that direction, obviously Angela Ling is going to be out of the question, even though I personally want to see it. But they have pretty much shown their hand, right? Like Selangor Red Giants, if they pick an Angela Ling right here, who's going to be the marksman? Don't tell me are we going to see a Joy go lane? Which
Yeah,
I
it's not
highly
likely
doubt
anymore.
is going to be in that direction. But Selangor Red Giants, they're banning off the box here, so I assume that they're still hinting in a way where they still want to play either sustained build playstyles or maybe a healing composition. But knowing Shamilo as an analyst, he has always hated Enchanter roamers.
Ooh, honestly, I understand. I kind of share a little bit of that sentiment, but a lot more of it is focused towards Estes specifically, because I feel like he's a little bit dumb sometimes. But of course, we don't have to consider that. I don't really think the hero's in the meta nowadays. We do see a lot of focus towards Pancake's hero pool with the Kufra and the Grok removal. Understandable as well, since there's a lot of AoE built into these heroes' kits. And if Red Esports are already showing their hand with the Faramis, they want to make sure that not much AoE will go towards the Red Giants, even though there already is that penalty zone to deal with. As long as they're able to avoid heavy aggression from the side of Red Giants, they should be okay.
Yep, at the same time as well, Hayabusa also going to be banned as well. Selangor Red Giants, they don't really want to deal with a potential backline dive as well. But considering that we did see a Hanzo pick earlier on, I don't think Red Esports might bring this up. But if they do, it will be a little bit of a wow factor, because so far we've seen 2 Hanzo games. Both have like one being played by Sonic as well, one being played from a previous game. But aside from those 2 teams that does have the capability to play Hanzo, I don't see any other teams kind of lean towards that
I don't think so. And in terms of heroes, there's surprisingly still stuff there, like the Edith, which has been so heavily contested until now, the Paquito somehow making it through to the second phase of the draft, even though it was basically must-pick first phase in the previous series, shows that these teams are already varying in their priorities. The same hero that could be gold for one team is basically just trash for another.
Now, I like that you actually brought up the point just now as well. Targeting towards Pancake's heroes, because as of now, 3 of Pancake's heroes has pretty much been contested so far. The Kufra, Franco is being contested, then only one left is pretty much the Cho. I feel like Selangor Giants, do they want to lean on him playing the Cho this game? Because if he actually goes for this, is this viable? I think it's not too bad if you think about it, especially for 3-4 matchup. So if they decide to go for it, it's too bad. But looks like it's not going to be the case here.
Yeah, the Edith.
But is this a roam Edith or a roam Terizla?
I think it's more likely going to be a roam Edith. I understand where you're coming from with the roam Terizla, but Edith is more flexible in that position. So I believe that will be the case. And again, another hero that was very consistently picked early in the previous series, now left as a last pick for Red Giants. They get the Irritel, which we mentioned earlier. Super Red does seem to like these more aggressive style of marksmen. The Clint, highest DPM, probably going to grab things like the Haas Claws, like the Great Dragon Spear as well, show us exactly how much value is in that itemization. And a lot of AoE built into this hero as well to try and deal with the Cult Altar, as Red Esports will bring in the Martis, which is a comfort pick for Amal.
Yep, and looks like we are going to be seeing Amal playing the Martis on the jungle. Ren Kitwi obviously going to be playing the Paquito matchup against the Edith, or maybe even Terizla. But yeah, most likely it's going to be the Terizla matchup. I'm excited to see this here. Joy playing jungle coming in from Selangor Red Giants. However, it seems like both sides have very, very clear win conditions, right? And that win condition is pretty much playing around their jungler's snowballing. And in this case, whether or not Red Esports is able to take control with the Martis to kind of allow Amal to kind of take advantage of his level lead to punish them and then cut the back lines, or Selangor Red Giants is going to be able to do so, because as of yet, I feel like they don't really have a strong front wall. But if they are able to hold on to the middle stage game, this is where Selangor Red Giants will have the strongest AoE control to deal with Red Esports.
And we can confirm that this will be a jungle Joy in the hands of Super Skies as well. So as we open the curtains on the land of Dawn, it's going to be game 1. Selangor Red Giants on the blue side, Red Esports on the red side. Who shall be the brighter red today?
Yep, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes as well, but looks like they are going to be starting with a mid lane roamer to try and soak up the XP for the first wave here. So they are both teams are going to be in contention to prep up their roamers for level 4 for the first turtle clash. So very, very important stuff coming from both sides, but looks like we are going to be setting up an ambush here. Exort might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, nice awareness there from Exort. He definitely could realize something was weird when they instantly left the EXP lane and then didn't show up anywhere else on the map. A mirror on both teams to get that level 2 on 3 heroes as fast as possible. Ren Cutie forced the flicker very early.
Now, that was a very, very smart setup coming from Selangor Red Giants. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but knowing that because the meta has kind of shifted where mages are going to be leaning on XP lane to soak up the first wave, tendency you kind of want to rush back to the middle lane in terms of soaking up the next wave, right? Selangor Red Giants anticipated that, but I'm surprised. Exort was able to take the read on that, which is crazy.
That's experience right there. He hasn't been in MPL PH since Season 2 for no reason. And I really like what Melboy is doing here. He is freezing that wave right outside his tower. It will put him slightly behind in terms of gold because you can see that there's 2 gold minions being grouped up there. But it means that it's going to make it a bit more difficult for Red Giants to try and make an attempt on the gold lane.
Yep, we've got 2 Little Connection coming in from Selangor Red Giants, Super Sekis as well as Zac here. So they are going to be dealing a lot of damage in terms of combo damage-wise. But that's the thing, right? If Red Esports, they get caught out with this combo from both Sekis as well as Zac, they are going to lose members left, right, center, especially this early on. But looks like the contention is going to happen right now.
Iron Hook onto the far side, pulls Super Zac back, and Amal will secure the turtle. A nice penalty zone, but Gorgeous maybe a bit too far out as guys try to run in. Decimate going to miss, and Gorgeous survives, getting the first blood onto Amal.
The beauty of Terizla is just so strong, but it's not over yet.
Pancake going forward, onwards, combos into the air shatter. Oh, what? An airstrike doesn't land quick enough. Not sure if Super Zac may have mispressed that.
No, Zac, he did not go for the prediction aim. He actually tapped it and missed his shot. But fortunately for Exort, he was able to survive it. Things would have gotten a little bit disastrous for Red Esports, but fortunately for them, they are able to hold on. But good plays coming from Selangor Red Giants, taking advantage of that earlier lead. But a big clutch coming from Sekis, though, to leave himself up with 1 HP and aim out, just losing out in trade-off.
Yeah, they do end up losing the turtle, but I think trading for Amal's life there is not bad at all. And being able to keep Gorgeous alive is going to help a lot. And we already mentioned how nowadays the EXP lane matters a lot towards that early and mid game. So it's important to keep things even. And we can see that in terms of evenness, both EXP laners are cutting the wave on the opposite side of their lane.
Yep, so far back tier 2 as well. Not even taking advantage of the gold plating soak there when the minions actually finish him off. So that's something that I guess they want to try and prioritize lane control so that they can actually rotate S5, but here comes the engagement.
With the Bloody Hunt, misses the Iron Hook. Pancake pops the Primal Wrath, but won't survive as the Decimate catches him out. And Amal, with the movement speed, easily weaves around the Feather Airstrike.
Yep, nicely done coming in from Red Esports. This is exactly what they need, right? They lost a little bit of deficit here. They need to find some sort of trade-off, but now Red QT might be in trouble.
Super Skies trying to chase him down. Not going to commit the electrifying beats here. Probably doesn't have enough damage to kill. But this pressure means that Super Red is getting bullied quite hard in the gold lane. 3 members of Red Esports, will they make an attempt?
Yep. At the same time here, you know, Red Esports, they finally gathered their bearings, right? Like, this is where they finally have a little bit more damage control and abilities to actually contest against the Selangor Red Giants before pre-4. But the question here remains is that, can they take advantage of the count altar to allow Exort to pick up this fight? Because so far, Red Esports, they haven't been able to group up as 5 to take a front-to-front head fight. Because if they do that, Super Gorgeous is going to take advantage of penalty zone and just completely shut them down. So they have to pick their fights very, very carefully here coming from Red Esports.
And I like that that's what they're doing. Red Esports are giving proper respect to their opponents. They're making sure not to dive too deep, because even though they have heroes like Namartis with the killing spree, they understand that Terizla is always going to be a massive threat. And as long as Super Zac and Super Skies are nearby, there's a lot of setup for a strong team fight. And speaking of that, Ren QT, he may be caught out here. Pincer, Super Zac trying to cut him off. Super Red here as well. They feed the kill to the Irritel. Amal caught under Feather Airstrike, comes out. Will he be able to escape? No, he won't. Super Skies chases him down, gets the kill under tower.
Beautiful stun here for Zac to actually allow that kill. And just like that, Red Esports, they finally hit the blunder. They made a little bit of mistake here, got punished for this. And because of this play, Red Esports now is back to the drawing board. There's nothing Exort can do, Melboy and Mao, so they have to find a way to kind of gather their bearings here. Because with these two devs, a lot of map control is gone, but now here comes the hook.
Oh, a beautiful hook, a bloody hunt on the tower, but Super Zack is nearby, easily stuns Mao out and prevents him from dropping Pancake any lower. RenQT, you may have gone too far once again. Gonna dash away, stunned by Super Zack. Penalty zone going to miss. Better airstrike committed as well. Super Sky is gonna cut him off, but in the meantime, Red Esports comes from the side, but Maul is the one getting picked up. Pancake is traded out, but they'll lose Exort and RenQT in exchange. So Melboy comes out of the exchange with a double kill, including Super Red.
Oh, the idea was so good coming from Red Esports, but the split focus in that fight was what cost them the fight, because in that moment, RenQT was trying to bait away and pull away Super Sekis from that fight. Ama was nowhere near to intercept Mao to try and re-engage the rest of the teams coming from Selangor Red Giants, and because of that, they lacked the numbers, they lacked the damage, and Selangor Red Giants was able to capitalize on all the pickoffs from like that.
But they were still forced to use a lot of their resources to catch out RenQT, and I think if they had saved some of those, that team fight would have ended up much more beneficial, because, oh, hold on, they're gonna find out Amal, onward, feathered airstrike, that's a lot of resources.
Oh!
Flickers forward! Gets the hook on Super Zack into Bennett's rage. Cold Altar going to be popped instantly. Red Esports wants to get out of here. RenQT from the side, gonna be pushing Pancake back into the clutches of Red Esports, and they get yet another kill. Super Skies too late to the party. He's just gonna have to walk away without any gifts today.
Nicely done coming Red Esports. That's exactly how they should be taking a fight here, using the counter to deal with the penalty zone. But Super Sekis, oh my goodness. The amount of damage from the bleed speeds here coming from him is just phenomenal. But at the same time, the GDS is out onto a Super Red. Irritel is gonna slowly but surely hit like a truck.
And so much trigger finger coming out of Skies there. I would have really wanted to go further into that, but we can see an instant replay. Maul, he's really settled into the tanker role here, being able to get a beautiful flicker hook. Penalty zone only catches one, and then Pancake is just too far out. RenQT, oh, hold on, instantly into another fight. Turtle gonna be secured by Amal. Penetrate comes out to zone out the rest of the Selangor Red Giants. No casualties this time, but this is a close game so far.
Yeah, but that was a very, very nice fight as well. Yeah, and prior to the highlights, well, not to mention as well, Red Esports, I don't know if that's luck or skill, but right now, RenQT, okay. That's a little bit of scary points here, but once again, he's going to be the distraction for Red Esports though.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I don't know why Pancake would flicker forward without charging Earth Shatter up first, but onwards, gonna find out RenQT. Call Altar, penalty zone onto two members. Maul trying to look for a hook, but it's RenQT who's gonna be taking a lot of damage. He's still alive. Gorgeous gets the final hit, but Maul finds the hook in the back line, but there's no one to back him up. Melboy gonna be caught out by Super Skies on the other side of the map somehow, as Maul will be able to escape, but what does it cost?
Again, another time. This is Red Esports just feeling a little bit disconnected here, as everyone is making the calls, but the calls seems very, very split in all these fights, and there's nothing that kind of collapse together. And this is a big problem, because twice now Red Esports hasn't been able to find the right kills, and Selangor Red Giants is able to capitalize on this. It feels like they're playing around the wrong targets. They should be playing around Mao, or maybe even just focus on one, but here comes the hook.
The iron hook. Bloody Hunt Gorgeous under the tower. Better airstrike though. Picks off Maul, and Gorgeous is able to flicker out to safety. Maul setting up the fight, but getting picked off himself.
My goodness, Gorgeous is just an absolute monster. He's unkillable at this stage here. This Terisla just doing so much work, and because of this, Red Esports is just losing members left, right, front, and center. Now, Red Esports, they need to get at their bearings later. But, however, despite how everything looks, right? Everything looks like Selangor Red Giants is losing out a lot in terms of all these skirmishes. But economy-wise, I'm surprised it's not that far apart.
No, honestly, not at all. And I think that the Red Giants have been doing an amazing job of just playing the map around and counter-engaging. There's a reason why teams are starting to ban out this Terisla, because of the value that he's offering. Every single time Gorgeous gets caught out, he somehow makes it out, and the rest of his team is there to back him up and get a kill in return.
Yep, look at his setup right now. Look at RenQT's positioning. He's thinking about trying to split push and try and take the tier 2 down bottom, but at the same time, he's looking for a flank. However, the rest of his team is not going to be able to help Amal right now.
Penalty zone not going to lock down Amal. He's got that Mortal Coil, but better airstrike will find him, and he's taken out. RenQT too late. He's looking for Super Zack, but he flickers away from his clutches. Maul, concealed play, gets cancelled by the Lord. Gojas still forming the front line, and Red Esports are getting effectively zoned out by both Super Gojas and Pancake.
Yep, especially when Amao is now down as well. There's going to be a Lord coming in. Oh,
For Skies,
he gets it.
He gets the Lord. RenQT too far. Cold Altar gonna keep him alive as the Iron Hook finally lands and secures the kill onto Pancake.
My goodness, Exort has, you know, just trying so hard to save his teammates every single time. His counter altar is on point, but just now when Amao died, he was almost able to clip the counter altar onto his Amao, buying a little bit more window time, but unfortunately, he was just out of range of the pixel because of the brush. But now let's look at the items as well. We do see Radiant Armor purchases coming from Mao to deal with both Sekis as well as Zac, but I don't see any Radiant Armor purchase coming from Selangor Red Giants to deal with Exort. So eventually, if they clump up more, Exort is going to be able to do a lot more damage now.
But it doesn't seem like they're worried about Exort as of yet here. So it seems like they're quite confident that as long as they're able to build enough physical defense, they'll be fine, since a lot more of it is going to be coming from Melboy, from Amal. You can already see the concealed play. Pancake going to miss. Mortal Coil. Super Gojas into the backline. Flicker penalty zone. Finds 3. He will get shut down, but Skies in the backline causing havoc. Winter Trunkin keeps him alive, just barely. Electrifying feats as well to get out, and may have been a bit too far invested by the Red Giants.
You know, it was a very flashy play coming from Selangor Red Giants. However, Red Esports was able to zone involved because, not to mention as well, they were able to bait out Super Seki's Winter Trunkin, and on top of it all, they almost lost their life. So I would say it was a pretty sketchy play coming from Selangor Red Giants, but good defense coming from Red Esports.
But all things considered, it seems like Red Giants may have been willing to just make that play. I'm pretty sure Gojas knows that there's a death sentence jumping in like that, and he was hoping to probably set up a few more kills with it, but being able to clear out all the external towers is probably a sufficient enough trade. Because now Red Giants, the Lord not going to be coming up very soon, so they may try to make something happen on the other side.
Yep, at the same time, they're making an attack. Pancake, he missed the
Pancake
angle.
messes up his combo. Exort and Melboy will get out. Mal has to flicker away from the clutches. He will drop a lot of HP as RenQT cuts off the backline.
Oh, RenQT!
Kills Super Zac. The hook onto Super Red. Mal will trade his life for a kill onto the enemy marksman. As RenQT flickers forward, he's looking for the joy. Gojas there to bolster the defense and make sure his jungler will get out.
I don't know what's up, but Mao is just playing an absolute perfect Franco game, and because of this, he's set up so many plays. He's able to open up the plays coming in from Red Esports to actually capitalize on all this space here. Selangor Red Giants, they have to start focusing on the right targets now. RenQT is just extremely distracting, but the big threat here is not him so far.
I would say that depends on which perspective you're looking at, because for Super Zac, this Paquito is the ultimate threat on the map. He's been able to find him every single time, and without that feathered airstrike, Red Giants is lacking a little bit of damage. And the fact that Maul was able to find Super Red out of everyone in that pile of Red Giants instantly secured a fight win. Now the Lord going to be contested by the Selangor Red Giants. Pancake not going to be able to find RenQT.
Yep, now Winds of Nature purchase out on Melboy as well. Hopefully he's going to be able to do with Super Red, but they need to find the right opportunity because the rest of the teams, they're pretty far off, and now they are going to try and rush this.
Hey, Mal going to be dealing with 3 members. Super Red still working on the Lord. Mal going to finally miss that Iron Hook. Lord with the knockout. Super Sky is going to get the Lord as Polotar comes out. Better is right, going to be clearing up Mal. Melboy going to be able to set up the kill for Amal as he slays Super Gojas. He gets Super Red as well. Double kill for the Martis as Melboy gets the shutdown onto Super Sky.
Beautiful plays coming in from the rest of Red Esports here. They may have lost the Lord, but Amal was able to salvage the fight, taking down Super Red as well as Super Sky all by himself with the decimation there. That was a big play coming from Amal. However, Melboy as well, he almost got taken down, but he did his job good. He was making sure that RenQT survived, and he's using his ultimate to actually zone them out. So nicely done coming from Red Esports, but this equalized the score once again. But now, we are slowly treading into the late game territory here. Selangor Red Giants, they are going to lose out a lot of this power spike coming from Super Sekis, but it's not over yet because eventually they need to kind of transition in a way where Super Sekis will be playing a role similar to how RenQT is, being very distracting to allow Super Red to get free hits all the way through.
Yeah. Red Giants need to be able to buy enough time for Skies to be able to jump that backline and threaten Melboy the same way that Super Zac is being threatened by the Paquito. But Red Esports has really turned this situation around, and I love this. They know that their scaling will be able to come into play as long as they don't fall too behind the Red Giants. And because of some possibly over-aggressive plays from the Selangor Red Giants side, the tables have indeed turned on them.
Yep, Winter Trunking purchase up in Super Zack. Maybe like you said as well, it's all about you know, baiting out Ren QT, right? Ren QT is just extremely annoying. You know, they're trying to find a way to punish Super Zack. And, you know, they want to make sure that he dies first before the rest. Because Gojaz, yes, he's got the penalty zone, it's great. But if there's no follow-up, what does that penalty zone translate to? So I guess Red Esports is angling in that angle to try and catch Super Zack as much as possible. So this is going to be very important here because Red Esports, they are going to clash into them.
A really nice initiation. Amal with the Mortal Coil makes sure he doesn't get tossed back, but the Cold Altar has been used quite early by Exort. The Red Giants, they see this as a chance to go in instantly, but Red Esports with a great disengage, using a conceal of their own and not going to let the Red Giants take advantage of their cooldowns.
Hey, split push is the name of the game. Red Esports is going to be doing that angle as well. Once again, Ren QT always pressuring the other side of the map, while the rest of his teammates are going to be playing a little bit more defense. Super Red Giants, they popped up as 5. They're a little bit disconnected now because of the fact that right now, they're more focused on taking a team fight with Red Esports rather than play the macro game. And because of that, Red Esports is just slowly chipping away on all the outer turrets and getting some sort of a map control. And this is worrisome because Red Esports, they are trying to force Selangor Red Giants to commit to them to buy time.
That's exactly what they're doing right now because they recognize that Red Giants have a lineup that will generally need most of their team to be together to be at its full strength. While Red Esports are quite content to split the map, having the Cult Altar as defensive utility, Ren QT being able to take care of himself. And speaking of, he finds Super Zack, tries to go for the 1-2 punch, but Super Zack has enough health to survive that, so he's not going to get a cheeky kill for now.
Yeah, interesting as well. Like Red QT is trying to pressure the top lanes as well, but the immunity Shoseki's up top means that right now it's disconnected. The Lord's half HP, but the bottom lane is also shelved in. Selangor Red Giants, they've sent in Super Zack to defend on bottom lane, while the rest of Red Esports, they're still thinking. They're using this Lord to actually go in for a hostage to deal with Selangor Red Giants. Wow, MLBB potentially looking to punish the bottom lane here, but no. Selangor Red Giants, they tried to make on Red QT, it didn't work out.
Yep, did not work out for him there at all. Lord at 40% HP. Amal has been working on it the entire time. Mal and Melboy still on the opposite side of the map. They're waiting for Red Giants to invest so they can go for a full dive split push into their base. Zack QT, Super Zack, going to be there to defend, but will he be able to hold 1v2? The Lord dropping to dangerous health levels.
Oh, nicely done coming from Red Esports. They held that for as long as they can because they needed the hostage that as long as they can, because if Selangor Red Giants committed to the fight, they would have won, but Selangor Red Giants had zero information of where Mao as well as Melboy was in that bottom line, and as soon as they showed themselves, boom, instant reset, we're doing it again. And now Selangor Red Giants, they have to change their formations now because this 5-man clump up team fight is not working out, whereas Red Esports is just fully taking advantage of that. You know what, you want to force a fight? I don't care, I'm just baiting you. I don't even want to fight, I just want to back off, bait you, and play the macro game right now.
But I love that Red Esports are not falling for that bait. That Red Giants are not allowing themselves to go too aggro. They will look for Ren QT here. Super Red gonna pop the ultimate. Cult Altar has been used as well. Drop down instantly on Ren QT and Exort, who are stacked up. That is so much damage coming from the Irizel. Amal is here, but is it too late? Ren QT is dead. Exort is down. Amal dropping real low, but look at the bottom lane. Super Gojaz with the 2-man penalty zone instantly denies the backdoor attempt, and Mal and Melboy will fall as a double kill to the hands of Super Zack.
Oh, Selangor Red Giants, they could not take it anymore. They know Red Esports is doing exactly that, and now they're just taking advantage of what Irritail is strong. Isolated fights. Red Esports gave it to them, but Selangor Red Giants took a little bit long to read this, but they're finally getting it right now, and they're focusing down Crystal, and they will take down another player and close out Game 1.
Exort going to try his best to get that base defense in, but 1v5 is never going to work out. A beautiful play by the Selangor Red Giants, perfectly understanding the possibility, the plans that their opponents may have, and closing out a victory in one fell swoop.
Well, very, very nicely done coming in from Selangor Red Giants, because that was something that was given to them on a silver platter. Red Esports, they're pushing to their limits here time and time again. But eventually, Selangor Red Giants says, you know what, let's test it out. You know what, if I don't think they're going to force fight. If we can catch Red QT, boom. But the moment that happens, Red Esports just completely fumbled because they were just playing on dangerous waters here, expecting that Selangor Red Giants is not going to make a move because of that.
It seemed like Red Esports may have tunnel vision a little bit. They were so focused on making sure bait the Red Giants into the Lord fight, make sure that Mal and Melboy can get the split push in. But they were the ones who got engaged on instead. And Red Esports still had the opportunity to look at the situation and adjust. They can send Mal and Melboy back and try to go for a pincer play, make sure that they go back and defend. But once all three members had fallen, I think they weren't expecting that much damage on Super Red because he's been dispatched so early in all of these fights. Everything just started falling apart. There was no choice but to go for the push. And lo and behold, Super Gorgeous once again.
Hey, simple saying here. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Unfortunately, that did not happen for Selangor Red Giants here because now the MVP for that match is going to be Super Sekis on his joy here. Making the right plays here, catching the backlines, zoning them out, just completely chunking them off and winning the objectives here. So nicely done coming in from Selangor Red Giants.
The master of the skies himself. Super Skies has been a jungler that a lot of people have had their eyes on. A rookie with a lot of potential that has even shown us what he's capable of on the international stage, despite not having that much MPL experience. And moments like this just cement things even further. MVP going to go over to the jungler of the Selangor Red Giants.
Yep, with the Genius Wand as well as the Divine Glaive as a first item choice here. That kind of says a lot as well because he's always setting up for the Farsa time and time again. But even if the Farsa is not able to go for the follow-up, this is more than enough to do enough damage to actually cut the back line. 6-1 and 6. He died once in this first engagement, but aside from that, actually he didn't even die. He actually baited the Mortis into that fight in the first Turtle Clash. And that was pretty insane because that was a very, very difficult thing to do if you think about it, especially if you're going up against Mortis. But I'm curious to see what Selangor Red Giants has to say as we jump into the mic check.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. Guys, don't need to be 100% mirror, guys. You guys just...
I can flicker. Nice. Oh, here. Go. No. Okay, no. You got this. I will lock up. Push mid. Better.
Well, very interesting calls coming from Ozoro Veki. Don't need to 100% mirror. That seems to be the call coming in from them. And guess what? They were mirroring Red Esports for so long. At the moment they jumped the gun and say, you know what, let's not mirror, let's just jump the gun. And guess what? That's what won them the game.
They're not falling for the usual Lord Dan shenanigans. I think Selangor Red Giants have a lot of experience here. The players, despite their supposed inexperience, have so much maturity. They seem to understand exactly what their limits are and even what their opponents may be planning. We saw so many times that it seemed like an obvious time for Red Giants to go in for an engagement, but they hold back. They wait and see whether the situation calls for it. We saw that moment where Skies went in, did massive damage to 3 members all at once, but he didn't try and pursue it because he knew there was a risk.
Now, when we talk about the items here, you know, Super Gorgeous definitely stood out for me as a Terizla. Why is he so darn tanky? His emblems here, he went for Agility, Tenacity, as well as the Brave Smite to actually take advantage of that. But most importantly, pay attention to his items here. He didn't even bother to go for magic defense at all. It's pretty much Blade Armor, Anti-Cuirass, as well as Dominant Knights to deal with the entire lineup coming for Red Esports, because the only magic that's coming in here, which is a Faramis, but does the Faramis hurt as much as before? I don't think so. But I might be a little bit wrong because we will see the actual calculations here coming from Exort later on. But so far, the entire fight has been Exort playing on a supporting role.
that can be kind of the risk when you're going for a lineup like this, where your only source of magic damage is also someone who has to make sure they stay alive to keep your team alive in the first place. I don't think Exort quite got unlocked into a role where he could act as a secondary DPS, because the way that the Red Giants were moving were way too fast. In terms of itemization, it's not as if he was very far behind as well. A lot of damage there, even getting the Holy Crystal as a 4th item, which very much indicates he wants to get in there. He wants to do DPS, which could be great since there's not that much magic defense, but there was never a chance to do so.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult. Every time Exor is trying to play a little bit more supportive role, trying to save his buddy. In particular, that's going to be Ren QT. But even so, let's take a look at the damage here. He still did a decent amount. It's still 66,000 damage being dealt from Exor. So I'm really surprised that he's doing this much. But it seems like the rest of Esports just couldn't find the right kills to force the fight. And who could blame him considering how mobile Selangor Red Giants is in all these fights? Like, Super Sekis, extremely threatening. You have Super Gojes right in your face, very threatening here. Super Zac, very far behind. And every single time they choose to catch on Super Zac, Super Sekis and Gojes is going to be run rampant throughout the entire fight. But not to mention about all these 3 players, Super Red was the one that is also another that is terrifying, because if you are split off, I'm getting free hits all the way through.
Iritel is such a scary hero once you're able to get those 3 items, once you get a bit more of an EXP lead. And as we can see in the highlights here, when this game started, we really had no idea which way it was going to go, because both of these red teams were at each other's throats right from the very beginning. At one moment, Red Giants was making amazing plays, getting huge pickoffs. Another moment, Red Esports was setting up and controlling the map and getting these amazing iron hooks.
Yeah, Mao, that's the thing about Red Esports' composition, right? Like, they have a very strong lineup designed to play around pickoffs as well as just, you know, one-shotting people. Like, most of the fights that Red Esports actually won was because of the fact that Mao was able to get a very nice hook and everybody kind of collapsed on him and trying to pick a fight. But whenever Mao gets the hook and nobody follows up, or everybody's trying to make those individual plays, that is where things kind of took a little bit of a backstep towards Red Esports and allowed Selangor Red Giants, which, like I said as well, was designed for team fight as well as isolating fights because of how strong the Iritel can do. If you take out the Iritel, great. If you can take out the Farsa, great. But what about the other 3?
I think in the end, what contributed a lot to the downfall of Red Esports was the fact that they may have hovered a little bit too long on their plan. Like, it's a great plan, don't get me wrong. Buy time, get the split push, get the backdoor victory. But why not try to go for a direct fight? You actually have plenty of damage with the Faramis. You have the Cult Altar. Take advantage of that. Apply to as many as possible. You've already been able to slowly pick off the members of Red Giants one by one. There's no need to go for a particularly desperate play to try and end the game. Take it slow. Otherwise, I feel like it could have definitely gone very differently.
Yeah, it could have gone differently as well, you know. But at the same time, I'm surprised they're just dodging his way through. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to momentum, momentum is very, very important. And in this case, Selangor Red Giants, they are very, very momentum-based in a sense where they have already played one series. They took a 2-0, they already understood what needs to be done. It might be, you know, the first game jitters. It might be the first game rust. You know, this first week rust here, you know, Red Esports, they haven't exactly do too much. They haven't exactly kind of, you know, warmed up yet. So I guess that could be the case.
Yeah, that could be the case. But, you know, sometimes you do need a little bit something extra in order to actually warm up. So if you guys want to never stop fighting and grind on, you can power up with Nescafe. If you're looking for that extra boost for your next MLBB game, all you gotta do to get confront power in your next ranked game is to power up with our sponsors, Nescafe here. I think a lot of us are fans of their drinks, and of course, it gives you all the energy you need to climb up those ranks.
I think that's why Red Esports lost the game. I swear.
Is it?
I think that's the reason why they lost the game.
They didn't have enough Nescafe.
Exactly. That's pretty much a very clear cut here. And of course, once they have their Nescafe, obviously they are going to be A-okay. But for now, Red Esports is back to the drawing board for them. Game 2, they need to get a full reset. In terms of communication and the ideas they want to play, they were able to kind of execute it, but it feels like Red Esports, they just got a little bit greedy, hoping that Selangor Red Giants is not going to be able to respond. And so far, it took quite a number of time for Selangor to actually, Red Giants to actually respond before they actually close up the game.
Yeah, I think the key point here that Red Esports should keep in mind when going into game number 2 is to move a little more quickly. You could see the fundamentals. The individual mechanics were actually all on point and pretty scary in itself. If you could set up a team lineup that can be a little bit more effective against the Red Giants and try to reset your mind to move just a little bit quicker instead of hovering too long on certain strategies and certain parts of the map, then that adaptability will get you very far.
Yep. And of course, for the fans here, they are going to be supporting whoever that wins. In this case, it is going to be on the banner of Red Esports. Red Esports is down by 1 game. It's not over yet. There is still going to be more games to go. But all things considered, you know, Red Esports, they have to actually shut down Selangor Red Giants, because if they do not, it is going to be very difficult for them if they want to try and score some points. Why I say this? Oh wait, it's only week 1. Yeah, it's all about debuts, blah, 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 blah. That's what we all thought. Look how last season happened. By week 2, by week 3, everyone is struggling to get points, because it's not just about the weaker teams. It's the stronger teams to come that you are going to be facing that may or may not cost you games and points.
It basically means that your score, your ranking in the charts of MPL MY are always going to be volatile.
Yes.
And while there is some freedom to experiment a bit in the first couple of weeks, being able to set up a proper foothold for yourself is very important.
Yep.
So there's always factors to consider. It's not just in the Land of Dawn itself. There's always going to be meta things that you have to consider. And I'm not talking about in-game meta. I'm talking about the MPL meta itself. Do you hide strategies? Do you experiment? Do you try things? Do you save certain picks for certain teams?
You know what's an interesting fact? We caught a glimpse of Rose and her family. That was a sister and her mother on the scene.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
That's nice. I do recall Rose mentioning that her mom is quite a big fan of MPL.
Oh yeah, she is.
Yeah, so that's quite fun. It's nice that they were able to come by.
Which MPL do you know?
I think in general.
No. I know which MPL she's
Really?
a big fan.
Is that so? Are you going to... Is it something you can say on stream?
I can, but I want to believe it's let's just put
we'll
it
let
aside.
you guys ask her mom yourself.
Agree.
Yeah.
But now with 44 seconds left, adaptations need to be made here. And Milo going to be giving the analysts here on what they need to be changing as well. Obviously, he's been analyzing on how the gameplay kind of went here. I think he would be able to spot whatever we're trying to do as well. The idea execution was great, but being extremely greedy with those kind of plays. So far, Red Esports has been pushing on hoping that Ren QT is going to be the ones that, hey, you know what? Ren QT, do your thing. Do your thing. Keep pushing it. Keep trying the same thing. Hope that Selangor Red Giants doesn't punish you. You're a mechanical god. Just keep doing your thing. But eventually, Selangor Red Giants just said, I'm done with it. I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah,
and that needs to be fixed. They need to actually have that kind of discipline to play together.
Pretty much. There is one part of that sentence that kind of echoes it. The hope that Red Giants will not stop you. We cannot hope in these games. We have to manipulate fate itself. We have to dictate every decision that not only we make, but that our opponents are forced into. And hopefully, we'll get to see those kind of mind games happen on the chessboard that is going to be draft number 2.
Yep, destinies and fate are decided at your own choices. Every move you make will decide your future.
I feel like I just walked into a sketchy fortune teller.
But nevertheless, here the draft begins for game number 2, and Red Esports going to be on the blue side and Selangor Red Giants on the red side. This time they are going to be reversing here, but of course, Red Esports, they do have the tendency to lean on Claude as a fallback plan, and this is something that Red Esports has had very, very good success during the previous season. You know, first pick Claude, nothing can go wrong. Obviously, there are a lot of ways to deal with it, but Red Esports has had the highest win rate ratio ever since their debut from the previous season of MLBB coming in towards MPL.
Yeah, the revamp on Red Esports last season definitely raised some eyebrows where Maul, their long-time hyper carry, shifted over to their own position. And we can see a little bit of a fun fact here. Ozora Vecchi tried to improve team chemistry by forcing all the players to stay in one room for a few days.
Imagine this. 5, 6, they have 7 players, right? 7 players in a small room. And everyone is very sweaty, and imagine one guy farts.
Ah, man. That's not good.
Imagine that. Sink it for a bit. 7 sweaty guys in a room. One guy farts. Who is it? Do you admit you did it, or do you play dumb? Who did it?
Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
All right. All right.
Yeah, maybe it's because they were all in such close contact that the super got spread around. You know? It's like a disease. It was just Super Red before, and now everyone else is super as well, besides Pancake. I imagine he just holed himself up in a corner or
I
something.
think it's going to be super stinky.
Super stinky.
Anyways, back to the drafts here. Now we are going to be taking a look at Red Esports, where Kadita, Claude, as well as Terizla back again. Wow, this is I did not expect this, considering that this is a comfort hero. Red Esports decided to ban Claude twice in a row now, from game 1 as well as game number 2, and this time they're doing it again.
Doesn't seem like they want to focus on that too much, because we've already seen the weaknesses of Claude. Yes, the comeback potential is crazy. We've already seen that from Ryzel. But the early to mid game where you have to buy time for this hero to farm takes so long, and you're so vulnerable at that point when you could go for a hero that's more effective early on in the game. And it's understandable they would ban Terizla as well, because, well, Gojis was such a pain in the butt.
Yep, at the same time here, you know, considering that it is going to be taken out, I feel like there is going to be a lot more room for another hero to come out, and that is going to be the Fanny. And so far, we haven't seen it yet. Like, first game... Oh, wait, sorry, Fanny's banned. I'm sorry. Game 1, they actually banned
I didn't even notice.
Sorry.
It's fine. We're both at fault here.
Yeah.
She's like at the very bottom corner.
Yeah, a little bit small there. But I think when it comes to this first pick here, do they want to go for the flex pick again? Pick up the Edith, just deny it away? Or not? Okay, they're going to go for it, yeah. Fortune Teller, still on point.
Yep, we got the sketchy fortune teller does sometimes get it right.
But that's the thing.
Edith
How often have I not got it right?
I'm not gonna keep track of that.
I can give you the percentage.
I'm not gonna go to the fortune teller
82% prediction rate so far.
How
How did I get a number? I don't know. The fortune teller powers.
Yeah, the fortune teller told you your
Yeah.
accuracy was 82%.
Yeah.
But now that the Edith has come out, will we see the Paquito again on the opposite side this time?
I don't think they should go for the Paquito. Like, because of the fact that Red Esports, they lean on the Paquito, but so far, the Paquito isn't exactly the greatest XP laner in the current meta. Yes, it's got the flexibility, but okay, looks like the fortune teller is, you know, just drop a percentage right now,
So
80%.
long as I can breathe.
80%. I think it's 56%. The win rate for Paquito right now, not too bad considering how often he has been picked up. But I actually kind of thought maybe they might go for Martis instead. Still a very solid hero overall. The fact that they didn't go for that will leave it open for Red Esports, but I'm wondering whether or not they'll go for a bit of a shift in approach. Do they still want to pick up the Franco? Very good counter to the Farsa. We'll have to find out.
Personally, I don't really like the Paquito in the current patch. Yeah,
Really?
people is like, oh no, it's great and strong and all, blah, blah, blah. But that's the thing, right? The reason why I hate it is that
exists the equilibrium.
Is that?
Was made for.
if you don't hit your combos,
Okay.
if you don't do enough damage, your only other option is to run. Like, if you were compared to another hero like Uranus, like, hey, it's boring, blah, 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 I can be in your face to soak damage and still do some decent amount of damage. To actually buy time and do the same thing Paquito does. And the only difference is that it's safer to play in a Uranus compared to a Paquito, where if you get caught, you're dead.
So you're basically being the opposite of Gideon right now.
Yes.
You're being the antithesis,
He hates the wet noodle
of
fight,
the
but I love it.
anti-Uranus caster here. Interesting. Gideon would be rolling, not in his grave, probably in his bed, back at home hearing this. But with the Fredrin and the Eve locked in, Red Esports has a very solid front line, as well as some interesting options. And I did wonder about the Martis earlier. Red Giants going to lock it in now.
Okay, very, very, I would say dependent now, because as of yet, Melboy 99 need to hug or hold on to something in order to sleep well during bedtime. Okay, that's a little bit TMI here, don't you think?
It's a good thing he wasn't on the Red Giants, because when they were all locked in a room, he would have no choice but to hug someone else.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We're going there real fast. Something just, you know, we went there. We shouldn't go there, man. That's too far gone, bro. That's the line. We gotta. We're treading really very
where
close
your
now.
mind goes in the first place. It would just be more super stinky.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. That was a good one. But at the same time, now let's talk a little bit more on the drafts here. I think, wow, we've got fans of Shamilo right now. Holy
That's
moly.
a nice shot right there,
That's a
Shamilo.
very nice shot. I don't think he realizes it. He's very focused now. But now, let's focus onto this game here. Franco being banned from side Selangor Red Giants. We know how Mao has kind of terrorized their playstyle in game number 1. So this is, I think, Selangor Red Giants, we're having Arcadia, kind of testing Mao's hero pools, because if you've seen Mao on his previous track record here, he's played Cho, he's played Kufra, he's played the Franco, and big successes on him has so far been the Kufra and the Franco thus far.
Kufra wouldn't be a bad choice in this situation since there's a
But
Paquito,
it's
but Red banned it themselves since they're worried that Pancake has the first pick on their next phase. But this will definitely limit things, unless they intend to flex the Edith into the roam position, which is very possible.
Very, very possible indeed here. And I guess that's the idea as well, because Selangor Red Giants, they're actually not too sure if it is going to be the case, because I feel like this is something that Red Esports is intending to do, putting the Edith into a roam position and then pick another hero to actually play on the XP lane. And in this case, Yujong isn't too bad right here if Red Esports actually decides to use it to deal with the force out. This was once upon a time a Red Esports special, that's one. Two, a Ren QT special as well.
Absolutely a Ren QT special. Shamilo really just getting a lot of attention from the crowd right now. Rose telling us, hey, this is the man up on stage. Look at him in all his glory. Serious mode, Shamilo.
Yep, serious mode in
Take it all in, everyone.
Yep, take it. He's smiling, but I don't think he's smiling at Rose for that
If he
reason.
knows what we were talking about.
Agreed, agreed. But of course now with the Harif also being banned here coming from Red Esports, it seems like they are gonna try and I'm not sure about the Harif ban though. I feel like it's a little bit weird, but considering how the Joy was played in a previous game coming from Sekis, if Red Esports just doesn't want somebody go to the back line, so taking away the Harif is great, and now with the Joy also banned from them, so this time, Red Esports will not be afraid of the back lines, and this Yves is going to be able to do a little bit more compared to previous game. Like, it forces the Paquito and the Mortis to go the back line and leave the Farsa exposed for Red Esports to actually dive him.
I was actually considering whether Pancake would pick up the Grok here just to make sure it's not picked up against them, because it's a very easy deny for the Feathered Airstrike. But I wasn't sure if they would do it since Eve really messes with Grok. But it seems like Pancake is pretty confident. Now, what I'm wondering about this Harif ban, you usually ban this hero when you're gonna pick a hero like Claude, which typically is weaker early in the gold lane so that you don't get bullied hard. But the Claude has already been banned themselves. So I'm wondering what they are looking for here. Like, if they still intend to go for the typical Beatrix, there isn't really a need to ban Harif. So I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm a little bit weirded out as well, but now Yujong pickup coming from Red Esports, they are going to pick it on the XP lane, so it is going to be a roam Edith. Melboy, what's it going to be? Is it going to be the Melissa? Nope, it is going to be the carry instead to deal with all these tanky ones here. And of course, inside the comments here, the banners there, why is Shamilo not playing? Well, technically he is playing the drafts as an analyst.
He is playing in his own special way here, but the carry pick has been a bit hit or miss here. The hero is still very good at taking down tankier opponents, but now with the shorter range compared to basically every other marksman in the meta, it does take a lot of effort to make sure that Melboy will be able to dish out that DPS consistently.
Yep, are they going to go for Irritel? No, they're not. They're actually bringing it into 1-1. And surprise, surprise, it's a 100% win rate thus far. And I'm curious to see how Selangor Red Giants actually pulls this off, because as of yet, this 1-1 is going to have a very, very difficult time. But of course, considering the amount of CCs that Red Esports is coming in, if you get caught, instant built-in Purify to get out of sticky situations.
Yeah, you typically want to avoid playing 1-1 against a hero like heroes like Yuzong, like Edith. But there is a particular hero where 1-1 matches up very well against, and that is actually the Fredrin, because he will usually just stand there pretty slow, very easy to hit all your marks on. Compared to before, 1-1 doesn't move nearly as quickly, so that has really deterred her damage. I'm interested to see this.
Yeah, based on this draft as well here, you know, Red Esports looks like they have a very solidly good plan here. Yo Jang to actually deal with the Farsa, but from the side of Selangor Red Giants here, if they're able to kite out the Yu Jong as well as the Fredrin, they will be easily able to turn the tides in their favor. Who's it gonna be?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Land of Dawn opens once more, and action instantly begins with Gorgeous and Super Zack encountering 2 from Red Esports on their side. But it's going to be Red Esports currently 1 game down, eager to make a strong debut by taking this to a game 3, and the Red Giants who want to claim a clean series to get first place on the standings.
Yep, I agree. But now, as of yet, we are seeing a little bit of a Selangor Red Giants getting a little bit aggressive here, but they are not starting with the, I would say, row mid opening here for XP. They are playing the traditional front to front with two-man mid rotation coming from both sides.
Yeah, quite strange considering we saw Red Esports do this in the previous game, and now we can see that Maul is going to be a little bit behind on XP compared to Pancake. But it doesn't seem they want to go for anything too aggressive anyway, so it's still going to be pretty fine for now. I'm not gonna expect anything too extreme in the first few minutes, because both these teams do want to take a little bit of time to scale.
Yeah, but at the same time here, we are going to see a little bit of an invades coming in. Mao is looking for the setup, and it's happened here.
In trouble, onward, Earth Shatter into the Void Crystal. Already forced to use the Flicker pretty early on. Not going to have that available for the turtle fight.
Yep, at the same time, Ren QD is dropping a little bit low here. He might actually die to this.
So a nice Petrify to keep Skies locked down. Decimate doesn't get it, but Skies will still finish off Ren QT for first blood as Super Zack encounters Exhort in the jungle. Looks like they're not gonna prolong this. They just want to control the turtle pit.
Yeah, this is huge. You know, this is what Selangor Red Giants likes to do. They always like to cut rotations, and they are able to get a nice, very pick-off. And because of this, they are able to get a lot more space throughout the map. And very over 2 minutes of the game, they've already gotten themselves a 700 gold lead. But the question here is, the turtle fight is about to begin, and this time turtle control is in Red Esports' favor.
Pancake gonna block out the turtle, force the reset. Gojes almost gets caught, but he's able to dash out in time. Turtle reset, and the real one manipulation has been used pretty early on. Red Giants can actually take this slow. Meanwhile, you see Super Skies. He's not even here. He's stealing away the orange buff. Do they want to just give this away? Red Giants trying to delay this for as long as possible. I don't think it's going to be long enough for Skies to get here, though. So, Amal gets an easy turtle.
Wow, preemptive Wave Dragon as well, just to actually counter them all. But bottom lane though.
Yeah, Melboy going to be the target. Super Skies, he's not there for the turtle, but he sure is here for the carry as Super Red is fed a pretty early kill. And look, there's 2 gold minions there that Melboy will no longer be able to get.
That was very nice coming from Super Sekis here. He didn't actually opt to go in for the last hits. He actually dispositioned Melboy in order to allow Super Red to actually chain for a potential crossbow of tanks. And that was very nice because regardless of what happened, Melboy would not have survived that because of that catch. Nicely done coming from Sekis.
A good combination of abilities, and I love the way that Sky is moving around the map right now. You think that it's obvious he should go for the turtle, but nope, he goes for something else instead. So Red Esports are already going to be put at the back foot. A 1k net worth lead for the Red Giants will put them in a very comfortable spot.
Yep. And now, once again, Red Esports, they are playing from behind. Once again, they're getting a little bit desperate here, but so far, Pancake is doing a fantastic job of just zoning and getting information on this Grok. And that's the problem about having a Grok, right? If you don't get those timings right, the immune CC from Grok is just going to completely block everything. And this is something that I think it's very difficult to actually catch those timings, especially with Pancake right now.
He finds Maul in the bush, goes for the wild charge onto him instead of Melboy, but it still may not work out. He's going to get caught out by the Edith now. Super Sky is going to be coming in. Pancake will sacrifice his life, but Sky secures the Decimate onto Melboy. Venom Airstrike onto Maul. Double kill onto Amal. And the Red Giants dismantle Red Esports.
That was very nicely done coming from Pancake. That was a sick play here. He knew he was going to die, and instead of just dying out in the open, he forced Red Esports to commit to the kill, clumped up S3, and immediately set up an ambush for both Super Zack and Super Sekis there to actually capitalize a triple kill. So nicely done from Selangor Red Giants. And Red Esports, they just took the bait.
I really wonder whether Pancake was just like a really three-dimension mind gaming Red Esports there, because he actually went for that wild charge really early. It seemed obvious that he knew that Maul was there, but he could have waited for his team to get a little closer before going for the full invest. I kind of wonder if he's actually trying to keep them there for as long as possible.
Yep. At the same time, Turtle is going to be in their favor as well. Amal not going to be in the position here. They need to find a way to deal with this, but it's going to be difficult considering that now Selangor Red Giants turns the tides. They have a 3k lead. Melboy also losing his 1v1 against Super Red. Ooh, Red Esports having a very, very difficult time now.
Super Skies had a very interesting first item there. Never seen yet on a Martis. That is a Brute Force Breastplate as his first item. Very interesting choice.
Yeah, you know, mobility is going to be the key, and so far Sekis has been very good in his positioning here. As long as he has those mobility, he is going to be able to distract and buy time to set up for maybe a very, very nice crossbow tank from Super Red. So I guess that's going to be the idea here. But, of course, Red Esports, they seem to be a little bit lost here as they don't really know who they should be focusing right now, because the idea in the drafts is to deal with the Farsa, and so far Super Zack hasn't been in their face at all.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Red Esports has been able to regain control. Wild Charge going to miss on Melboy. Feathered airstrike. Ooh, just barely missing that last hit onto Melboy. He would have died if he was 1 pixel higher. Red Giants keeping the pressure on. Melboy cannot farm at all.
Yeah, Selangor Red Giants are just controlling everything from the macro game as well. Super Gorgeous was able to cut off creep wave up top as well. Way far back behind tier 2s, but with the emblems coming in, they do have 3 agilities here, so they are rotating very quickly and efficiently in between lanes to try and play the macro game. And so far, it has given them so much map control right now.
And we've seen this same recipe many times before. Put more attention towards Super Red's side. He gets the tier 1, rotate Gojes over to take control of that lane, no longer having the tier 1. Allow Super Red to start farming mid, farming top. He is truly unlocked now. And this is where the 1-1 will really start snowballing.
Now Super Sekis now just got his Hunter Strike once again, playing the movement speed game. Mobility is going to be the key in order to out-kite Red Esports, which makes a lot of sense because if you think about it here, if you can out-kite Mao, that's going to be the game plan to win. But Mao, oh my goodness, he's actually going to die.
Even the Primal Wrath couldn't save him, but better airstrike. Amal diving the tower. Super Gojes not going to survive being under the real one manipulation for that long, as Amal will just barely live as well. Super Zack not going to be able to finish that off, but Super Red will finish off the tier 1 up top.
But at the same time, Turtle will be secure from the side of Super Sekis, and Super Red also taking the tier 2 as well. So Red Esports, they finally made a move, but it was something that they did not expect. But now an early Black Dragon coming in from Red QT though.
Wild Charge misses entirely from Pancake. That's a bit awkward. Petrify will find him onward, going to miss as well. Super Red is still staying. He's looking for the crossbow of Tank Proc, looking to continue threatening the tower because look what's happening at the bottom lane. Melboy actually wins the 1v1 against Super Zack, but Gojes comes in just to finish him off.
Yep, nicely done there. They were able to trade 1 for 1. But at the same time, Red Esports is still holding on to tier 2 up top, but it will eventually fall. They need more backup here. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen.
Super Red gonna be threatening Ren QT. Never a good sign when the big dragon is scared away by a little girl hopping around all over the place. And Red Giants are all up in Red Esports' space here. This jungle belongs to them now too. Amal will be able to retreat it away, luckily for him. That'll help them a little bit longer. Onward, gonna find Super Skies. Mortal Coil gets him out of danger. Amal still under Defender Airstrike, still under the crossbow of tank, spreading over to the rest of Red Esports. And Super Gojes comes in from the side. Super Skies with the Decimate connects into the back line, catches out Exort. Super Red dropping low, but he will hop out.
Yep, at the same time, Red Esports, it feels like they're just playing in the hands of Selangor Red Giants' momentum right now. Selangor Red Giants is just completely controlling everything, and now with the AI winning prediction coming in as well, 70% win rate on towards Selangor Red Giants, which makes a lot of sense. But the question here is, can Red Esports drag this into a later stage of the game where Melboy is going to be able to make a comeback, because he is going to be able to shred through this Grok, this annoying Pancake right now from Selangor Red Giants to the dust. But before that actually happens, he's got to need a lot more farm before he actually makes a comeback with this.
The problem with that is that even if Red Esports waits long enough for Melboy to actually get his full build, Red Giants has better scaling. They have 1-1, they have Farsa. Comparatively, Red Esports just doesn't have all that much consistent DPS. So I don't see a way out of this situation for Red Esports.
Yeah, and of course, now with the Lord in the hands of Selangor Red Giants, it is going to be that much more difficult for Red Esports to bounce back unless they get the perfect catch. And so far, Selangor Red Giants, Super Sekis in particular, is just snowballing his way through with his Martins level 14 as compared to Amal, who's only level 11 as a jungler right now.
Amal has been getting bullied really heavily. We've already seen this matchup before previously when we saw Homebois playing with GB on the Brethren versus Amartis as well. And it just did not feel good. So Amal is now on the receiving end of that, and he doesn't even have the experience that we saw from GB. So Red Giants are really running away with this. Pancake, Conceal, looking for something. Lord has collided. Faded Airstrike zoning out. Petrify onto Super Zac, but they're jumping straight in. Decimate. Super Goja is going to get the kill onto Rank Cutie. Crossbow of Tag! Super Red with the killing spree! Double kill! Spreads onto Amal. Secures another kill for the Red Giants. And now they're looking for structures.
Yep, at the same time, so Red Giants, they are going to continue with their inhibitor. Red Esports, they're down to only Exort and Melboy. Looks like it might be over here. Selangor Red Giants, they're going to try to make an attempt now.
Go just try to flicker forward, try to zone them out. Emphasis on tried, but they will succeed in breaking down the crystal. Selangor Red Giants moves to the top of the standings at the end of week 1 with another 2-0 clean sweep.
Nicely done. Coming in from Selangor Red Giants here. A beautiful start on the first week of MPL Malaysia. 2 series, 2 O's, 2 O's, and now against Red Esports. The better Red here. Selangor Red Giants completely bleed out Red Esports here. And of course, Red Esports, they have to go back to the drawing board here. But with their debut match coming in, it was a very, very difficult game for them to actually play though.
It's quite rough for Red Esports. This is a strong lineup. They've had very promising scrim results, but they had to start off the season against one of the most powerful teams heading into Season 12. Red Giants continuing to make a statement here. And Red Esports, I think there's still a lot of potential for them. This was just not their day.
Yep, at the same time, you can see the fans are cheering their minds out here. They're celebrating Selangor Red Giants' victory, especially in this first week. A flawless one as well. And I'm curious to see what they have to say as we are about to throw it over to our amazing host, Rose, to have an interview with Selangor Red Giants.
Dan itu dia pasukan yang lebih cerah untuk perlawanan ini ialah Selangor Red Giants. Gorgeous, sini. Sini Gorgeous, sini Gorgeous. Okay, sepatutnya I takkan interview Gorgeous hari ini. Tapi Gorgeous, sekarang dah pandai taunting
Kata nak spicy.
Kata nak spicy. Tunjuk sikit taunting macam mana?
Apa?
Tunjuk sikit taunting tadi macam mana?
Taunting tadi?
Taunting tadi. Dekat stage.
Taunting tadi, saya tunjuk macam, oh, Red Esports. No, weak. This Red Giant strong. Yeah, like that.
Setuju ke tak? Setuju. Okay, Gorgeous. Sekali lagi, Selangor Red Giants habiskan game dengan 2-0. Adakah ini satu momentum untuk Red Giants in order to qualify for M5?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Sebelum I tanya lagi banyak soalan, are you guys ready for the MVP? Alright. Korang rasa siapa MVP? Alright. 3, 2, 1. Skies! Wow! Okay, sini.
Okay.
Sini.
Alright.
Game 1, Game 2. Dua-dua MVP. Skies ni lain macam untuk musim ni. Apa yang jadi sebelum musim ni bermula?
Actually, saya lebih semangat sikit untuk season ni nak lawan Red Esports sebab saya ada sikit-sikit kata-kata lah untuk Red Esports. Saya rasa korang dah boleh tukar warna lain kot sebab warna merah Red Giants je layak.
Okay, I like the brief I gave them. Kata nak spicy, diorang bagi spicy. But, in case you guys didn't know, sebelum match ni bermula, I buat TikTok tadi dengan Pancake dan juga Super Red. And Pancake ada request. If we win against Red Esports, I want to say something to Exhort. So here you go.
I think for Exhort, he cannot win without his previous teammate. So go back in Philippines.
Okay. Whoa. All right, okay. Any last words to your fans? Okay, coach. Let's give it to the coach. Hopefully it's not that spicy.
Thank you to all our fans, to all Red Giants fans, and also to all our bosses. Thank you guys for coming here and supporting us. I hope that we will always give our best. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for being here, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Selangor Red Giants. Congratulations. Once again, a round of applause. All right, thank you. Thank you. And now, how about we throw it to the caster to break down what happened in this clean sweep of best of 3. Casters, dipersilakan.
Ooh, well, seems like all that time being in the same room together didn't just create some super stinky, but also some super heated throws right there. Being able to call out the members of Red Esports and Super Red, even calling out Exhort directly. Wow, that is something.
Yeah, that is definitely something indeed. But at the same time here, the MVP here, Sekis, he has had a match KD of 10, 1, and 12 out of both games. Only died a single time, I guess, with a match kill position of 73%. And so far, he's been playing really, really well. And based on these emblems here, it's interesting because we are leaning towards a tank jungler, but at the same time, it is diverse in the sense where because of how he plays and understands what he needs to do, he's able to do both regardless of damage or jungle. So I'm curious to see how he does it as we jump into a mic check with them.
Reset. Oh, no, santai. I can take the okay. I got this, Ade.
No thief, guys. No thief.
Just do what you want. I got this.
Picker, Kari.
Nice! Bantay. Can I reset dulu? I don't have mana.
Okay. Chill lang, guys. Chill. Reset. I think just they cannot.
Easy, bro.
Nice one, guys. Me, guys. No. Nice one, guys. Chill lang. Nice one.
Considering how spicy their comments were during the interview, it's surprising just how disciplined their call-outs are when they're in-game. Even though they're in complete control, they're not being aggressive, they're not overextending, they know exactly what it is that needs to be done, and they're communicating properly, which probably is why this match ended in only 11 minutes.
Yep, of course, Pancake, he played really, really well here. He's pretty much the backbone of the team, was shot calling, deciding, hey, how we're going to be doing this, and then they take a fight. So nice calls here coming from Pancake, but eventually we are going to be talking about the itemizations coming from both sides here. Super Sekis, he obviously went for the Brute Force Breastplate as a first item choice before going into the Hunter Strike. So that was very interesting considering the fact that that's not a very, very common item.
But it's not at all.
Considering how quick Selangor Red Giants has been rotating throughout the map and also getting a little bit of a snowball lead and taking advantage that they have 3 agilities coming from Super Goldjazz, Super Zac, and and Pancake. They're hoping to try and punish Red Esports' misplays, and there was this one time they actually did, because without all these little mobilities, there was no way they were able to set up a 3-man ambush down bottom, punishing 3 players from Red Esports with Pancake setting up as bait, and the only time that Pancake has died.
It does seem like Red Giants likes to prioritize mobility, considering how many of them took the agility emblem, going for movement speed items, And Red Esports unfortunately just didn't seem to be able to catch up, despite the fact that there's 3 quantum charges on their side as well.
That's the thing about quantum charge, right? Like, it does give you a little bit of sustains, you know, like whenever you basic attack, you have some chance to actually get yourself some health, you have a little bit more mobility, but that is if you are attacking. So midway rotations, I don't think you are going to be able to keep up against an agility design composition in terms of emblem. And on top of it all, they don't really have innate kits as a heroes to actually catch up to them in terms of mid rotation. So I would say the reason why Red Esports kind of lost to this fight is because of the fact that Selangor Red Giants just out-rotated Red Esports on every single front from the early to mid game.
Yeah, one of the scariest parts about the Selangor Red Giants is how we see they adapt to teams, even on the international stage. When we watched them during the Snapdragon series, whenever they lost a game, there seemed to be an instant shift in mindset for the next one. And even during their victories, we see that too. In Game 1, the early stages were actually pretty close. Red Esports got some pretty good catches, they got some good team fights in response. But in Game 2, it seemed like Red Giants instantly understood their opponents and could just run them over.
Agreed. But at the same time here, damage output here, obviously Super Red is going to be topping here. We did, which is kind of surprising considering that he was able to win 1v1s all the way through again. Melboy ever since that one successful gank down bottom. But I'm curious to see when it comes to rotations, right? We have to see the heat maps coming in from both sides, and that is going to be between Melboy as well as Super 8. As you can see, Super 8 obviously has been farming his way through. He does take away neutral objectives, which is very interesting because normally neutral objectives are left for junglers. But in this particular way, considering how Super Seconds is just overwhelming the enemy's jungle, which is in Red Esports' side, he is able to take the other side's jungle when there is just no creeps or any other objectives for him to counter to power farm his way through.
Yeah, Super Red was just given so much space this game to farm, and I really love the way that Red Giants play. It's very textbook and very effective. You see that they put a lot of attention towards the gold lane. Super Red freezes, baits out Melboy, lets him get caught out. Once they are able to kill him enough, break down the tier 1, he rotates, he switches lane to the other side of the map, breaks down all the towers in the EXP lane, farms the mid lane, and you can see exactly why his GPM was so high there in the highlights for game number 2.
As you can see, this was what I meant. The first successful gank that kind of allowed Super Red to get his farm his way through, and ever since then, whenever they're trying to take a fight down bottom, and this was the turning point for Super Red. This was where everything went south. Because in terms of mobility-wise, Super Red Giants, because they had those additional mobility, they were able to catch up and then set up for this big clamp and clash that got them that triple kill. And ever since they got that kill, it just snowballed out of control in favor of Super Red Giants. And every single time they take a fight, Red Esports just had no way to react. And even if they do, they were already playing from a position where they have to disengage rather than counter-engage.
That's absolutely right. Unfortunately, Red Esports has a comp that wants to be able to catch people. They have an Edith, but every single time it's guys walking in, he starts with the Mortal Coil. You can't toss him. He has Brute Force Breastplate, so he can run straight out. It's so smart, the way that these players play and itemize. And because of that, Selangor Red Giants now top the charts with a clean win streak in Week 1 of Season 12.
Well, this is a very, very big statement here coming from Selangor Red Giants. We talked about it here since their debut coming in from Snapdragon Pro Series. We were like, oh, nobody expected Selangor Red Giants to do that well during SPS. And guess what? They're here saying that it's the first week. We get 2-0. We're #1 right now. However, once again, it is the regular season. It is MPL for a reason. Anything can happen. And in this case, it's going to be a good sign for Selangor Red Giants fans because this is not a team we would expect to be in #1 right from the get-go.
Well, in the previous season, that's definitely what we would thought. But this season coming in as one of the favorites with a lot of fans backing them up thanks to their performance in Season 11 on the international stage. I feel like Red Giants has not just dominated the stage, but it's also dominated our hearts. Just like you can dominate the Land of Dawn like a champion with ROG Phone 7, where you can win lanes and push your ranked matches with a powerful phone device. The ROG Phone 7 going to be available for all of you guys if you're looking to really improve on your gameplay and make sure that all of your flashy plays are even cleaner and flashier than before.
Exactly. And of course, you know, when it comes to playing all these games here, I know you guys are excited for the games here. 2-0s thus far. But guess what? Coming up next is going to be another interesting one here. Your favorites, your defending champions, a 3-time champion MPL title, 4-time M Series attendee, Todak, going up against Team Secret, who, in this case, Team Secret has been looking for their first victory. Can they take it against Todak?
Yep, Team Secret in a pretty tricky spot right now on a big lose streak, even extending from the previous season. Todak, though, with a brand new lineup, has not been exactly doing the best we would expect from them. So I think we're expecting a little more, but we're gonna go on a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be the final match of the day.
who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan
kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu pertama match terakhir kita. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan inilah dia, momen yang semua orang tengah tunggu. Perlawanan terakhir, manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan dari Todak yang akan menentang lawan Team Secret. Okay, I love the vibe. Tapi, players kena suka vibe, baru diorang akan naik pentas. So, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. And with that, mari kita ajak ke atas pentas Team Secret. Team Secret masih kejar kemenangan pertama mereka di MPL Malaysia. Perubahan dilakukan dengan penambahan Matt dan Max bersama kru latihan. Adakah Team Secret bakal menamatkan rentak kekalahan mereka? Mari kita nantikan. And the defending champions of MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, Team Todak. Pasukan dengan title juara MPL Malaysia terbanyak, pasukan Todak menunjukkan perlawanan yang sengit semalam bersama pemain terbaru mereka, Martizi, yang beraksi dengan begitu cemerlang. Namun mereka terpaksa aku apabila tewas di tangan tim SMG. Adakah mereka akan bangkit hari ini dan mendapatkan kemenangan mudah? Let us see. Sekarang marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Memperkenalkan di Head of League Ops, Johnson, Head Marshal Lukman dan Marshals Irfan dan Gitzer. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Oh, hi. Okay, what a way to end our last match. Tapi sebelum I throw to the casters, since kita full house sekali lagi, when I say Toda, you say Langga. Alright? Alright. Toda! Toda! Alright, and when I say Team Secret, I want you guys to cheer. Got it? Team Secret! Sekali lagi. Team Secret! Nampaknya players kita sudah ready, casters kita sudah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The gauntlet is thrown for our final series of the week and the day itself here on the English desk. My name is Staffa, alongside Icy Baby 1-2, going to be bringing you Todak versus Team Secret. Two teams still eager to claim their first victory here in Season 12, which is quite surprising considering that one of these names is Todak.
Exactly, glad to be at the service here to take you through this final game of this final week here. And it is going to be a little bit interesting, but before we actually begin, we need your help, okay? And that is scanning the QR code right below here and predict the MVP throughout all the games that is going to be happening here. Little did you know, 5 winners will be chosen in each match to win the limited MPL skin. Yes, that's right. 5 lucky winners who predicted the right MVP out of all the match will be walking away with that skin.
Yep, so you could be one of that lucky 5. Make sure you get the QR code. If you blink, you miss it. And now we're going to be going on into our final series. Week 1, Day 3. We've already gotten to see some really intense matches throughout Week 1 of Season 12. It's already shaping up to be an incredible season, and this match is going to be no different.
Exactly. And now, let's talk a little bit more on how both teams' performance thus far, because Team Secret and Todak, starting off this season, hasn't exactly won a single game. But from the side of Team Secret, we have Zico, who kind of brought the revamped version for Team Secret. You know, it looks stronger than ever compared to their previous season. There is a lot of fight in them, but the question here is, can they adapt in time? However, from the side of Todak, they brought in Kuja as a coach, previously from RSG. Now, they're back from Todak. Didn't exactly start things off well for their first series, but do you think it is going to be a good one for them this time?
This is going to be an interesting matchup because Todak is definitely expected to be the favorite here when they're up against Team Secret. We obviously know that Team Secret hasn't been having the best time here, as they haven't been able to win a single game since their debut last season as well. So you can imagine they're very eager to change that. But they've already been put through quite the gauntlet, starting off the season against 2 former champions, first Team Hawk, now Todak. It's gonna be an uphill climb.
Hey, here's a fun fact. 2-0 Team Secret, guess what? Amox actually made a prediction on the Media MPL as well. He predicted 2-0 from Secret instead of Todak.
Wow, that's a statement right there, especially against the defending champions. And these players are the ones that are looking to be able to achieve it. Team Secret up on screen, consisting of AIM, Vox, Neo, Max, and Matt.
Now, when it comes to playstyles here, we have seen a lot of brilliance coming from the twins themselves, the handsome twins, Max and Mac. And so far, their synergy hasn't been very well when they're syncing it with AIM. There seems to be a little bit of a discomfort or miscommunication between the roamer and the mage here, but so far when the brothers are playing together, they are really on the same page. So somehow, if Team Secret, if they want to score a win, they need to work together as a team. And we've talked about how imports is very important. Now, when it comes to Todak, they brought in Martisi into the pool, which alongside with Chiku Guys, Rival, Yums, and Momo as well.
We have the classic Todak lineup here with the addition of Martisi, like you mentioned, in their previous game against Team SMG. Despite being a newer player to the lineup, Martisi did perform pretty confidently, and there were still some issues to iron out, but it was a pretty hard-fought series overall, and SMG has ever been a Todak rival. So I do think that Martisi has been doing a pretty good job so far. It's not easy to integrate yourself with a team that has as much personality as Todak brings to the table.
Oh boy. In the comments as well, the fans here thinking there is a reason why us casters, we hate Todak. Alright?
Yep.
I'm just gonna bluntly say it here, there is a reason why we hate Todak. We hate them because they're good. Yeah, we hate them because they're good. We hate them because they pick some really weird drafts and make it work and still win with it.
Now, I personally love weird drafts. I love weird heroes when they debut, when we get to see new things, but there's just something about Todak's energy that always makes them feel like villains during the regular season, like that final boss that every team has to overcome. So it's understandable why there's a bit of that. But the fans, they speak for themselves. Todak has been one of the longest running and most popular squads here in MPL MY.
Now, let's give you guys a little bit of recap here on what Todak drafted in yesterday's games. Was they actually brought in the Alice on game on day one for the first regular season.
Yep.
They brought in a Alice, and Alice is something that is Alice jungle is something that is very commonly used by RSG SG, played by Diablo. So I'm surprised they're actually testing this. So we're going towards this trend where Todak might be in a situation where they will still continue to try pick off meta hero picks. Now, if you were to base a little bit more stats here from the other regions here, unpick off meta heroes thus far are Saber, Valir, Hylos, and Granger has not been shown yet here in MPL Malaysia.
On top of that, heroes that we expected to be somewhat popular with the meta shift, such as Florin and Alpha, we haven't seen them either. We got a familiar face in the crowd, of course. That's going to be Rippo, going to be coming over to watch his rivals, get a little bit of information, as well as show support to his fellow MPL competitors, who are going to be duking it out on the stage very, very soon. 10 seconds left on the timer before we go into the draft for game number 1. We've already highlighted that there are different heroes that we expect to be bringing over to the Land of Dawn, but so far, pushing Rival into these weird positions hasn't quite worked out for them. So I'm very interested to see how this draft phase will develop.
Now, when it comes to the drafts here, let's take a look at the bans here. Todak starting things off, they ran off the Fredrin as well as the Edith. Whereas Team Secret, they're sticking with the Angela, most likely going to be leaning on the Valentina ban as well, which is something that they have done in their games during day number 1. But of course, when it comes to comfort picks here, I'm curious to see whether or not Todak decides to bring the Bruno, because if we were to compare MPL Indonesia, Skylar brought the Bruno and made it work. It is part of the quote-unquote crit marksmen that benefit a lot from the Haas Claw over the GDS.
Yeah, we do have a lot of questions for Chiku, but we also do have to consider Momo a little bit. The silent performer, 100% win rate with Lapu Lapu in 6 games during Season 11, scoring 2 Maniacs as well as the only Savage. Ever since Momo was added to Todak, he has been slowly growing and growing into a very powerful player and one of the backbones of the Todak lineup.
Hey, you know what's really cool? You know, right from game number 1, even though they've lost the series, Todak, game number 2, when they played that game against SMG, they were able to get a Maniac for Chiku, guys. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, Todak's goal for this entire season would be like every game or every series, we're going to try and get as many Maniacs and Savages as much as possible. However, now, let's compare a little bit more on the drafts here when it comes to the gold lane later. But for now, first pick here, going to be the Paquito. Flexible pick here. Maybe XP, maybe jungle, which is something that they can consider. But overall, after seeing their first appearance, I feel like Kuja has something in store for Rival. So far, they have been forcing Rival to pick heroes that are a little bit unorthodox compared to what we know of, like, you know, the Paquito going up against assassins, etc.
It's actually kind of weird because based on history, Kuja as a coach always relies on fixed data. He only picks lineups and heroes that worked well for Todak in scrims. So that implies that the weird heroes we saw yesterday worked for them. But Rival just seemed really uncomfortable on them, like on the stage. So I'm wondering whether Kuja has changed up his coaching style or whether these picks worked well on scrims but not against other MPL teams.
Yep, agreed. But at the same time, Team Secret, they open things up with the Terisla as well as the Kadita. But considering that Edith has been banned here, I'm assuming this is going to be a aim special with, like, he is going to be playing the Roam Kadita, and we are going to be seeing potentially Max going to be playing something else. It could be either or, but that's the thing, right? It all depends on how Zico is going to be drafted for the team, right? So now, from side Todak, are they going to show their hand? This is something that I'm curious to see, because considering that Angela is banned and Todak, they tend to lean on a little bit more flex picks here. Kaja was something that they're very comfortable with.
Whoa!
But okay.
Whoa!
Shawhead. Looks like we are going to get our unorthodox
I have
picks here.
missed this. Remember the old days, like even before like Season 7, Season 6, when Jawhead was the must-pick hero. You saw him in the roam position every single game, because back then there really weren't any other good options. His displacement were always strong.
I remember what you're talking about. It was Season 7 when everyone was playing Jawhead, roam, Jawhead, etc. But during playoffs, nobody picked Jawhead.
Yeah,
which was
that's
weird.
rough.
It was like the entire regular season, Jawhead was like the prio pick. When we hit the regular season, so when we hit the playoffs, nobody picked Jawhead.
He's
It was
such
weird.
a fun hero to watch, and nowadays he's actually played more as a damage hero. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a jungle Jawhead to go full assassin.
Okay, I am gonna make myself look dumb for a bit.
Okay.
Why? Because when it comes to Todak, whatever I know about Todak or their drafts right now, I usually gets thrown off based on how they play, right?
Alright.
I'm gonna assume that this is gonna be a Jawhead jungle Kaja roam. But if I'm dumb and I decide to have a little bit of fun, historical data has shown that Todak, you know what? If my draft is not working out, let's play Kaja jungle.
That
which
is
happens
true.
before.
That's happened before.
I hate it.
I imagine Rival hates it too. Like, he just feels so uncomfortable. He looks so uncomfortable when he plays the Kaja jungle. But hey, maybe we've had more practice since then. Right now though, Team Secret, I'm liking their lineup. Lots of displacement, good CC. So Todak, if they're looking to experiment here still, they really gotta make sure all their gears are in place.
I swear to God, you know, if you guys in the chat here, please don't flame us. And the reason why we're telling you this is because we've seen at least are we like 4 years now of how Todak has been playing over the years?
Pretty much.
And yeah, 4 years because M4 all the way now and they're looking for M5. Yeah, roughly around there. They have this tendency to bring things that are so unexpected. But now to us, it is kind of expected. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this as a Kaija jungle. Even though I hate it.
I'm still gonna
like, I
lean
really hate it.
to this being a Jawhead jungle, but you never know. Even Jawhead EXP, Paquito jungle, still possible. That's the thing about Todak. You can put anyone anywhere. So picking these heroes doesn't necessarily indicate, and there's really no point in us trying to predict who's going which lane. What is interesting is that Team Secret has banned the Lilia.
You know,
I don't think we've seen this yet.
I know I'm stressing this out, but I'm pretty sure Zico is also pretty stressed out as well because, oh wait, this is a pretty bad draft coming from Todak, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Okay, let's just go for the textbook. But at the same time, even though it may seem like a bad draft, mechanical wise, Todak is always find a way to win games. So now, when it comes to mage wise, Todak, they need to utilize how to take advantage of this Divine Judgment, right? So Divine Judgment's benefits is pretty much getting isolation pick suppression, that's one. Reducing their magic defense all the way through. So what is a good hero that can capitalize on this Divine Judgment coming from Todak?
Some good amount of burst will be important. The Eve and the Lilia are gone. The Farsa was banned by Todak themselves, so that does make things interesting. You do still have the availability of mages like the Novaria, but I don't know if that's going to be the right choice when you already have heroes that want to look for a setup. With the Kufra out as well, that's going to make Paquito's life a lot more difficult. Franco banned Todak. I feel there's something happening here, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Team Secret now, they went for Kadita, so that means that it's going to be Max playing mid lane mage, but Todak, they open things up with the 100% win rate and the Faramis as well.
Is to trick
Jungle Jawhead, right? I assume it's Jungle Jawhead. Jungle Jawhead.
Unless it's Jungle Paquito, Jawhead EXP.
Is this a... Wait, is this... Okay, it's support Kaja, right? And then mid lane mage for Ramis, but there are times that it is a support for Ramis.
It could be the other way around too. Yums is really good at Faramis.
I'm sorry guys,
That's
but
the thing
I
about
hate
Todak.
this.
We won't know who's playing what until we're actually in the land of Dawn. But Team Secret gonna stick with what works. We got the Irritel coming out and a lot of front line for the Irritel.
I was right. It is the Jungle Charger. Please no. Please no.
Oh my god, it is the Jungle Charger. Yums, Jawhead Rome. Wow, okay, I have not seen this in ages. I was not like I knew it was a possibility, but I was really hoping for a damaged Jawhead because I just feel like that's more fun.
No, I just like Jawhead jungle a little bit better. But alright, since like I might be wrong, we will be jumping into the game very, very shortly here. But based on the drafts here, you guys know Todak, best team in Malaysia, represent us 4 times now, giving us a very different take on how the meta is looking like. Kaja jungle coming from Rival, going up against Todak, a very, very standardized draft with a lot of pick-off potential, but lacking in terms of magical damage, except for the one-hit burst being played by Max on this Kadita. I'm excited to see who is going to be the winners of this game here as we jump into this game.
Game 1 of Team Secret on the red side versus Todak on the blue side. Both sides eager to claim their first victory of Season 12. The Land of Dawn shall bear witness to which of these teams will be able to show us their stuff.
Yep, and right from the get-go as well, we do see a little bit of harassment coming in, but Todak, they're starting this off with a, pretty standard opening here, which is having the support baby sitting the XP lane instead of the gold lane to soak XP. So this is a little bit different approach, but here comes the engagement here.
Momo, you're forced to use Flicker very early on there. Some nice pressure from Aim and Neo. These are 2 very bulky boys.
Yep, and in terms of fighting this here, it seems like Todak's approach on how they get those level 4 XP up on Yums is just send off the Roman on the XP lane, and then I'm not sure how good is this effective this is. We have to see it at the first total crash, and right now both sides shouldn't be actually trading too much before they get into that stage.
Yeah, we do see this movement quite often nowadays where you have the mid and EXP take level 2 in the EXP lane and then the roam take the mid lane. This is slightly different where the roam goes to get level 2, but it still works out the same way, and it was able to zone out Momo pretty well, so I don't really mind the variation. Trill's gonna be up in another 20 seconds, so we can expect some pressure up in the EXP lane.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going as well. Momo is just chilling a little bit here, not showing a little bit 2 signs, but Todak, I don't think they can actually contest the first turtle, so I guess they are gonna forego it right now, but I might be wrong. But because based on the drafts right now in the early phase, it feels like as long as Yums doesn't have his unstoppable force, Team Secret is just gonna run over them.
I do agree with you there, especially since they've got some pretty solid utility without even needing to hit level 4. But you always gotta watch out for Rival's Divine Judgment. Iron's Revenge somehow lands penalty zone onto Martizi in the backline, forces Cult Altar out much earlier than he would like as Max goes in, Petrify misses, but Martizi will be first blood regardless. Momo a bit late to the party. Our Divine Judgment onto Max, pulling back the Kadita, but he's able to walk out thanks to some movement coming in from the rest of Team Secret, and Fox will secure the first turtle of the game.
Great engagements coming in from Team Secret as well. The moment they had Neo jump in alongside with Max with the Petrify, Todak was a little bit of a chain CC where should they fight or should they not? In this case, getting the kill onto his Martizi, it is going to be a big win. If this was a support for Armis, great. It's not that big of a deal, but it is a mid lane mage Martizi, where he needs to take advantage of those Divine Judgments coming from Rival. And to top it off guard, this Kaja does not have Flicker for those Divine Judgment setups. So it's all about counter engagements coming from Todak.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of burst damage on side of Todak when they're playing like a jungle Kaja. Max gonna get the knockout once again. Rough waves onto Rival, boxes in the base, and the Decimate will take down his opposing jungler.
Well, Team Secret, they are looking to win their first ever game here in MPL. They were on a 20-game lose streak. This might be their first ever game win if they are able to keep up this kind of momentum. However, it's still too early. It's only 3 minutes 40 seconds so far. But Todak, they are needing to play a little bit more safe and start to respect the composition, the Team Secret, that is going to be able to snowball, especially when Box now is level 7.
Yeah, so you always have to be very wary. We've seen Team Secret in this position before, actually. Their early game, not too bad, all things considered. So this is probably the cleanest we've seen so far. A lot of the problem that comes with this team is what happens towards the mid and late game. Making sure that they're able to maintain that composure and not lose out on their lead through a lack of macro is going to be the most crucial thing for Team Secret to keep in mind if they want their first win.
Yep, at the same time as well, Rival is going to be playing the tank build Kaja, so I assume they are going to try and take advantage of the spell ban back in the days with those Ring of Order. So I guess this Kaja is looking to play that sustained tank Kaja rather than engaging Divine Judgment, who's known to be very, very powerful. So that's the idea that Todak is looking forward to here. But at the same time, here comes the catch.
Tyrant's Revenge into the rage. Cold Altar will keep Rival alive. Rough Waves comes out delayed. So the Cold Altar will still be able to tank most of it. But they catch out Box. Here comes Neo with the Flicker penalty zone. Catches two. Box not going to be able to escape though as Momo knocks Neo back into the crossbow of Tang. And Neo will fall as well. 2 kills very quickly earned by Todak.
This is huge. This is huge for Todak. This is exactly what they need. But at the same time here, Team Secret, are they going to be able to fight this here, man?
Here comes Matt! Matt, he's got his eyes on the bird right there. Rival will fall, but the turtle dropping real low. Chiku, guys, will be able to secure it despite his jungler's demise.
That's huge. That is huge for Team Secret, you know. Even though it should not be possible, but Team Secret for Matt to actually get a kill onto the jungler, that's going to slow down Rival's farm, because the idea that Todak is playing around his Kaja is to play around this Ring of Order sustain, which we did see when Neo dived him. He was able to somewhat get out to safety, buy enough time for Todak to re-engage. In this case, it is going to be Chiku, guys, as the win condition. So for now, Chiku, guys, biggest intention is going to be dealing with Matt. So if they can slow down Matt's farm, Todak is going to have full control again in their in terms of momentum in their favor again.
Matt actually does manage to get that gold crab here. I kind of wonder why Yumes threw it away from Chiku, guys. That may have cost him a little bit. But still play from Yumes. He's got his eyes on the Irritel. Going to find aim, but he's not going to full invest. They're just going to set up the zone so that Chiku, guys, gets a free tier 1. Up top, Neo, 1v2. He's in a lot of danger here. Rival does have Divine Judgment, but it doesn't look like he wants to use it.
Yeah, it's just not worth it here. They just technically don't have enough damage to deal with Neo right now, especially when Rival is going full tank all the way through. But Hunter Strike first item priority coming from Box means Box is going to be hitting a little bit harder here. However, Box, because he is now kind of even in terms of level and Rival, with Rival, we are not going to be expecting that snowball Mortis that we are going to be seeing anytime soon, unless they actually set up for a gank right now, because Todak, they're just making sure Chiku doesn't get picked off right now.
Yumes actually looking to chase down aim, but probably just baiting right now. Max in position. He's probably going to be eyeing Martizi. He finds it. It's going to be Petrify into the rough waves. Great combo. Rival misses his Divine Judgment. I don't know if he tried to use it there. The animation was kind of weird, but Todak will get nothing in return.
This is smart. This is smart coming from Team Secret. Like, Todak has always had issues with the mage role here. That's why they had to swap Moon out. But Martizi to fill in those shoes, Team Secret, they're putting Todak at that test. They're just constantly punishing both Martizi and Rival, and because of this, they're getting so much room to try and contest this. However, despite all that, the economy seems 50-50, and the fight is about to break down as well.
Turtle dropping real low. Aim gonna be able to find the jaw hit. Gets Tyrant's Rage onto one member as the Cold Altar comes out. Chiku secures the turtle, but a 3-man penalty zone. The Cold Altar, though, still active, so Todak is perfectly fine and perfectly healthy. Momo jumps back in. Neo gonna be dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Somehow still alive despite everything, and no casualties on either team.
My goodness, Team Secret, they really held on to that here. Beautiful stuff coming from Todak. They secured the turtle, and now they're going to take advantage of it as well. Rough Waves clear the minions, and now Team Secret, they are going to be able to disengage. But now, this is interesting because Todak is able to take advantage of all this sequencing and sustain all of Team Secret. This is going to buy even more time to Chiku, guys, to actually scale even more, because pay attention to this. He's not dying a single time. He's gotten another turret as well. I'm pretty sure he's very far ahead as compared to Matt in terms of getting those economies. So in about 2 to 3 minutes, this is where we will start to see Chiku getting a little bit more aggressive compared to Team Secret.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, considering he will be very aware of what an Irritel needs in order to start dishing out that damage. Matt has not been given the space he needs to start getting those core items. And before he's able to get that 3-item power spike, Irritel doesn't really do all that much, whereas Chiku seems to be farming pretty comfortably. We haven't seen him on the 1-1 in a very long time, but this is a highly mechanical hero that I'm sure they will love playing.
Yup, at the same time here, he's going to be all by himself, split pushing his way through Team Secret. Looks like they are just going to completely ignore Chiku once again. But first item priority coming from Rival is going to be the Sky Guardian's helmet. So there is going to be a lot of kiting potential coming in from Todak to try and take on this fight, unless Team Secret gets a very decisive fight.
He finds Matt, throws him back to his team. Matt just barely getting out. Will he be able to escape? No, Momo flickers backwards, gets the kill, and now Cold Altar Todak running down Team Secret. Max will barely escape with the rough waves, but the same can't be said for Abe or Fox. Momo with a double kill behind Secret's own tier 2.
This is why Momo is an absolute god, right? Like, when you least expect it, Momo comes so far away, flickers it, gets the last hit. Is it stolen? No, it was just the right amount of damage to kill off Matt, and Team Secret just wasn't expecting Todak's aggression. And the beauty about this is that Todak can get away with this because of the Count Altar.
Yeah, the Cold Altar allowing them to just all run down Team Secret. And they know that there's not enough damage yet because Matt doesn't have his items. Before that, they basically don't have to worry about a thing. And Todak are able to really start picking things off. Yums as well, doing a great job, showing us why Jawhead was such a feared roamer back in the day, being able to find the Irritel out of everyone and throw him back with the ejector.
Oh no, instead of the replay here, we do see a clip down on the bottom left. Max tried to set up a play. He was actually scouted out by Momo, had to rough waves out of there. So a little bit unfortunate there, but at the same time, during the replay, you know, it's pretty straightforward as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did see a very nice Tyrant's Rage by AIM at the very end, but by then, his whole team was already dead. And this does create a question again. AIM just doesn't seem to be as comfortable on these hard engagement tanks as compared to the more mage-like supports he used to play.
Yep. And now, speaking of this fight as well, it seems like they need to find a way. AIM needs to get the biggest catch of his life, and it seems like it's going to be very difficult. But Martizi, he still has to purify for the Count Altar in case he makes those plays. So it is going to be very difficult, but they have to make a play now.
Momo into the back line. Jawhead not going to be able to find anyone. Rough Waves has come out, but Count Altar keeps them all alive as Max is instantly picked off by Chiku, guys. Yums cannot even die here despite Fox's best attempts. Todaks are dropping low, though, no longer having that Count Altar. Martizi actually does quite a lot of DPS there. Team Secret will get out of this with only one death.
Yep. And so far, Todak, you know, they're just getting so much control of this here. Max, he tried his best, but there's only so much he can do at this stage. But somehow, once again, Todak, they are always very precise in who they are targeting. But before we get a little bit more on their sequencing here, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. Sky Guardian helmet coming up on Rival. Dreadnought armor already up. Bloodless X Fury hammer up on Momo as well. He's also got the plate armor ahead of time to deal with the damage coming from Matt. And look at Matt. He's got a Windtalker, Berserker's Fury, as well as the Heart's Claw. But where is the Dragon Spear?
Actually, it's quite interesting he has Windtalker. You don't see that as a first item often on Irritel, but man, oh my goodness, Momo with the mega kill! And now, Divine Judgment pulling AIM back into 4 members of Todak. There is nothing he can do. Crossbow of Tang, just to add insult to injury.
Well, Todak is that good for a reason, because the amount of catch potential that they have is just phenomenal. And Team Secret, they just might have misplayed a couple of plays here, maybe a little miscommunication, but so far Momo has been playing absolutely out of his freaking mind, because this is an absolute god in the making as well. But here comes the collapse.
Yum's gonna miss the ejector onto the Kadita. Rough Wave comes out to break the Cult Altar, and there's no minions left for Todak, so they cannot continue this, luckily for Team Secret, because they are not quite battle ready yet.
Yep, agreed. Now, Martizi, he just got his glowing wand as well, so we are going to be expecting a little bit of a burn damage coming in from Team Secret, maybe even bait out some of the passive abilities coming from Kadita, maybe even Neo as well in terms of the sustainability. But aside from that, you know, he is slowly building a little bit more damage. So Team Secret, they need to be a little bit more decisive on who they need to jump first, because as of yet, Matt and Max has been struggling, but here comes the fight.
Yums jumps in, forces the penalty zone from Neo just to escape the potential ejector there. That's a very important setup ultimate that Team Secret will not have for this Lord fight. AIM still waiting for his opportunity inside the brush. He sees Martisi. Yums jumps forward. Ejector. Neo has to flicker backwards to safety. Aim has completely missed. And now the crossbow tank comes out. Neo gonna drop down his immortality. Killing spree for Tiku, guys. As Momo is chasing Matt down in the back line. Yums chasing down the Teresa. Tosses him back to Martisi. Gets the kill. It's gonna be one more as well as Box beats Momo. The unstoppable streak. And 5 members of Todak will now be rushing down the base of Team Secret. Rough waves to clear the minion wave. We'll keep them alive for now with only the twins alive.
Yeah, this is why Todak is just different, right? It's all about split-second decisions. Yums immediately starting the fight, taking advantage of that Lord Storm. And because of that Lord Storm knocking out Team Secret, they immediately chain stun, tried to start a fight, and immediately pick them off guard. And this is why they're so good and so fast about this kind of engagements.
And this is the experience of a team that has been with the MPL for many, many seasons. Team Secret can't seem to find any open opportunities to engage on the Todak. And when they have a lineup like this, they really need to find those windows. Todak are just not opening them.
It is crazy indeed, but once again, with the Lord pushing down below, Momo just getting his Malefic Roar as well as Immortality up from Yums here, Team Secret, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually find a pick-off. Even a kill right now would be very beneficial for Matt to kind of capitalize, especially against the Cult Altar so far. And Todak, they're using it really well, the times has been good, but Team Secret, they really need to fight back in a way.
The Lord gonna be pushing down the bot lane, no inhibitor standing. Secret will be lucky to get out of this, only losing both there in his aim, charging up. But there's no way he can engage. Rivals just standing in front, waiting with the lasso to pull anyone. Hume goes in, doesn't toss Neo. Max goes in, rough waves, misses entirely. Aim gonna be pulled back, Divine Judgment, Cult Altar keeping Todak alive. The 2-man knockout strike by Momo, keeping Matt and Neo away. Penalty zone comes out, but what does it matter? Max is dropping low, Neo is low, Matt is low. The crystal is exposed. No minion. Oh, Momo with the monster kill. Finds the Irritel in the back line once again. Max trying to do his best, but the crystal is open. And Todak takes it down along with the hopes of Secret's first win of the season.
Momo, what an absolute monster. He is a monster coming in from Todak. He is the killer whale. And I can say there is a reason why Momo, ever since his introduction, his debut from Todak, as a roamer, transition into his XP, transition to his goal lane. He's played any other role thus far, and he still makes it so good, so clean. And this is why you do not underestimate Momo at all.
He just makes it look so easy, and it makes you remember back when he first debuted. He wasn't even, like, his performance was actually really underwhelming for Todak. Look at him now. This shows that any player has the potential to grow, to evolve. A really clean victory there. Team Secret just didn't seem to have any opportunities right from the get-go.
Yep, and I'm extremely not so happy about this match, but at the same time, I'm glad they actually won that very quickly here, because to be honest, like, I didn't want to see the Kaja win from the jungle. To be honest, I'm a, you know what, am I a Todak fan? Yeah. Am I a Todak hater? Yes too, because to be honest, how do they get away with stuff like that every single time?
It's always a love-hate relationship.
Considering that even the AI was predicting, right? Secret was winning the early stage of the game, but because of one small mistake from Box, gave them the snowball, and then boom, they make a comeback. But what about the MVP? Who do you think the MVP is?
That's a difficult one. I feel like it has to be Momo, right? Yeah, we look at who the camera's focusing on. Momo with the 1-2 punch right there. Paquito has always been one of his signature heroes, and he plays it to perfection here once again. Normally, you don't expect a hero like Paquito, which is all skill shots, to be able to catch something like an Irritel. But Momo finds Matt every single time, and he just disappears from the Land of Dawn.
Yep, it's not just about disappearing as well, it's all about shutting him down. But the man, the myth, the legend himself, Momo, 71% game kill participation with his KD of 614, GPM of 767. That's a very, very high KD, as well as a GPM from him. And of course, in terms of itemization here, his first item, Bloodless X, he's got the Hunter Strike as well. A very early one as well. I think it was like 3 minutes or 4 minutes, he actually got the Hunter Strike and then kind of translated it out of control. He had all his items to actually just specifically target Matt in particular.
Yeah, Momo got really farmed. And typically when we see Paquito players, you go for the Bloodless X, you go for the Hunter Strike. Prolific Roar, that's greedy. And let's see what they have to say about it. Let's go to Todak's mic check.
Value in me? You should.
Speeding dulu.
Kau memang sengaja kan nak main gajah je?
Bukan. Sorry Dok, sorry guys. Dah
Macam banana cok aku tadi.
Fokus.
Emote cok budak ni.
Kita dah salah. Aim dulu. Aku dah pasek. Aku hati. Pecah. Baiklah cik. Kill dulu guys. Kill dulu. Dah, enak. Nice.
Well, we're back to classic Todak. Chico being the shot caller, deciding what they and how they are going to be taking the fights here. There is a reason why he is one of the best players here in Malaysia, if not the best of the best coming in from Malaysia. But of course, when it comes to the itemizations here, Momo, the MVP himself, he has gotten all the necessary items to deal with Matt in particular. He eventually got his GDS, but eventually it was a little bit too late considering the amount of pressure that Todak has been bringing to the table. But let's pay attention more on how they actually dealt with the composition from Team Secret. Dreadnought armor coming from Rival was good enough. They have the glowing one, they have the enchanted talisman as well coming from Martizi. May not see a little bit too much here. We didn't see too much coming from Martizi. He has been playing this defensive role, but for Chiku guys, look at him. No shoes, full 6 slotted.
Well, it's not, you don't normally get shoes on 1-1. Some people might argue you kind of need it now since they capped how quickly she could jump around. But Chiku still feels comfortable enough to go for that full damage. He was basically farming the entire game, which makes it insane to know that Momo was only a little bit behind him in terms of gold earned. So this Paquito was causing havoc everywhere. Rival as well, gonna be redeeming the Kaja jungle, making very good use of the hero to constantly threaten Secret's positioning.
At the same time as well, coming from Team Secret here, they needed a little bit more damage here. Max can only do so much with the Genius one as well as the Divine Glaive. It all came down to needing Matt to be at the right place. But when he does so, he is constantly getting shut down by Momo here. Likewise can be said for Box as well. He's got the Hunter Strike, but he could not progress further to kind of play catch up against Rival. Rival was a little bit too tanky and sustainable, but it all came down to a little bit of a miscommunication. But what really piques me in terms of interest is that pay attention to the emblems here coming from all of Team Secret, right? We've only seen one agility coming from Neo, whereas Todak, they opted to go for both the agility and quantum charge to actually give you that additional movement speed to pick up the fights. In particular, it was Momo. He got it a agility, quantum charge, and a festival blood just to catch that extra movement speed to catch Matt.
Movement speed is a really important stat here in MLBB because there's very limited sources from where you can get movement speed. Typically, it's only from your shoes, and then other than that, a handful of items. And it really dictates how fast you can move around the map, which we saw Todak completely controlling the momentum. Although Secret was doing a good job of moving around, getting some ganks here and there, I do wonder whether their movements caused them to lose out in terms of gold and EXP because they had to invest so many resources to actually just catch out one member.
Yep. And at the same time, it's all based on the damage dealt as well. Martizi, he's got 63,000 for a second. I thought he was not going to do a lot of damage here, but that's the thing about Ferome's animation, right? It's so hard to actually spot it, but if they group up, boom, easy bounces all the way through with the Ghostbusters. But of course, now, in case you missed out in the highlights here for how things happen here, these are the highlights here where things got a little bit better for Team Secret. They were able to kind of win their fights, but it was a little bit too late because with one mistake coming in from Team Secret, Todak was able to enable Chiku as well as Momo to completely cut the backlines.
There were some good moments, Max being able to get some pickoffs onto Martizi, but you can tell that the rotation of Todak was incredible. They realized that Team Secret tends to not move around the map quickly enough, so they're actually quite safe in just sending 5 members to a single side, and they won't have to worry about too much split pushing because Terizla doesn't quite have that capability in the first place, and by consistently out-rotating their opponents, they were basically choking out any opportunity for them to make counter plays.
Yep. And because of this, you know, Team Secret, they were able to somewhat respond, but it's still a very difficult game to actually play considering the amount of pressure that Todak is bringing to the table. And not to mention as well, the Divine Judgment is something that they were a little bit afraid. Like, I talked about how, hey, Divine Judgment is a great way to start a fight. But the way Todak plays it is that if they start a fight, we make sure they don't get out. So the intention between the draft of having this Kaja jungle is the fact that, oh, I'm going to take advantage of, quote-unquote, the Ring Order's Spell Vamp. Oh, it's not the greatest. Once upon a time, extremely broken, even more tankier than Esmeralda, blah, blah, yada, yada. But even that little Spell Vamp, they take advantage of it, and then what they do is that if as long as Rival survives, the Divine Judgment is going to lock you in place, and this is where you are going to be setting up for free kills, or maybe even a crossbow tanks setups for Chiku to actually enable his crossbow tanks.
That is true. There's a lot of factors to think about right now, but honestly, all I'm thinking about right now is grabbing myself some Mr. Potato or official snacking legend where you can feel the crunch and snack like legends. You know what's more spicy than the game we just watched right now? It is the legendary Mr. Potato snack. And you can enhance your gaming experience now with these crispy snacks to crunch your way to MVP. Just like Todak has been doing up a very clean performance, I feel like there's a very good chance they could get a clean sweep here.
You know, I don't know what's up, but based on this draft, this doesn't feel like a Kuja draft.
That's true.
But based on what we're seeing so far, it's just Todak maintaining the identity, doing what they usually do. I feel like the role of Kuja coming from Todak, it's not about him drafting, it's more on keeping their mental in check so that they can win the game. I feel like that's going to be the case, but I don't know, I don't really know much about how the comms is here. I hope later on we are going to have a little bit of mic check to see how Kuja leads the team, but so far, we don't really have much information on how Kuja has impacting Todak so far.
But it does seem to be working out here, and I do like that there's a little bit more of a voice of reason here, because Todak in the past has always been a little bit too chaotic. We saw some attempts in the previous season with Coach Behave to try and pull them together, but it still resulted in Todak falling back to the regular antics because it just worked better for them. And right now, I think what we're seeing is a bit more of a combination of the two. We grab the weird drafts, we grab the weird picks, but make sure that there's more reasoning behind it, that there's more cleanness in the gameplay. And if that can happen, then you will see the most powerful iteration of Todak yet.
Yep, I agree. But now, with a little bit more adaptations needs to be made here, how do you draft against Todak?
Honestly,
I'm sorry, man. I'm crying right now.
No drafting against Todak. I feel like
it's just play better than Todak.
You really need to have like a certain degree of experience here, and I don't doubt that Coach Zico is a capable coach. But there's just something about the Todak players that catches people off guard. You really need that international level experience to understand all the possibilities that they can bring to the Land of Dawn. So my advice for Secret here specifically is to focus on playing the best game they can, getting the best lineup they can, and hoping that that will get them to the finish line.
To be honest, based on how Game 1 went, every single little details matter. And Todak is so fast, so responsive on whatever is happening on the screen. Even a split-second decision can completely swing in their favor because of something that's happening. And that's exactly what Yums did in the final fight for the Lord, right? The moment the Lord Storm came in, interjected on Team Secret, boom, they start the fight. They immediately lose like 20%, 30% of their health just by doing nothing because of the help of one additional skill from the Lord Storm.
The thing is, this is not a Todak thing. This is an MLBB thing. All those minute decisions will make a massive impact. That's why the butterfly effect even exists, right? And that's why all these teams strive to achieve a level where their reflexes and their mindsets are moving as lightning quick as possible so that they can outspeed their opponents. Sometimes it's just not about being able to out-micro your way in a 1v1 eco challenge. It's about those decisions about whether or not you want to move from one lane to another, whether you want to leave 1 or 2 minions pushing. Those decisions actually mean more than a lot of people think.
Agreed. But now, when it comes to adaptations as well, Team Secret, they have had a very, very decent draft. I feel like the draft was okay, but it's more on the execution-wise. So that's going to be something that they probably need to actually figure out coming from Team Secret. But again, if they lose this series again, they will go on to have a losing streak count of 22 games since their debut here in MPL.
That's a rough. And
I've never seen someone lose this hard.
People might wonder where the number 22 comes from when we're only in week 1. We are including season 11 because Team Secret is the only team in MPL MY history that has gone a whole season without a single victory. And it's not a good thing to have to say. We want these teams to compete at the same level, but there's still something fundamental missing. And I'm hoping that Team Secret will be able to find that missing ingredient in the draft for game number 2.
Well, that's the thing, right? If you guys want to know a little bit more of a backstory on how Team Secret happened as well, it's a little bit complicated as well because there was a little bit of a roster swap coming into its regular season. And you're wondering why are they here not having a single victory and yada yada. I feel like Team Secret has improved way much more from the previous season, but the roster that they were supposed to have was none other than Zyme Senpoi. And interesting enough, considering that Zyme Senpoi is no longer with Team Secret, he is a free agent, and there has been rumors that he might be picked up by their opponent team right now.
Is that so? That's very interesting right there.
I'm gonna stop the leak right now. That's all I'm gonna leak.
Well, we can't confirm if it's a leak or if it's just rumors. You guys are gonna have to find out that information on your own. But what we can work with is the information we see on the screen right now. Team Secret, they banned out the Angela and the Claude once again, but the Paquito, that was the MVP last game, is already gone. Todak still banning the Fred, the Valentina, the Joy, and the Edith first pick is pretty default so far.
Yeah, it is going to be a safe one here coming from Team Secret. But Todak, how are they going to deal with this Edith? Because so far, I think Team Secret, they did ban off the Baxia to themselves. I'm not sure if Todak decides to pick it up for themselves though, but nope. They go for the Kaja as well as the Export again. Oh my goodness, here we go again. Here we go.
You usually don't see Kaja being picked up this early on. Even if he's in the first phase, you usually save him for the third pick so that he's not so easily countered. But Todak specifically can let him be seen, because this is a hero you normally don't consider to be flexible, but in Todak's hand, it is.
Yep, and of course, based on the previous picks here on the top right here, obviously it is going to be flip side. Left side was pretty much pick and ban coming in from Team Secret, and right side is actually wait, I'm confused.
It's correct.
It's correct. My bad. Neither to double check it, but of course. Now Farsa being picked up as well as the Landslot, so that is going to be the jungle Landslot coming from Team Secret. But now, I'm a little bit more confused here from Todak. Is this jungle Export or is this jungle
I think you don't have to put too much thought into it, man. I can feel the energy draining out of you the more you think about it.
I hate Todak.
Let's just move our minds past.
They are the villains of MPL Malaysia for a reason.
Man, every word that comes out is just having less and less battery.
Yes, that's the whole point, because ooh, Todak, yeah. I'm a good caster. I know how to draft this. Yeah, it's such a good export pick. But at the same time, they're playing around Chiku again.
Wow, the 1-1 again. Okay, I mean, Chiku played a mean 1-1 previously. Now, we didn't get to highlight this earlier, but that is the debut of Lancelot here in Season 12. And this hero was basically a must-pick, must-ban during Season 11. He's since kind of dropped off in popularity. I feel like he's still very valuable. But it's interesting to see why people have veered off of this once very popular jungle hero.
Yeah, I guess. But that's the thing, right? because of Purify, because of Time Journey, etc., people kind of forgotten that, hey, people kind of felt like, hey, maybe 1-1 is a little bit easier to deal with. But to be honest, if you don't have those tools, technically, you know, if you preset those setups, the crossbow that comes in, that means free auto attacks all the way through, regardless of what happens.
I was talking about Lancelot.
Oh. No, I'm talking about 1-1.
Okay, now we're not even on the same page.
I think we're not on the same page no more.
All good, all good. But actually, yeah, now that you pointed out, 1-1 does have a similar issue of being a must-pick, must-ban. That's no longer popular. Though we know why that's the case for 1-1. She got nerfed, she's no longer as fast, her damage cap has been reduced. But Lancelot hasn't really received any direct nerfs. It's just that with the change of the emblems, with the change of certain items, you can no longer really viably go tanks a lot, which was a big reason why he was so often picked up.
You know, it's funny how people are still leaning on, like, before, I was so excited to see, like, hey, maybe we're going to see a lot of Angeling all the way through. But Angeling is kind of popular in other regions. And it's weird to see, like, even, like for that, obviously Team Secret, they banned the Angela. But there are teams from MPL Malaysia when they just completely ignore it. I'm like, meh. I don't care about it.
Yeah, we don't get to see it very often. Maybe part of it is because most players want to get in the action themselves. But now that the second phase of bans has concluded, nothing too unusual here from either side. But the Martis does get removed by Secret since they already have their jungle. The Eve going to be seen in the hands of Martizi. And now we're getting to see some pretty solid zone control coming out of the side of Todak.
It is also interesting to see that Fanny is also left completely ignored by both sides in the ban phase and the pick here. So for Team Secret, most likely we're not going to see it. But what are the chances we see that legendary moment that shake Todak to his core? Are we going to see that tank Fanny coming from Yums? I haven't seen it before. Once in my lifetime. Never again coming in from Yums. Are we going to see it this game? I don't think we will.
This game in particular.
I don't think it will.
It's not impossible, but I think it's unlikely, especially with the Lapu Lapu and Iritel coming out. The only way I can see it viable is...
Think about it. There's nobody that can stop
there's
Fanny
not enough
right
CC,
here, right now.
is there?
There is nobody from Team Secret that can stop him right now. But that's the thing. That's just my thought. But technically, Todak wouldn't bring it.
That far?
I highly doubt they'll do it, right? It's unorthodox. It's crazy. I'm thinking out of the picture, even though it's impossible they will pick it again. It was like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 seasons ago. And no, it's not going to be the Fanny, alright. It's not going to be the Fanny.
The Baxia. So that's going to be Baxia jungle. We haven't gotten to see this hero because for some reason, it is pretty often banned out. And that's going to be Momo on the Export EXP versus Neo. This is going to be kind of interesting right here. The export can be pretty uninteractive, and it's Yums on the Kaja, so don't worry, it's not going to be a jungle Kaja this time. We're going to see a somewhat normal comp coming out of Todak for Game 2.
That's the thing. When you see Todak going for a normal comp, that's weird. That's really weird too.
Everything's just weird now for Todak.
But nevertheless here, the final series of MPL MY for Week 1 here for Season 12 is on its way here. This is going to be the Game 2 here between both Team Secret as well as Todak. Will Team Secret rise up to the challenge to bounce back, or will Todak actually get a clean 2-0? Because based on this draft here, both sides have very, very distinct compositions. In this case, Team Secret looking for a pick-off potential, and Todak looking for a team fight playstyle.
Yep, as we enter the land of Dawn, Todak only one game away from securing their first win of the season, and Team Secret still desperately clawing at any opportunity to break the biggest lose streak MPL MY has ever seen. Cross our fingers, boys. We want to see this go all the way.
Yep, I agree. But at the same time here, it is going to be Momo versus Neo and the XP here, like you said. Not really uninteractive, but I feel like Momo is going to be winning a majority of that lane here. But I feel like now Todak, their pick-up potential with Kaja is going to be solely dependent on Yums trying to punish Box as much as he can. And that's going to be very, very possible because right now, as you can see, he forced very early retributions coming in to secure Rival's Little Wanderer.
Yeah, now we have to note, Lancelot was one of the first true pocket picks for Box. He did a great job with this during his first season, but already we're seeing something happen. Box, Max, and AIM all here. We get the onwards onto the Baxia, but AIM may be abandoned right now as 4 members of Todak come back in force. Neo not going to be able to do anything as AIM falls, and now Neo is being dived under his own tower, forced to flicker to safety.
Yeah, this is a very nice pick-off coming from Todak. And again, Neo, oh my goodness. This is going to be so much time wasted from Team Secret. Just, like, even though they've lost 1 member, this is pretty much a 1.8 kill coming from Todak because of the fact that Neo had to take the long way back home. Means his XP lane is going to lose 1 wave of XP right from the get-go, losing it to Momo.
Note in this matchup, Xborg wins before Labu Labu hits level 4. So Neo wants to hit level 4 as fast as possible so that he can actually start winning and roaming. And now that he's lost an EXP minion from that, it's going to take him that much longer.
Yep, at the same time here, we do see Youth actually go for the focus mark here to kind of enable that Divine Judgment pickoff alongside with Tenacity. So that is going to be a lot of damage for Martizi to kind of capitalize on in this first turtle. However, Martizi has got his level 4, but Yums is so a little bit far off in terms of level 4. So looks like they don't even need it. Team Secret just concedes it though.
Yeah, I think that's the right choice here. You can't afford to go in anymore, especially since AIM was picked off so early on. The Edith not going to be anywhere near level 4 compared to Yums, who already has that Divine Judgment. This is a battle of utility when you're in the first few minutes of the game. And right now, Todak trumps them on that because of the EXP advantage.
Yeah, agreed. But look at this, Team Secret, they're trying to set up for AIM. AIM is very close to his level 4, so he's going to be looking for that Primal Wrath combo. But look at Yums, he's just so confident here, but is he going to go for it? Oh, he flickers.
Nice flicker from Yums, but he's going to miss out. Gets grabbed by the onward, Divine Judgment onto AIM instead, but here comes Rival cutting off Matt from the backline. AIM has already fallen, and Matt will have no chance to follow up and pick off Yums.
Yeah, very, very fast pace here coming in from Todak. Team Secret, no way to respond in time because even if Team Secret responds here, Rival was already in position to interject this.
If they only had a little bit of CC, Max would have been able to get a free kill off on there, and that would have evened things out for them. Because he wasn't successful, Todak will continue to maintain their lead. And we can see here the Momo is still cutting the wave. I don't feel like Neo should be fighting this. There's no reason. Go for the wave. Get your EXP. The minions are dying to tower.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case here. But Momo, all you got to do is just recall. But I'm surprised he actually recalled here to get the fast Firaga armor. But I guess timing is very, very important from Todak, considering that the turtle is going to be up in 30 seconds here. He wants to shove the lane one bottom and then regroup with the rest of Todak. Whereas Team Secret, they can do the same. But so far, it seems like it's very difficult to open up the map, especially if AIM, whenever he starts a fight, he is going to be bursted down right from the get-go, and Todak likes doing this.
Yeah, this is a big problem for Team Secret right now, especially in this matchup. It feels like their movements in the early game are not fast enough, and a lot of that does come to AIM not being used to rotating on these slower, tankier heroes, it seems. And Todak is just taking full advantage of that. They're in full control, they're controlling the map, they're rotating fast, picking heroes like Baxia who can just roll around everywhere they want.
Yeah, I agree, but now turtle control is in Team Secret though. That's going to be important, but they are going to catch Momo though.
Onwards onto Momo, he still has Firaga armor, last Sandy comes out, Rival will secure the turtle, steals it away with the Retribution. Box needs to get out of here, AIM pops his ult, but it's not going to save the Lancelot. Neo jumps into the backline, but forced to flicker out right into the clutches of Yums, hiding in the bush, waiting for the lasso, finds him with the Divine Judgment, and AIM, he's not going to be allowed to escape either. 3 kills for nothing in favor of Todak.
Very, very convincing takedowns coming from Todak. 5-0 thus far, a 3K lead, 5 minutes a game. This is not what you want to be for Team Secret. And on top of it all, Rival also stealing the jungle camp. All these resources getting denied from Box as well as Mad. This is not looking good for Team Secret as well. Rival, do they force the Retribution though? Nope, looks like they're not going to force this fight though.
Things are just spiraling out of control though. We are seeing a repeat of history already once again, as this looks exactly like what happened in game number 1. Todak controlling, winning out that gold lane for Chiku guys. We're gonna see him rotate over to the EXP lane now, switching with Momo, and continue getting even more. Secret has no game plan here. I'm not seeing the steps to success.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult because if we are talking about steps to success, their win condition is pretty much aim getting the right engagements and not dying if all, because he needs to be able to sustain in order to dish out the damage to buy time for Matt to actually finish them off.
Neo gonna be forced to use ult. Feathered Airstrike comes out on top. We got the onwards onto the Kaja, but Chico guys is waiting to cut off Neo. Yums falls. Box will finally get a kill this game and force Martisi back. But here comes Rival and Momo to back up the rest of Todak as Aim gets his final flip before ending his life here. And that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Once again, Rival doesn't look like he's gonna let this go. He'll take the bush, chase out Matt, gonna force Box to retreat so they can get this tier 1 for free.
Oh boy, oh boy. Like Team Secret, they had the right idea. They were grouped up as 5. They tried to go for AoE combo here, but it's just not enough damage because Rival, with the Toys for Son, he's so far ahead. And that's the reason why a lot of people have been picking up Boxia, right? Like, it's tanky. It's got it's like an innate built-in Toys for Son of a Queen Wing on himself, which is pretty much unkillable. He's doing a lot of decent amount of damage for a tank. And to top it all off, he's so tanky, and he's so mobile as well.
I guess that's the reason why a lot of teams do get rid of this, especially when they're up against more aggressive early game teams. The amount of rotation you can get with shield unity as well as the inbuilt, like Dominance Ice, like you mentioned, being able to anti-heal is very effective in a meta like this, where you do see a lot of regen thanks to Festival of Blood, thanks to Brave Smite. So some respect has been given here, even though tank junglers have fallen out of fashion somewhat.
It's broken for Boxia because it's not just one item, right? Like inbuilt dominance item. It's 2. It's with the Queen Wings as well because of the Toys for Sons, right? But that's the thing. From Team Secret, they have 2 heroes that requires a lot of sustains, and now they are going to try and force a fight against Rival though.
Rival jumps into the tower. He's going to just completely sandwich off Aim, who gets pulled back with the Divine Judgment once again. Yums is totally winning out this roamer fight, and without him, Secret has no real way of engaging.
Oh, this is tough. This is really, really tough. Like, Neo really needs to have his sustainabilities here to take advantage of his fight. Same can be said for Aim. Aim also with the Primal Wrath, he needs a little bit more before he can actually dish it out, but even the Smell Vamp is not that great, but with the Tortoise Facade, it's even worse. It's pretty much non-existent for a heals. But as of now, Matt, he's gonna get dived on as well with the amount of damage here. Yums, he's looking to engage this though.
A nice onward, but it's just gonna be the Divine Judgment again onto Aim, pulling him back. Primal Wrath isn't gonna save you when you're that far out. The Edith is being completely outclassed here. And now Max forced to use Wings by Wings. Last Insanity actually chasing him down, allowing Todak to dive under tower. And Martisi gets the mega kill.
This is crazy. Like, you know, while this is all happening as well, Momo taking advantage of the situation. You know, the moment his meter goes completely full bar, true damage is also going to be taken into place. And Team Secret, they're just getting beamed all the way through. Fleeting Time already purchased out of the Kaja, but look at this, 1v1 Chiku versus Matt. Looks like Chiku was feeling himself, but it's going to be Yums that says, you know what, I got you, I got you.
Yums makes that a 1v2, but I'm pretty sure that even if the Kaja wasn't around, just based on the damage that was being done, Chiku guys would have actually won that fight. So Matt is not in a comfortable spot either, trying to go that far out across the map to at least get some farm. But Todak just says, nope, not gonna let you do that.
Yep, Momo now with the first Firaga armor, he's got Immortality. But at the same time, Box is just getting slowed all the way through by Momo, and this is not looking good considering the amount of
so annoying
that Todak has. It's just extremely annoying. Like slows coming from Eve, slows coming from Xborg. Team Secret, it seems like they just don't have mobility.
Yeah, Box looking like I just climbed a flight of stairs right there and not feeling like his legs are jelly. Literally not being able to move thanks to all the slow. Real manipulation comes out to let the Lord collide freely into the tower, and Secret can do nothing about it. Now Last Insanity comes out. Rival diving under the tower. Neo taking good amount of damage, but the inhibitor has already fallen, and Todak instantly backs off. Their job is done.
Yep, their job is done indeed. But not over yet. The minions still are going to be empowered for now. Team Secret, they need to find a way to kill off this Xbox right now. Seems to be almost unkillable with the Brave Smite, with the Immortality. But now with another Immortality up on Rival 10 minutes in the game, this is going to be tough.
Flickers forward, Divine Judgment, Martisi, unstoppable onto Matt. Aim is down. Chico guys with the Crossbow Tang into the back line. Gonna be able to pick off Max as well. 2 members surviving on the side of Team Secret. Momo and Yumes inside the base, but they don't mind that at all. Neo even going to miss his land shaker. Momo knows he can taunt with impunity. He's still got the immortality. He's just toying with them right now, allowing Todak the space and time needed to break down the mid in him.
Yeah, he only broke his Viraga armor, still held on to his immortality as well, as Team Secret still has a lot of potential to continue this fight. But how though? That's the thing. They have a lot of potential, but they need 1 or 2 good fights because of the fact that in order to equalize this, they need a 10k gold deficit. So Todak, they're in the lead. They can close this game anytime they want. But as long as they don't make mistakes, game's in their bag.
Normally, I try to be positive about these things because no matter how far behind you are in this meta, there's always going to be a chance to claw your way back. I don't see it for this game. The way Team Secret has been playing, the way their draft works, there is no solution to this. Yes, if you get 1 or 2 good fights, a 10k net worth lead doesn't matter. But there's no recipe for Secret to get a good fight in this situation. They're so dependent on aim, getting some kind of catch, but every time he throws someone over his shoulder, Divine Judgment just pulls him back, and Secret lose their roamer before the fight even begins.
Yep, power of Kaja, but now with the Lord coming in as well, Team Secret no position to even push out here. They're having Matt kind of farm his way through the bottom lane, but let's take a look at the marksman department, right? Matt is level 11 as contrast to Chiku, guys, is almost level 15 now, and he just hit his 15. So War Axe up on Momo means even more damage coming from this X-Born, and technically Todak is just like in 12 minutes already close to endgame builds now.
Yeah, we're just witnessing the last throws of Team Secret at this point. Todak's gonna take this slow and methodical, make sure that all the waves are able to collide, wait for the Lord so that they can end the game cleanly, and then this will be a pretty simple, clean sweep for Todak.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a tough one. But as of now, Todak, they're just choking Team Secret back in the base here, and pay attention to items as well. Almost six items here from everyone coming from Todak. They've progressed their way through, but here comes the fight.
Flickers forward, Divine Judgment. Neo will get out with his ultimate. The rest of Todak dumping in. Chiku, guys, already has the crossbow of Tang, and he's already taken down Neo. Abe loses his immortality. Mega kill for Momo. The crystal is open. Todak secures their first victory of MPL MY Season 12 and extends the unfortunate losing streak of Team Secret.
Oh, what a game coming in from Todak. It is going to be a clean 2-0, but unfortunately for Team Secret, that will be their 22 lose streak coming in from them. But Todak is back. They are back in action. They will take the series, and they will continue their journey.
This is the defending champions in true form right here. Being able to try out some very interesting hero picks and still coming out on top with beautiful victories. Very clean macro gameplay and early rotations that snowball out of control, creating an unstoppable tsunami that completely overwhelms their opponents.
Yep, amazing games here again. Todak, obviously one of the strongest players, strongest teams coming in MPL, the defending champion. And I'm curious to see what they have to say, because we are going to be turning it over to our amazing host, Rose, to have an interview with Todak, who just got their 2-0.
Dan itu dia kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Todak untuk musim ini. 2-0 clean sweep. Okay, so since I dah sebelah Ajim, lagi je lah kat Ajim kan? Okay, Ajim, I'm pretty sure semua orang dekat Dewan ni atau yang nonton online nak tahu what was the reason? Apa yang reason behind the Jawhead pick? Kenapa gelak? Kenapa gelak?
Actually Jawhead tu salah pick. Serius. Yang ni serius, salah pick. Kita orang memang nak pick tadi 1-1 Kaja. Tapi tak nampak 1-1. 1-1 tu kat fighter. So, Hama pick 1-1. Apa? Jawhead.
Tak, serius?
Serius, yang ni serius.
Okay. So since it was a mistake pick, salah pick. So tadi macam mana korang brain? Sebab ada Kaja, ada Pakito, ada Johit. Semua orang kasa kat sana tengah teka. Gimana? Which hero pergi mana? So tadi macam mana korang brain?
Oh, sebab season lepas kan Rival main Kaja jungle kan. So tak ada masalah kot dia nak main. Cuma enemy lupa yang 1-1 Ciku ni terkenal dekat M3.
Alright, sebelum I announce MVP, I nak tanya soalan kepada Martizi. Okay, hello sini. Alright, kita tahu untuk musim ini Martizi ganti Moon dalam lineup. Apa perasaan main dalam first lineup, main lineup dan main atas pentas MPL Malaysia dan perform?
Perasaan kalau nak katakan perasaan tu, first kali memang saya agak gementar sebab main dengan lineup-lineup MSC, juara MPL semua kan. So agak rasa pressure dia tu. Lagi-lagi pun nak ganti tempat Moon tu bukanlah senang sangat.
Alright, so Dewan Sri Putra, siapakah MVP anda?
Kejap. Nak kenalkan ni kita orang punya bos, Mr. K. Mr. K nak cakap apa tak?
Nama saya Roslan. Saya adalah timbalan presiden untuk Todak Gaming. Dan saya akan in charge untuk pembangunan atlet adalah di bawah saya. Dan nantikan di minggu kedua kita akan umumkan ada player baru nak masuk.
Alright guys, take note of that. Minggu kedua ada player baru masuk. Tapi sebelum minggu kedua, I nak tahu MVP siapa. So on the count of 3, kita akan announce MVP, okay? 3, 2, 1. MVP kita ialah Momo. Very, very well deserved. Okay, Momo.
Ya saya.
Setiap kali you main EXP laner, the casters always shocked dengan gameplay yang you buat. Apa rahsia, Momo?
Patutnya caster-caster tak payah terkejut lah sebab tu rutin harian saya.
Okay, I like this. Makin lama, makin pedas interview kita atas pentas ni. Korang suka tak? Okay, so Ciku? Sabar. Okay, Ciku, untuk semua orang yang datang sokong Todak hari ini, apa yang you nak cakap dekat diorang?
First sekali, terima kasih mana-mana tim yang datang. Tak kisahlah tim secret ke, tim Todak ke. Terima kasih sangat kerana datang. And lagi satu saya nak cakap, walaupun tim season ni kuat-kuat, saya janji dengan korang lah, still Todak boleh pergi ke M5.
Semua statement yang keluar hari ini ialah statement yang sangat pedas. Baru minggu pertama semua orang dah nak pergi ke M5. Tapi dua je yang boleh wakil Malaysia. Alright, terima kasih kepada Todak. Congratulations once again. Alright. And with that, let's throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang jadi dalam best of 3 series ni. Clean sweep. Casters, persilakan.
What an amazing performance by Todak, not just in the Land of Dawn, but on the stage as well. It feels like all the teams have prepared for interviews this season. But still, Momo's performance, he says it's just a normal routine to him, but it still surprises us just how effective he can be. Only 1 death in 2 games on a role as volatile as the EXP lane.
Hey, he's an MVP for the reason, right? He's the unkillable. He's a monster. He's an absolute beast coming in from Todak. And there's a reason why when all things go south, you always trust Momo. And time again, Chiku, in the previous seasons, he has said that he will scold and discuss everybody. He will micromanage everybody. But when it comes to Momo, nah, he knows what he's doing.
You just gotta leave it to Momo. And it speaks to how much faith, how much confidence his team has in him. Because if you have, like, Chiku's mark of approval, that's basically it. That's the pinnacle you can achieve here in MPL MY. Momo has definitely reached that state. Already some amazing gameplay on the Paquito, but being able to bolster on the X-Borg as well. I kind of want to relive those moments, but with a bit of a bonus, so we'll see it in their mic check.
Dua-dua salah tu lagi.
Dua-dua salah. Itu gila nak buat.
Nasib baik ada basic main gajah. Kalau tak ada basic main gajah jungle tu tidur.
Cakap apa tadi?
Tak, kalau Nova kasih aku je.
Oh.
Sebab dijamin birthday takkan dapat lah first tu.
Aku okey je dua-dua. Nova lagi dua-dua aku okey.
Balik. Okay.
Boleh lah.
Dah.
Dah.
Aku ikut lah. Tak payah. Aku datang cik. Betul kan?
Mantap cik. Mantap Yom.
Ada edit cik dalam ni. Aku tengah load tau.
Nah, lah. Ni.
Dapat.
Dapat yang mahal pula.
Ni aku langgar ni.
Yang mahal.
Kualiti. Dapat.
Mantap cik. Ni kita kaya. Sekali kita gas ni mati semua.
Ni load ni kita buat zero ke depan tau. Aku TB. Bantai dulu kan bro? Hand okay. Hand.
Man. Terrence, did we just watch a mic check for MPL MY, or was it just a group of friends ordering at McDonald's or something like that?
I don't know, man. It feels like they're just having a little bit too much fun, to be honest. But at the same time here, like, well done coming in from Todak, because that was the cleanest game ever. They understood what they needed to do, and everyone was just, chilling and having a little bit more fun. But now, when it comes to items here, obviously Momo, he got the War Axe, got the Ice Queen one, obviously giving him so much mobility, right? This Ice Queen one has always been a thing where it kind of dictates the tempo of the team fights the majority of the time because of how the initial fights are going to be look like. It might be slows coming in here, even though there has been nerfs here and there, but with Export, it kind of enables this entire team fight with in contention, with those emblem changes, with those agility on every single player, which is very nice considering the fact that movement speed is going to be the key in winning a majority of these team fights. But in this case, I'm surprised about this. Todak, this time, not going for all agility, which is interesting.
There's not that much movement speed, all things considered, but I suppose it makes up for it. When you have the double Ice Queen Swan, you got Export, you got Eve slowing people down. You saw exactly how slowly Box was able to escape when he got caught that one time. They were basically breaking their ankles. And Todak was already rotating so cleanly throughout the entirety of the early game that all of this just adds up and doesn't allow for Team Secret to play and move around the map in the way that they want to be able to.
Yeah, I agree. But nevertheless here, this is gonna be a very good game coming from Todak, because if you think about how the itemization is coming in here, I think it's a little bit hard to say, because all of them has like somewhat of an item here, which is the Corrosion Scythe as well as Ice Queen want to deal with slows coming in. But from a side Team Secret, there's just nothing much you can say. Like, even if they get slowed here, do they have any way to kind of replicate it? So far, I think the adaptations here coming from Team Secret is pretty much Neo and Aim going for the rapid boots because of the recent changes of like taking slows reduction CC like a little bit faster. Like, you recover a little bit faster if you're going on a rapid boost compared to the resilience boots.
Yeah, like genuinely it is a pretty good option to go against, especially when you know that there's going to be the double Ice Queen's Wand coming out, when you have Export, when you have the Eve. It's not bad because of the added slow resistance, like you pointed out, but it still wasn't quite enough. I do feel like there needs to be a notable mindset shift coming in from Team Secret here, because something isn't working. If they can't work with this kinds of lineups, it's time to change up the strategy. Maybe go for a double mage, since we know AIM is comfortable with mages and supports and stuff. Something needs to change. Otherwise, right now, their performance doesn't look good.
Yep, at the same time as well, in terms of damage, total heals here, everyone is going to be favoring on sort of Todak here. I'm surprised Todak is the one that has more heals, but at the same time, who could blame him, right? Skygun and Helmet up on Rival, you've got Spell Vamps coming from Kaja, you've got Spell Vamps from the Ice Queen one coming from Arteezy, not really that much of a factor, but most importantly, Momo, with his Firaga armors reset time and time again, that gives him so much sustainability. So in terms of damage taken, I'm surprised it's not more than Team Secret, but considering how concisive and decisive their fights has been gone to, Team Secret just could not even retaliate, if you think about it.
The reason why the damage taken by Todak is so low is because damage dealt is so low. Literally 5 digits. That's the lowest we've seen in a while. And it's not even the shortest match we've seen in a while. You can see in the highlights here, which of course brought to you by Republic of Gamers, Todak were in full control of the rotations from the very beginning, understanding that Team Secret does seem to be in a situation where they're just completely outclassed. The draft was good, it was clean, but something is still missing.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, you know, it might be a little bit of mechanics here. It might be a little bit of gameplay and decisive here because so far they look a little bit more disconnected. There is bit improvements coming from game 1, but again, Team Secret, they tend to look a little bit better in game number 1. But when it comes to game number 2, if they don't have that momentum or to actually recover from this, they do have this tendency to actually lose out a little bit more. So that's something that we might be a little bit concerned. We've seen a little bit of a glimmer of hope coming from Team Secret, but fortunately for Team Secret, it's not over yet for them, right? It's only the first week, 2 series, it's fine. They can still kind of bounce back if they head in towards week number 2, if they make those necessary changes.
It's not uncalled for. We've seen teams lose all their games week 1 and then dominate the rest of the season. But for now, with that domination from Todak, they're going to be sitting pretty comfortably here. 1 win, 1 loss in the middle of the pack at 4th place.
Yep, and of course, being top 2 is the position you want to be in, especially for the playoffs. But of course, we have 6 weeks to go. Sorry, 5 more weeks to go, considering that this is pretty much the end of week 1. And when it comes to this Selangor Red Giants is going to be topping the leader here out of everyone else with an undefeated record right now, not even dropping a single game, whereas the rest has pretty much dropped a game for themselves.
They're looking pretty strong. Team Secret, unfortunately, at the bottom of the table. But again, there are still possibilities. We have 6 weeks worth of regular season at the end of week 1. Just because you're at the bottom doesn't mean it's the end for you. We need to see a reset. We need to see a mindset change for these players, for these teams. If one strategy doesn't work, try something else. That persistence, that perseverance is what will allow you to go far on the MPL stage.
Agreed. But all things considered here, it has been a very, very fun day today here. But for you guys, we have something new for you guys to announce, and that is the August Starlight, which is coming with the exclusive skin, the Yin Eternal Guardian. 10 returning Starlight skins, and as well as new Starlight Shop exclusive killing notification also await you in August. And of course, you can unlock the Starlight membership with only 300 diamonds and get yourself rewards worth over 6,000 diamonds in total. That's like a 2,000% increase, 3,000%. My math's pretty bad, I'm sorry.
I think that's about right. I'm not going to correct you right now because I don't have the brain cells to do the math at this current state. After watching those intense matches, I think a lot of us are burned out. The players are tired. It has been an amazing week 1. But there's going to be another week of matches coming up in the next weekend. And now we're going to have a look at what kind of matches we can look forward to.
And of course, to start things off, week 2 on the first day here. The first match is going to be MPL MY going up against Team Lunatix, and the second series here is going to be Team Secret going up against Selangor Red Giants. And this is going to be a pretty spicy one, considering that both these teams, they're pretty much in a situation that all 4 teams here, they need wins to actually snowball. Selangor Red Giants, obviously, they are top now here, but if they want to be consistent, they have to win it all the way.
Yep. The common factor here for these squads is that they all have something to prove. Red Giants sitting comfortably, they want to continue that streak. RG, Lunatix, as well as Secret, all still have something to work on here so they can clean up their gameplay and come in stronger to week 2. We got something exciting to look forward to.
I agree. And of course, when it comes to our amazing facial expressions about how the games are going, right? The reason why we look with so much emotions and so much reactions is because of the fact that we are using Guardian Man, where we defeated all our Agnis fast like the MVPs. And this is something that you guys need to try out yourself. I swear. Do you know who's the real hero today? You know why all the players look so good on camera? It's Guardian Man.
It absolutely is. It is the nemesis of acne, and it allows you to win in life by using Guardian Man to smooth out all the obstacles in your way. So make sure you guys grab some now and show them some support for sponsoring this incredible event and bringing you all of this MPL action.
Agreed. But all things considered here, this past 3 days here has been a very, very fun time here. It's time to announce the MPL prediction winners down on the screen here. And of course, the predictors of today's all 3 games MVP here, with the first match being Warlord, second game Super Sekis, and the third game being Momo. And if you guys predicted 3 of these players correctly, the 5 lucky winners from each match has been announced and the names below. Previous few days here, we announced the MLBB ID, but guess what? We announced the names as well this time. And of course, to claim your rewards, it will be mailed directly to your MLBB ID.
That's pretty convenient right there. Hopefully you guys were able to see your names up on the marquee right there. But that's going to be the end of day 3 of week 1. 3 intense and heated battles. And it's going to be another week coming up very soon. For now, we're going to sign off. But make sure you guys tune in to week 2 of MPL MY. We will see you guys there.